Gets live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is January 15th, 2025, and today, in about 10 minutes, we are going to get our final inflation data of 2024, and this is going to set up a lot coming into the first 100 days and the election, or the inauguration. What am I saying? Election. But we talked about this a lot on the watch list. I've been going over it a lot with you guys, and you got to realize right here, right now, in the next 10 minutes, we are going to find out if a 5% 10-year is possible or not. Again, if today is bad, if this inflation comes in as hot as it is expected, you are going to get a bond blowout, and vice versa. If it comes in cooler, we are probably going to have a good day. Oh, no, you're not tripping. It's early. The data comes out early. Even then, I'm going to tell the good mornings, all of that. All the people watching the intro is 7 hours of the stock market. Go get a long term. But today's a day today, so we're going to keep it moving. I'm going to have a lot of previews for you. I really hope you watch the watch list. I think you will be a lot more prepared. And at the very least, you're going to hear me, excuse me, repeat a couple of things. But at the end of the day, this is what I said last night. And I really encourage you to go look at it right now, because even coming into this morning, people are kind of feeling the same way about it. The expectations are very high for today. So on the headline, it is about the average person is about 0.3. On core, they're about 0.2. Now, why is that weird? Because that's average. Most people and most of the good economists and the big banks, and then even like Bloomberg, they are leaning on the high end. So people are thinking that today we're going to get a 0.3 on core, and then they're thinking we're going to get a 0.4 or even higher on the headline. So why I'm bringing that up is because the numbers are so high right now that if you actually hit the high numbers, that's still going to be terrible. And then vice versa, even if it comes in like 0.2 and it's a little higher, the expectation is so overshot right now. Even an inline slight disappointment, I think that could give you a good reaction. Now, I'll tell you, it's not going to be that easy. This is a very, very big event right now. And like I'm telling you, the last time I've seen a CPI price in 1%, oh, it's been months, man, let alone a year. So I hope you guys are ready for it. Should be very exciting. But again, most of it, I believe furniture, travel, and real estate, those are going to come up on the data sets. We'll go over it when the BLS comes out. But even then, metric or not, it's really all going to be about the aggregate today. And then again, all that matters is the bonds. I cannot stress that enough. Today might be the day where that 5% discussion, we're going to find out if it's the boogeyman or if that is actually a reality. So that being said, I hope you guys are locked and loaded, but let's see what we got here. All right. Oh, man. So, yeah, the median forecast is 0.4. That's terrible. You get what I'm saying? The average is at 0.3, but the median is at 0.4. There is a lot of people positioning higher today. Same goes for core on the 0.3. And they think headline rose even higher to 0.44 if you want to not round it. Annualized basis, core is probably at 3.6 versus 3.8. Let's see. Food and energy prices have been for some time quiescent, but are popping up again. Egg prices in particular have been climbing thanks to the spread of the avian flu. As the core rate and the standard big ingredient for some time, shelter costs November showed a slowdown in both rent and owner's equivalent, but it did go up by 0.23 last time. In other words, inflation in real estate is coming down, but it is still having the highest impact on inflation. We know the job market was running hot in December after last Friday's blowout, and a drop in employment expectations for Thursday figures coming in December are quite robust. The implication for CPI is that a strong holiday demand may have boosted prices for airline tickets as well as hotel. So I don't know about airlines. They've been weird, but travel. Again, a lot of people have talked about travel into this. So if you are going to get a hot surprise, travel, insurance, furniture, and housing, that's what I would be looking at. In the run-up to the CPI, we've seen a couple of cross currents yesterday. Unexpectedly soft reading from PPI came in at 0.2 versus 0.4. Tuesday morning sent treasuries higher, but economists caution that the relationship with CPI is not strong in a given month given the differences. And then prices paid on the ISM also surged in December. So hot CPI print with the model predicting rounding up to 0.5. So again, There's some reasonable models thinking that headline comes in at 0.5 today. I think that'll be terrible. Again, I said on the watch list yesterday, the last time that you had a 5% or 0.5 headline, it was literally early 2023. And any other number month over month, you're back into the crazy inflation wave again. One thing to keep in mind is even if we get a softish reading, there's huge uncertainty about the outlook for inflation, especially with the tariff hike from Donald Trump. JP Morgan put it last Friday that the elephant is about to enter the room. There's been troubling signs of inflation expectations picking up Michigan consumer sentiment, but politics was at play. Oh, there's the chart. Oh, I got to show you this one. I forgot to follow up with it. You guys remember I was telling you how if you go look at the Michigan consumer sentiment, remember I showed you the historic data of how like political it was? So yeah, I remember we had that last Friday. It was the preliminary one. We're going to get the final, but yeah, here you go. So again, Democrats think inflation will go to 3.9. Republicans think you're going to go to 1.6. This is why I keep telling you guys, real inflation I don't think has really moved that much. However, expectations are wild now. Again, in the last 4 years, you have not seen a divergence this wide and that's when inflation was actually up. So very, very wild. But again, that's even getting mentioned here. I think that's funny. One interesting strain is merged in the Federal Reserve is the discounted imputed prices and other main monthly figures like the PCE, which the Fed uses. PCE isn't produced by actual market-based measures, but estimates by statisticians. The market-based PCE shows less alarming inflation. Anna Wong of Bloomberg, she's saying a solid reading for December with PPI. They think core likely edged up to 2.9 from 2.8. Oh, that's actually a little lower in combination with other firm data prints. We think a strong December retail sales print on 16. We expect Treasury yields to continue to climb. So that's a curveball. So Bloomberg, they're thinking inflation doesn't come in hot, but then tomorrow retail sales still kills the bonds. That's the translation. Very, very interesting. All right. Politics. Again, the tariff rumor from Trump, about 2 to 5% a month. One attraction is the idea to avoid spiking inflation. That said, some economists still warn on the raise of tariffs affecting inflation. All right, how much we got? 4 minutes? 3 minutes? Not bad. So again, I think that last take is very interesting. But I told you yesterday, even if we get a low print, I don't think coast is clear. I think it'll calm us down for a little bit. So I think Bloomberg is confirming that right there. They think tomorrow retail sales, that's going to be the dagger. But all in all, I care about bonds in the dollar. I don't think we need to look too far ahead with the data literally right around the corner right now. So we'll see. I mean, again, I think surprises are, if it's low, people are going to scratch their head and be like, wait a minute, I thought inflation was high. But again, that'll call things down. But then the next part will be if it's hot, I don't like the hot outcome. So again, I think we could handle 0.3, 0.4, but anything above that, I do think you might start playing with Pandora's box. Because like I'm saying, I'm telling you, the evidence of inflation, even down to commodities, isn't really materializing. But if you start to get official data highlighting a month-over-month pace that you saw in 2021 and 2022, I don't think that'll be good for people's psychology right now. I don't think that is going to help out the bond market or anybody, really. So the upside surprise, I think, is much more deadly than inflation coming in lower, but we'll see. Are you guys ready or what? You got a minute and a half. Guys are talking inflation and rates in the locker room. No. After that one time where I played basketball at the gym, and then the next day an old naked guy tried to talk to me when I was in the bathroom, I ain't talking to nobody at the gym ever. So no inflation, no rate. I'll talk to you, youtube.com/the stock market live. I'll see you here for all of the data. We got 1 minute, baby. We got 1 minute. Good morning, sunshine. Good morning, sunshine. Is that the song? I don't think that's even the song. All righty. So get ready. You got about 45 seconds. Again, you could go to the BLS website to get all of the data. So that'll be there. Oh, wait. I got to turn on the wire. No. Oh, no. Where is the wire? I don't have the wire. Okay, we got 30 seconds. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Why isn't it loading up, man? Oh, I blew it. Go, 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 go. All right, 20 seconds. I think I'm going to get it right in time for you. Boom. Are we in the game? We're in the game. Beautiful. 3, 2, 1. Burp. And we're off. Oh, you got to pop on the bonds for now. So that's a good sign. And where are we at? 0.4 month over month. Estimate was 0.4. And then core came in lower. A little bit of best of both worlds. Man, if I start hearing the word Goldilocks, I'm going to slap somebody in the face. But I hate to break it, they're going to say it. Because now you have headline in line at the high end at 0.4. But now you have core coming down lower. So, again, core is at 2.9. That was estimating. Month over month was 0.2 versus 0.3. That's much lower. I'm going to have to go through the details there. I think core just kind of dodged a bullet there. Headline is hot, but that doesn't even factor in oil because, again, this is 2 months old. So this doesn't even count for the 10% rise in oil, but headline is still up. That's probably going to be travel, airlines, and insurance. But, yeah. You're already up 1% on the futures. The bonds are barely moving, though. So, again, this is a little different of an outcome. But in the sense now, headline hot, core is a little lower. But now you're going to pretty much play this dynamic. I think equities are going to do much better today. And then I don't know about the bonds still. So, remember what happened yesterday. You had very kind of a similar read. I'm sure the dollar is dying right now. But remember, equities, they were free to move a little bit more than the bonds. Yeah, dollar's already down by 0.4. So it's all a good sign. Good initial reaction. I wouldn't call it good. I wouldn't call it bad. I'm calling it right in the middle. So again, headline bad, but not higher than the 0.4, but still crazy that it hit that. But then core coming down, I think, is the first good sign. Yeah. So again, headline expected, core hinting relief. That's already what I'm seeing on the headlines. Let's go through the BLS website. That's hilarious. So, again, I think that could have been the surprise. I don't think anybody forecasted headline up, core down. So, once again, hi. Well, bull trap, I mean, that'll be dependent on the bonds. But like I'm saying, I don't think that data today, this isn't clear enough to make it easy for the bonds. Like I'm saying, I would use yesterday as a template. I think the stock market will be a little bit more free. If the bonds want to follow along, great. That'll add more relief. But bonds at one moment, they're probably going to stop. But for now, I think equities are going to like it. Again, at the yes, inflation higher headline. You already had that worry, but core coming down introduced a little bit of calm. Now, keep in mind, people are looking at retail sales tomorrow. So that's going to have another effect. All right, BLS, CPI. Yep, January 15th. Bitcoin shooting up. Again, now think about all of the Trump trades. Remember, that's the next catalyst beyond any of the macro events, Japan, China, end of the week. So increased by 0.4, seasonally adjusted after rising 0.3. Over the last 12 months, all items increased 2.9 before seasonal adjustment. Energy rose. Again, energy wasn't even up that much. So a headline could be hotter next time. I don't think that's a good sign. But for now, gasoline 4.4. Index for food increased by 0.3. Food away from home by 0.3. All items less food and energy rose This is the good part right here. Again, that's core. After increasing 0.3 in each of the previous 4 months. So literally, today's core reading, that was your lowest core reading in a quarter, a little bit more. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of odd. But that, again, for how worried everybody was about inflation, that core reading just came in below average. I think that's below the 12-month average, for crying out loud. Yeah, 2.9 after rising 2.7. All item. Oh, no, the average is 3.2. But, yeah, you're still running below 3, though. And then you're still above the Fed's target. So, again, the headline, that doesn't look good. And this would have scared you if core went up. But the fact that core went down, I think everyone's ignoring this one a little bit more. Like I'm saying, we'll see the first 15 minutes. It's still running up there, bonds and stocks. Okay, food rose by 0.3. Non-alcoholic beverages fell by 0.3 after rising 1.5. Food away from home rose by 0.3. Index for food at home rose 1.8 over the last 12 months. Food away from home 3.6 over the year. Energy increased 2.6 after, so again, energy was huge in December, but that doesn't even account for the run-up that you just saw in January. And now traders price in Fed cut by July versus September. Hot dog. Chattadonia. So, I don't know. I haven't heard the word Goldilocks yet, but I will tell you now, you got crackheads pricing in rate cuts again. So, again, think about it. Last non-farm payroll, you were pricing out rate cuts. So, funny how quickly we could do that again. But, yeah, that's happening right now. That's hitting the wire. All right, energy. Yeah, energy's weird, bro. Gasoline and energy all ran up like 4% on the month. So, I don't know. The last 12 months, it's been going down. So, yeah, the month over month was there. That was very high. All food items, 0.2. Medical care was 0.1. That actually wasn't a lot. Hospital, 0.2. Airline rose 3.9. So, yeah, airlines are actually disgusting. That was a big, big driver there. Used cars and trucks was rose by 1.2 after going up by 0.5. Personal care fell by 0.2. All right. And then you could go category by category if you'd like. I didn't say anything on hotels, but airlines. We could go for it. Food at home. Energy is the only thing that like went crazy. But again, technically it shouldn't have because it lagged, and then those are the only components that were negative on the year. Shelter barely went up. Shelter 0.3. So again, inflation is still kind of a problem. Yeah, I don't know. Shelter is still 0.3. I don't think that's good. I haven't seen the lodging. Lodging went down? That makes no damn sense. Yeah, so hotels and lodging barely moved. Or no, that might be the weighting. No, they went up 3.2. Yeah, that's a lot. And then 3.7. And then, but shelter, even just core, super core, still at 0.3. That is refusing to drop, but not bad. Again, I think you kind of dodged a bullet, but I think yesterday's 7 hours showed you something. I think you're going to dance a little bit, but generally that core number, a little bit of bad news on the headline, but that core is just, I think it's there. Headline was hot, but core came in lower. That was the lowest core reading in about 4 months, which is odd. And then again, the components, some of it was holiday-driven, airlines and hotels, but energy was the big one. I think real estate is still a problem. I don't know if Powell and the Fed want to address that elephant in the room, but other than that, I think, again, you don't have to believe the data. We had this talk. They even talked about it on Bloomberg this morning. You don't have to believe the data. The point is the Fed is going to react to this data. So all said and done, that low core reading, that's getting people to price in rate cuts again. And then at the same time, the hot headline still kind of keeps the idea that, it's not cool. It still did get a little hot, but the thing that really scares you didn't get that bad. So not bad. It's only been about 8 minutes, though. All right, let's see what we got. The interest rate showed a total of 36 cuts for the year, about 9 more than yesterday. The first reduction is fully priced in by July now. Bond yields fall after it. 10 years starting to move before the numbers. Showed core coming in below. That's weakening the dollar and contributing to a sharp jump in equity. David Kelly of JP Morgan says he expected the softer print. The economy left to itself chugging along. So again, people are already calling it softer. They're ignoring the headline. They're just looking at core. So the 0.2 core reading should have been thought as a huge surprise. 32 of 71 predicted an outcome. In terms of where inflation eased up, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says personal care, communication, and alcohol were among the categories that decreased over the month. Then shelter, airfare, used cars, and energy. Those are the ones that brought you up. Yeah, energy was literally 40% of all month over month. It was a good news reading for the Fed, but it's hard to see rate cuts coming back into play. And then Goldilocks. Yeah. No. So an analyst said Goldilocks within 2 minutes of it coming out. So yeah. Sorry, guys. So usually, I don't know if you've been here long enough, but there's days where it's like really bad news. There's days where it's really good news. And then there's the days where like today, it could have gotten absolutely clapped. And then some little mother with porridge pull up and it's Goldilocks now, bro. It's Goldilocks. Now, it wasn't too hot. It wasn't too cold. You know, you could have had bad. You could have had good. What if you got both? And now you got Goldilocks. Yeah, they're doing the Goldilocks again. Shame on me for not seeing it coming. But like I said, I wasn't really expecting, I did not expect core down, headline up. I don't really think many did. There was analysts who expected core to come down, but I don't think they expected headline to go up. So that's the weird dynamic about today, but it is definitely calming some people down. So not too bad. Well, yeah, now that's the thing that sucks, though. Do you guys not realize it? Because, again, I told you the idea yesterday where I was like, listen, even if it's a good print, I don't think that stops the bond pressure. I think it just buys you time. So now the bonds aren't going to break 5 today, but now you're going to, this is just going to kind of buy us a little bit of time. So we will see. But Chattadonia, I think that's good for now. Keep it 4 minutes. Watch for the first algo pivot and then play it 15 minutes at the time. And then at that point, I'm going to go get you guys your news ready. How does that sound? Does that sound good? No, this does not invalidate any of the levels that I told you about. No. So all of the levels still remain. You'll notice where you're topping out right now, this is that first gap fill level. So our next level today is really going to be between 592, 594.80, all the way to 597. That's if you go off of the chart, right? That is straight technical bullshit. However, the option chain is pricing in 1.1, and you, my brother, have already overshot that. So take that, find a middle ground. This is one level. Any level is an overshoot, but this level works technically. Everything after there is just going to be a matter of momentum, overshoot, and then how we feel about it all. But great question. So that being said, let me get it, baby. You're going to Mexico? If you don't, you're going to donate your seed phrase to the chat. Be careful, bro. Listen, Mexico's safe as long as you're not doing weird crypto shit. That's it. So I know you do crypto shit. I don't think you do weird crypto shit, but the only time if you're oh, I'm going to Mexico and I'm worried about, as if you're robbing the cartel. So as long as you just get a pina colada, a tan, stay on the resort, don't get in any weird crypto activities, I think you're going to be good, and I'm going to pray for you too. So we good, baby. Have fun. Enjoy it.
You don't want to be.
All right, let me go get you this news. I'll be right back.
You're nervous being at 1 because it's too close to 0.
Well, you don't want to be too high, or you're setting off.
I don't think 3 is going to be part of the discussion the Fed is going to have.
Do you think 2.5's okay?
I think that when you're trying to steer an oil tanker, you can't get it through a very tiny gap.
Like the Suez Canal.
Exactly. I think what you need is to say, we were aiming for a 1.5 to 2.5% range.
Rick, what were you saying? You don't agree with moving the goalposts?
No, I think Mohammed and I are very good friends. I think his interpretation that, moving the goalposts isn't a horrible thing. You can move it to 2.5. It's all arbitrary. You know what? Many people ask me constantly, what would be the trigger, the catalyst to set this tinderbox of debt on fire? That would be it, in my opinion. I think the market would penalize the Federal Reserve for moving the goalposts in a very, very large way, in my opinion. And I think inflation's sticky. I don't think we're ever going to see the 2% in the next year or two, if at all. And I think when we base all of this on expectations, the market got a little fearful that maybe we're going to see even worse numbers, but ultimately look for more steepening. We're still holding above 40 basis points in the 2s to 10s, and all the happy talk on inflation, well, you could keep talking. I just don't see it in the reality of the markets or the numbers.
And explain that, because you're now looking at 470 on the 10-year. We've come down pretty significantly, but where do you look next, Rick? What's the next key that we should be watching?
I would say the yield curve is probably your best bet in terms of trying to gauge where long rates are headed and will there be any relief in the near future. And I think based on the steady steepening of the curve, the answer to that would be no.
And Priya, you're agreeing with Rick. It looks like you're shaking your head.
I do think the long end matters much more for the economy. And I think the long end is, some of it is inflation, some of it is this Fed fear, but it's really fiscal. I mean, which is why, Peter, to your point, it's been a global move. Globally, we have a supply of duration, and the price-insensitive buyers, which were either reserve managers or central banks, they're stepping away. So we have to create a level where people buy duration and they see value in buying treasuries.
Institutional buyers.
Right. Price-sensitive buyers, the ones who are looking at mark-to-market every day, they need some clarity around how much more supply is there going to be. So what I'm watching for, we hear from Scott Bessent tomorrow. Are we talking about that 3% deficit target? Is he serious? Is Doge going to be serious in terms of being able to fund? So we extend the TCJA tax cuts. That's $4-5 trillion. Right. Where's the offset there? I don't think that's stimulus necessarily, because it's just keeping things status quo.
And Peter, I'll give you the last word on this. What does that mean from the equity markets perspective?
Well, if rates, one of the things that benefited stocks last year was the Fed's going to cut interest rates. It's going to save us all. Yields are going to fall across the curve. And I think in the end of last year, we sort of got mugged by reality that the Fed doesn't have control over the entire yield curve. And the long end is sort of speaking for itself. So the Fed, in a way, is much less relevant in its ability to alter where long end interest rates are going to go. Therefore, if we're ever going to see a multiple compression after the multiple expansion we saw, it would be market interest rates that stay elevated.
Okay. I want to thank our panel this morning. Peter, Priya, Steve, Rick, all of you.
All right, coming up, investors will be back on Fed Watch following the latest round of inflation data. We're going to speak with former Fed Vice Chair Roger Ferguson and how the central bank is likely to view today's numbers. We didn't mention it, but Andrew, it's risk on, but it's also more cut. Bitcoin immediately spike. Like you can see it on a chart. It looked like all the other
Bitcoin immediately.
I don't know what that is.
Prospect for more.
Is that an inflation
cuts.
trade?
Yeah. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. They just.
All right. Hold on. I'm still getting ready. I'm getting your pre-market movers and all that.
To me, one thing I think we still are waiting on, though, we're going to have executive orders on energy, on immigration. What does Donald Trump do when it comes to tariffs? There are two competing factions with his incoming administration. Not even all of these plans have been put in front of him, so he has yet to make a decision. Is it going to be what he promised?
No, this helps the FXY trade.
Blanket tariffs,
so hopefully it gaps up enough where we can make it free. But yeah.
Or is it
no, this is all in favor of it. You don't even have the rumor yet.
Has talked about 2-5%
They're already talking again. Scott Bessent's tomorrow. I told you that yesterday.
When it's starting to buy,
but now CNBC and them just brought that up.
Get that anytime soon. Any clarity? Again, I go back to this idea. I keep seeing commentary over and over that this bond market is waiting for clarity and that we will get it once we get all those executive orders coming through. Unpredictability is a feature, not a bug of Trump's policy outlook. If you are waiting for some kind of clarity, that might be a problem. And again, it's this idea that longer term yields are going to continue to be higher because we're not going to get that clarity at least anytime soon.
We're getting whipsawed. Data point to data point, and we get another data point or two next week from the incoming president, Donald Trump. If you're just joining us, moments ago, a little bit early this morning, about 17, 18 minutes ago, inflation came in a little bit lower than expected at 0.2% on core inflation, month over month. Stripping out food and energy, it comes in at 0.2. The estimate was 0.3. Unlocks much lower bond yields across the curve. On a 2-year, we're down by 8 basis points. On a 10-year, we're down by close to 10. Off the back of that move, push it through foreign exchange. The dollar is weaker. Euro dollar back to about 1 103. And in equities, on the S&P 500 up by 1.6%, the Russell is flying. And as we say all the time, this is the first move. Doesn't mean it's the right move. It's the obvious move. Let's see if this move sticks into the closing bell later on this afternoon. Let's give you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Some breaking news as well from Apollo moments ago with the latest in your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahara Hackett. Say, Yahara.
Hi, John. Exactly. Apollo announcing management changes this morning. According to a company statement, CEO Mark Rowan agreed to a 5-year contract extension. Meanwhile, Jim Zelter, who was just on this program last week, was elevated to president, which is a newly created role. John Zito, who was head of credit, will take Zelter's place as co-president of the asset management business. Meanwhile, shares of the biggest U.S. banks are rising in the pre-market after reporting better than expected fourth quarter results. At J.P. Morgan, traders posting their biggest fourth quarter haul ever, while Wells Fargo boosted its 2025 net interest income forecast. At Goldman Sachs, earnings per share handily beating estimates, and Citi announcing a $20 billion buyback. And Bloomberg News has learned that U.S. health officials plan to ban the artificial food coloring red dye number 3. The announcement could come as early as today, according to people familiar. The dye has been linked to cancer and is in products from candy to cold medicine. That's your Bloomberg brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Check out Apollo. That stock up by 3%. One of the best management teams on the street in asset management. Rowan sticking around for 5 years, a new 5-year contract. Zelter, Danny, getting a promotion.
And this also comes after there was some speculation as to whether Rowan would be going into the Trump administration. This is the kind of succession planning that gets the market excited. Maybe not ones like BlackRock or JP Morgan with...
Yeah, I wasn't going to name names, but you went there.
I'll do it. Why not?
But at least this one's cleaner. I will say that. Up next on the programme, setting you up for the day ahead, looking ahead to an opening bell with equities up right now quite nicely. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Wow. You're gonna keep playing that? Let's see. All right.
Right now on how the Fed is likely to view this week's inflation data.
All right, man. Bonds even going up a little more. If they hold with SPY, that's going to be interesting. But again, wait till the open.
Let's say you happen to get a phone call from Jay Powell right now, and he said, "Did you see the CPI numbers? What do you think I should do about that?"
Look, thank you. Funny way to ask the question. Look, I think the Fed is looking for trends. The market's very excited about a slight move one way or the other. The truth of the matter is, underlying all of this, the economy is strong, the labor market remains strong, and inflation is, if it's moving to the 2%, it's moving glacially. And so I think the answer is you stand pat at the next meeting, wait for more information to get a clearer view. And obviously, we also know fiscal policy is going to come into play as well. So my view is this doesn't change anything. Stay where you were with an expectation of no move at the next meeting, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Are you surprised at the market's reaction thus far? And I think it's fair to say the market is rallying on this news pretty much across the board. But then you also have this interesting sort of risk on. I don't know if it's risk on or what we're deciding this Bitcoin situation is, but as maybe a symbol or barometer of something moving materially higher just as we're speaking. And by the way, the Dow up now 670 points, Roger.
Look, I think the market is getting very sort of data point dependent, and every time it's slightly good news, they take that as an excuse to rally. As we saw yesterday, the initial reaction is a strong rally, and then that sort of fades as the reality of the trend sets in. And so, I'm not totally surprised that we see an initial strong reaction, and we'll watch the rest of the day. But I think the market overall is missing the big trend, which is, the Fed, I think, is in no hurry to cut. I don't think they're ready to raise either. And so inflation's moving sort of sideways, and I think Fed policy for a period of time is going to be on hold, moving sort of sideways with the Fed funds rate as it is today.
But then why is the market missing that? Meaning you've been saying it, others have been saying it.
Roger, I don't think the market now goes up when it thinks it's going to get a rate cut. I don't think that's changed. I think you're right because inflation's good. I think the market was just worried about inflation going back up, and if it can just sort of stay where it is, I think that's very bullish for the market, even if we don't get any cuts, as long as we don't get any hikes this year.
Now they crying. Well, I don't know if you guys remember.
To some degree, a bit
it's
of
all
a
very
relief
recent.
Rally. There may have been.
So just remember, we talked about last week we talked about the worry of 21, 22 and what would happen if the bonds break. And then this week I was just telling you, it's like, hey, if the bonds chill out, that will be bullish. And then we were talking about the 2023 inflation pump fake. They did the same thing in 2023. July 23 to October 23, core and inflation started going up, and everybody freaked out. And then bonds died. They hit a new low. And then right when the data stopped going up, they all calmed down. So we'll see where it's at. But Chetadonia! What's up, baby? You guys got the news. You got to do your thing, but what's going on? Good morning, baby. You got the data. Easy core, hot headline, but that's enough to get you some relief, baby. What up, Sophie? J. Esco, Tyree, baby. Bakersfield in the house. What up, baby? How you doing, Andreas? What up, Kurt McGirt? N.A. Otoko, Tim Whitman. Rob Irwin, baby. Edgar Granados. What's up, baby? How we doing, Mr. Chapato? Mark J. W.C. Nightbot's in the house. Do you guys know him? No? Okay, you guys don't care. Joey, what up, dolls? Get hard, baby. How you living? Dakota. Winning loser, Mopar, Samuel, Ivan, Corn Pop, Mr. Sodano, baby. What's going on? How we living, Brown Tom Crows? Good morning, SK. Good morning, Ivy. Oh, how you doing, Gunner? What up, Stevie boy? What up, Ray Aria? What about that Twitch, baby? What about T-Toxie, Stock Sasquatch, Miss Cherry Cola, the SBR, Charlie in the tree, baby? Good morning. Oh, what up, Blazing Bob, Toy Soldier, Robo Hand Tech, Stereo, Blazing, Feed Me Seymour, Rocky Bow Blowout, Josh Segovia, Uncle Nick, Epic Eric, Dev Patel, Toy Soldier, and Uncle Nick and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, we are a little ahead of schedule. It's very simple, though. Again, I think you guys should all rejoice. It's going to be an easier day than the other ones. Doesn't mean you won't get back and forth volatility, but like I'm saying, you could wipe a little bit of sweat off of your forehead now that the bonds aren't absolutely dying. But now tomorrow you still got more events with retail sales. But that being said, don't let me ruin it all. I hope you're ready for 7 hours. And here is Josh AI with the news, baby. Good morning. He's lagging. It was supposed to come in very artistically, right when I said Josh. All right, Josh AI with the news.
Slow down as
go.
yields sink. Stock futures rose and bond yields sank after a slowdown in consumer prices bolstered speculation. The Federal Reserve will still be able to cut interest rates this year. S&P 500 contracts climbed 1.5%. The yield on 10-year treasuries declined 10 basis points to 4.69%. The dollar spot index fell 0.5%. Swap traders are now pricing A in Fed cut by July versus September previously. The so-called core consumer price index, which excludes food and energy costs, increased 0.2% after rising 0.3% 4 straight months. Bureau of Labor Statistics figures showed Wednesday. From a year ago, it rose 3.2%. Wednesday's softer than expected CPI print offers some relief, especially after last Friday's hot employment numbers that the Fed may be able to still cut interest rates in 2025, said Skylar Winan, Chief Investment Officer at Reagan Capital. Corporate highlights Goldman Sachs Group Inc. cruised past estimates as its equity traders delivered their best year on record. JP Morgan Chase and ComSearch traders scored their biggest fourth quarter haul ever, boosted by volatility tied to the U.S. elections in November. Citigroup Inc. reported trading revenue for the fourth quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. The company also said its board had authorized the repurchase of $20 billion in common stock. Wells Fargo and Company took a $647 million severance charge in the fourth quarter as Chief Executive Officer Charlie Scharf continues to whittle headcount as part of broader efforts to slash costs and remake the bank. BlackRock Inc. hauled in an annual record of $641 billion in client cash, underlining the firm's global reach across stocks and bonds, index and active funds, and increasingly the fast-growing and lucrative market for private assets. NetApp Inc. has agreed to sell a portfolio of cloud software assets it acquired in recent years to Thoma Bravo-backed Flexera U.S. aims to tighten flow of TSMC and Samsung chips to China. The U.S. plans to unveil more regulations aimed at keeping advanced chips made by Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company and other producers from flowing to China, part of a flurry of measures introduced by the Biden administration during its final days in office. The latest measures would seek to encourage chip producers like TSMC, Samsung Electronics Company, and Intel Corps to more carefully scrutinize customers and increase due diligence, according to people familiar with the matter. The changes follow an incident where TSMC-made chips were secretly diverted to the blacklisted Chinese company. Huawei Technologies Company, IEA, sees smaller oil surplus this year on risks to supply. Global oil markets face a smaller surplus this year than previously expected amid stronger demand and new risks to supply. The International Energy Agency said world inventories are set to expand by 725,000 barrels a day in 2025, rather than the 950,000 barrels a day projected before. The advisor to major economies said in a monthly report on Wednesday it fractionally increased global consumption estimates for 2024 and 2025. Musk accused by SEC of cheating Twitter investors out of millions. Elon Musk cheated Twitter shareholders out of more than $150 million by waiting too long to disclose his growing stake in the company as he prepared a takeover bid, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission claimed in a lawsuit filed days before the Trump administration takes over. The agency's complaint, which was immediately disputed by a lawyer for Musk, accuses the billionaire of failing to promptly report that he had amassed more than 5% of the social media platform stock in early 2022, a revelation that would have sent the stock's price up. Because Musk failed to timely disclose his beneficial ownership, he was able to make these purchases from the unsuspecting public at artificially low prices, the regulator said in its civil suit filed in federal court in Washington, D.C. Investors who sold Twitter common stock during this period did so at artificially low prices and thus suffered substantial economic harm. Top overnight news, U.S. President-elect Trump announced on Truth Social that Keith Sonderling will serve as the next United States Deputy Secretary of Labor. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen says the U.S. economy is doing well, but more work needed to invest in infrastructure, labor force, and R&D. Hegseth's odds of being confirmed as Secretary of Defense jumped after his hearing on Tuesday. Senator Ernst came out Tuesday night and said she would back him for the role, a key endorsement. Politico, the U.S. is planning to unveil additional regulations designed to keep advanced chips made by TSMC 2330 TTTSM and Samsung Electronics 005930KS from flowing to China, BBG. China's central bank injected a near record high amount of liquidity into the banking system to help meet demand for cash, even as it looks to support the yuan. The People's Bank of China on Wednesday pumped $959.5 billion win, or about $130.9 billion worth of liquidity via 7-day reverse repurchase agreement, and the second highest amount on record. WSJ, the Bank of Japan, will debate whether to raise interest rates next week, Governor Kazuo Ueda said on Wednesday, signaling its intention to take borrowing costs higher, barring a Trump-driven market shock. The remarks, which echo those made by BOJ Deputy Governor Ryoso Himino on Tuesday, pushed up the yen as markets continued to price in the chance of a rate hike at the bank's next policy meeting on Jan 23-24 RTRS. South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol was arrested in a pre-dawn operation for questioning over his martial law move. Yoon can be held for 48 hours and, with a warrant, could be detained for up to 20 days. BBG, UK inflation undershoots the street, won the December headline CPI coming in at plus 2.5% versus the street plus 2.6%. Core CPI at plus 3.2% versus the street plus 3.4%. And services CPI plus 4.4% versus the street plus 4.8%. RTRS, Germany's economy shrank 0.2% in 2024 as expected, marking the first time GDP fell for 2 years in a row since 1950. BBG, global oil markets face a surplus of 725,000 BD this year, smaller than an earlier forecast amid stronger demand and new risks to supply, the IEA said. BBG equal weight S&P ETF sees a spike of inflows as investors worry about the market being increasingly imbalanced due to huge gains from mega-cap tech stocks. The Invesco S&P 500 equal weight exchange traded fund took in about $14.4 billion in the second half of 2024 and $17 billion for the total year. FT. There's more. S&P futures, they're about 1.4 Wednesday morning trading near best levels following softer December core CPI. Comes after U.S. equities finished mostly higher on Tuesday with small caps, commodity equities, banks, capital goods, builders, and airlines outperforming, while big tech lagged down for the fifth straight session, as did healthcare. Treasuries notably firmer across the curve. Dollar is down by 0.1. Gold is up by 1.1. Bitcoin up by 0.8. And WTI is up by 0.8. Futures rallying in the wake of softer than feared core reading, helping to ease some inflationary fears and sparking a pullback in treasury yields after the big month run-up. Bank earnings in the other area of focus, with markets particularly interested in potential for 25 rebound in capital markets and C&I loan growth. Big tech still facing scrutiny, though some cushion from cyclical value rotation. Trump 2.0 policy uncertainty still a high-profile overhang. Cooler UK inflation and hawkish comments from Bank of Japan Ueda ahead of next week's meeting. Headline came up by 0.4 month over month, a bit hotter than consensus on higher food and energy. However, big focus on core coming in a touch lower, up by 0.2 rather than 0.3. Shelter was roughly in line with November. Report follows yesterday's lower than expected core PPI reading. Elsewhere, January New York Fed Empire Manufacturing Survey weaker than forecast. Sharp fall in new orders and shipments, though optimism was better. Fed Beige Book out this afternoon. Fed Barkin, Kashkari, Williams, Goolsbee all scheduled to speak today. Retail sales, import prices, home builder sentiment, and claims set for Thursday, along with Bessett confirmation hearing. Industrial production, housing starts, and building permits cap off the week on Friday. Big banks kicked off Q4. JPM beat with trading and credit, some of the standouts, while also guiding 25 net interest income above the street. Wells Fargo EPS ahead despite slightly weaker revenue, with NII and NIM surprising the upside, and 25 NII guidance better. Goldman beat with trading bright spot, though IB a bit light. BK helped by a better deposit trend, while 25 outlook another positive. BLK beat with inflows as standout and talked up client activity acceleration. Pepsi reportedly in talks to take minority stake in Halidrom Snacks Foods. Bloomberg reported FTC preparing lawsuit against DE over allegations of agriculture equipment repair practice violating competition laws. APD pre-announced slightly better fiscal Q1. Biogen CEO told Reuters they do not feel the need to chase acquisitions. DLO CEO said to be was approached by a suitor last year, but conversations did not go anywhere because the company is not for sale. And then APLD beat, but no color on lease timing. Wow. Street expects. Where is it? So Street expects another bumpy day for U.S. stocks should inflation number miss in either direction. Some bond traders betting relentless sell-off in treasuries will soon lose momentum amid question about Trump policies. Investors pour billions in S&P equal weight fund on growing concerns. Goldman Costin says U.S. mid-cap are attractive right now and cheaper valuation versus larger peers. U.S. core inflation to have remained steady. U.S. imports from China finished 24 strong after some companies stockpiled shipments ahead of Trump 2.0. Economists say L.A. wildfires to have limited impact impact on national output, but long-term impact significant. UK inflation unexpectedly slows to 2.5% in December, paving way for Bank of England. UK retailers warn of price hikes as budget tax increase looms. UK business confidence plummets to 2-year low following labor budget. German economy posts second consecutive year of contraction. Japan manufacturer sentiment recovers slightly, though outlook unchanged from China woes and Trump policy. South Korea unemployment rises to highest level since mid-21. Fall in household loans eases debt concerns. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda says rate hike to be discussed next week. PBOC makes second largest net liquidity injection via 7-day reverse repos. Bank of England easing bets up on softer UK inflation, with money markets fully pricing in 2 quarter-point cuts for 25. ECB de Guendo says risk have shifted from high inflation to low growth. ECB economist Lane says inflation to ease in 25, but rate path uncertain. Bank of Korea expected to cut rates by 25 on Thursday amid growing concerns over economy. Trump vows to create external revenue service to collect tariff duties. Trump pick for transport department says will cut red tape, slowing big infrastructure projects if confirmed for the role. Incoming Secretary of State Marco Rubio to offer harsh critique of China in confirmation hearing. Senate Republicans rally around Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth during confirmation hearing. NVIDIA stellar $3 trillion rally on edge as chipmaker sales growth is slowing and competition rising. Trump election win accelerates cultural shift in nation boardrooms, resulting in an unwind of DEI. OpenAI appoints powerful dealmaker to board to push forward with moves to become for-profit. Tesla plans to suspend part of lines of manufacturing of the recently refreshed Model Y SUV in Shanghai. FTC preparing lawsuit against Deere over allegations of repair practices. Intel planning to turn a VC arm in a separate fund with new name, giving it freedom to raise capital from other sources. SEC sues Elon, claiming he failed to disclose major Twitter purchase. TikTok plans to shut off its app for U.S. users on Sunday, according to the information. Nippon Steel executive says company wants to work with Trump on U.S. steel. IEA says global market faces smaller surplus. Israel-Hamas trade accusations over delay to ceasefire and hostage deal with final confirmation still due. U.S. to tighten restrictions on sales of advanced chips to China produced by firms like TSMC and Samsung. Canada floats defense purchase and critical mineral alliance to deter U.S. tariff. Trump advisors are quietly backing away from campaign promise to end the Ukraine war on day one. EU weighing new curbs on import of Russian aluminum and LNG, banning more banks from SWIFT. South Korea investigators arrest President Yoon for questioning over martial law declaration. French PM Bayrou offers to renegotiate pension law, but no confidence vote still possible. Wow. Chadadonia. That's a lot, but we're so early. So that's the good part. So we got some pre-market movers. I know, wow, Habibi, wow, so much, wow. So much a headline. How does a core go down, but the headline go up? The people like it. They worry inflation, no inflation. Who is Jerome? Is Jerome finished? Okay. Anyways. Pre-market movers. Wells Fargo. Again, I already gave you all the updates on the bank, so the earnings explanation. MO and Philip Morris dying right now. There might be some cigarette stuff. Maybe they banned Newports on the final day. I don't know. Wells Fargo up by 3.5 earnings. Citi 3.5 earnings. BOK 3.4 earnings. BK 2.7 earnings. EQT. China Commerce Ministry. China strongly dissatisfied with and firmly opposes recent U.S. trade restrictions. EQT is up by 2.0. Berenstein upgrade. SoFi is up by 1.9. William Blair initiates outperform. Goldman up 1.8 off earnings. Doc up 1.8. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Affirm up 1.7. William Blair initiates outperform. DVN up 1.2. Berenstein upgrade. EIX up 1.1. Ladenburg. Thalman upgrade. JP Morgan up 0.4 off earnings. Tigo is up by 10. Resumes regular dividend and new shareholder remuneration policy. AMRX is up by 5 off guidance. Plug up 3.0. Purchase agreement with Allied Green Ammonia. NEO is up by 3.6. Full-year guidance and long-term range growth plan. Pony is up by 2.1. Approval for China for autonomous truck platooning test. OSTX is up by 50. Phase 2B trial achieves primary endpoint. Mass is up by 20. Preliminary Q4 results. RR is up by 16. Earnings. Rapid up 15.6 off guidance. MGIH is up by 11. CNTX up 11.1. Trial update. COG-T 8.4. Insider buy. NRGV up 4, AMPY up 2.6, merger agreement with privately held Juniper Capital. Quantum-related stocks going higher after Microsoft blog 2025, the year to become quantum ready. So again, that's your little headline pump. GMAB down by 5.8, disclosed 25 pipeline at JP Morgan Health Conference. Intuit down by 1.1, BNP Paribas downgrade. Genie, GENI down by 4.3, 17 million offering. APLD down by 4 off earnings. PI down 3.5, reaffirms guidance. LICY down 19, common stock offering. Cross down 16, voluntarily halts dosing of trial. SHLS down by 12.1, RBC Capital comments. And then PRTH down by 7.3, offering for holders of indeterminate amount. And then Down Detector, Instagram is apparently down. Jensen, I saw the old Jensen news that brought it down earlier. And then again, apparently yesterday you had the Rigetti Microsoft IonQ came out with something. And then there was a blog post by Microsoft saying this is the year to become quantum ready. So yeah. Oh no. The city calls are going to be dead. I don't know how many times I could reiterate that, but even though they did good, we ran out of time. So we could cry together, we could laugh together, we could get mad together. I don't know, but you're probably going to have to go for a double dip, sadly. Yeah, I like no regrets, but it is what it is. The idea was there, the timing was not. But we have so much time, bro. Oh my goodness. You like the thumbnail? I had many options for the thumbnail. I could show you them later if you would like to see them. Is it too late to add NVO? I just bought it and it's up, so I don't know. I don't like buying shit that's up. I'm a weirdo about it, but at the end of the day, like I said yesterday, use me as a starting point and try to do better than what I do. Because it's not like I'm perfect, and you've watched me fail a lot, especially on my intrays. Usually the longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. So usually right when I get a trade, it's going to fluctuate a lot. So keep an eye out for it and really just think about it. But, don't force things. Let it come. Even your timing, your checks, That's why I get my monthly deposit. Just work with it. Don't get too much FOMO. It's not bad. It's not the best. It's a little higher, still around the same price, but let it come to you. You don't need to force anything, baby. You don't need to force anything. But Chad, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram and at the Trading Fraternity, Real Cult News on Twitter, and then I will be right back. Okay, I will be right back. Please hold. Please hold. And then the yen's ripping, so that's good too. All of it, bonds. Again, we're going to get a little bit of relief today.
Will you stay around maybe a few more years? Base case right now?
We have
and Diamond's answer is yes.
Rising. Coming up,
base
case.
I don't know who's going to commercial.
Yeah, I think I know the bid ask there is probably like 4 to 5 years. I mean, he's going to have been in that job over 20-something years. By the way, did you see Mark Rowan extends for 5 years at Apollo?
He's your buddy. I don't know. He's your guy.
You guys have so many.
You're damn right he's my buddy.
Your pal.
You can't have him.
Diamond's from Queens. I guess you guys love that stuff too.
And went to Tufts. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah, Tufts. That's right. Fantastic.
Yeah. So we got that. He's my buddy too.
Take a look at the pre-market. As you can see, we're in for a major up open on this weaker than expected core CPI number. We'll get to that. Talk more about quantum getting some new life today on this Microsoft blog and some NVIDIA news. And of course, we'll talk about the relief efforts in the California fires. Take a look at futures. Squawk on the Streets back in a minute.
Squawk on the street. It's super early. Good morning. Unban you? Nah, man. Just be yourself, bro. Be yourself. You try to be like this, funny reply guy. Just be you, bro. I liked you before you did that. So that's it, man. Sorry. I'll see you later, though. Just be you, bro. Just be you. Don't force it, man. It's easy to fit in 2025, man. Y'all just be yourself. Be chill, bro. You don't have to adopt the culture of TikTok to try to fit in, man. I love you, bro. You see, it's all vibes, baby. It's all vibes. Being myself will get you banned. I mean, we'll see, but at that point, then you might just not have self-control. There's two parts of it. Imagine the things that I could say I have 7 hours, So I don't know. You tell me. But Chadadonia, I hope you're feeling good.
I hope you're feeling blessed, but we've got everything out of the way, man. So I do have a couple of plays for you. I would like to hear your plays, so might as well. You're here right now, and you tell me, baby, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Let's go. Portfolio recovery, CGC, ES short, Rigetti, XSP call, push-ups, IWM, TLT call, XLF call, NVIDIA call, Uber, 100 leverage shares, Win, Tesla, Coca-Cola calls, all long, GHIV, oh, that's a throwback, Wells Fargo calls, Cryover, QQQ puts, FXY calls, SPY calls, XRP, Hershey call, no play, profit on SPY, Monster, BOK, Monster 380 call, Tesla call, Soundshare, DJT, sit and watch, Cubic call, day trade the VIX, sell all my calls, Uber call, sell in fear, Trump trade, SPY, NVIDIA, Bitcoin long, Eli Lilly call, hold an MSTY dividend, Euro USD. Ooh, Preform just messed up the whole chat, but I love him. He just shows so much love. I got to scroll up now. NVO. Oh, the Twitch ain't even got plays. Shorting SMTC, Tesla. Oh, there you go. They got a little bit. Law Terp, SoFi. Good morning, Huddle. God bless Preforms. Meta, and the final plays. NVIDIA 150 for February 14th. Loading fart token. SPY calls 5950. And MSTR call. Let's go. So Chattadonia. That's a good one. I don't know. I had a couple of plays that I wanted today. But the reality is that FXY is probably going to carry us today, assuming it doesn't flip. But even then, I like that setup. So I am going to be watching FXY. I am going to be watching TLT. Again, we were waiting for the data. If you watch yesterday's watch list, I mean, I kept saying bonds, dollar, bonds, dollar. So we're going to be watching TLT and the dollar, and then keep an eye, Citi, JP Morgan, Goldman. They all did good. JP Morgan didn't move as much, so maybe we could get a post-earnings one. But other than that, watch XLV if they could start to recover. KRE, any of the Trump trades. Deere is going to get sued by the government. See how that plays out. Pepsi's talking buyouts. And then DLO rejected an offer, but we'll see how the follow-up is. And then Pony, Pony. It has AI in the name, and now they have news this morning with China and like cars and shit. I think that might be your small cap play. I'm probably not going to play it, but at least I'm telling you now. So, that being said, bro, we have so much time. I think it's a Chinese company, but it's AI. But they have their headline now, and just good luck. But is there any questions? Is there any questions that you have? We got 10 minutes, 5 minutes until the pledge. Yen breaking out, bonds holding up still. First 15. Remember, this is level number 1. So if you guys go back to you're actually slightly above it, but you're like right at that level we put on the watch list. You're going to have a couple more zones here, and then we're going to play this little range of gap filling. So we will see. My Twitter account is Real Colt News. So let me see if I can find it. Are you out of? I don't think you're out of the gulag, but you get like, I don't know. Have you ever seen them old like war movies where they used to torture my cousins? I don't know, like Guantanamo. And then if they answer the question right, they give them like sushi. So I think you're still in prison of inflation expectations, but today you get sushi for answering the core CPI question right, if that makes any sense. I think you got a nice meal today. You're not going to get waterboarded by the bond market, but at the end of the day, you know, one false move with data, they'll waterboard you real quick. So that's how I feel about it. That's what I pretty much said yesterday. I think the downside made a lot more sense. Not that it had to happen, but like the downside just would have cascaded. It would have wrecked everything in its path. But the upside, like we were saying, expectations are hard to shake. So it'll give you relief, but I don't think it takes you out of the woods just yet. So here's the Twitter, Real Colt News. I don't know. There you go. I got it saved for you. But yeah, that's me. That's not me, but that's me, if that makes any sense. So there you go. I'll pin that up there for you. Be safe. Is there any other questions? Watch list, long term. We added NVO to the long term yesterday. So that's doing a little bit better. But other than that, again, I really think yesterday, though, watch how yesterday played out. You don't have the bonds running up yesterday, but Yesterday, you had a day where stocks moved right away and then bonds kind of confused things, but the SPY was going, half a point up, half a point down. So we will see. My thoughts on commodity oil post CPI. I think energy is something to watch because that shouldn't have been too high, but it did go up on this one. Other than that, though, you could calm down for a little bit, like I'm saying. But in general, if inflation rockets up, commodity and oils. Today's data says you might calm down on that. But once again, if retail sales are hot tomorrow, any of that data next week, then we're going to have a problem. Home building for California, I don't think it's going to be a play, to be honest. A lot of people keep bringing it up. I don't even think the insurance plays will be that crazy, but the home builders are responding to earnings and, like, nationally, some of the other factors that are helping them bottom out. So I just wouldn't even tie in. It has some influence, the fires, but I don't view it as like a play, if that makes any sense, because I don't think it'll be that big of a driver. Good question, though. The watch list is, only on YouTube. It's about 5 p.m., 6 p.m. every night. YouTube.com/The Trading Fraternity. It's the second link on Twitter. I think it's on the Twitch. I don't know. Would I wait for NVIDIA to go lower for the long term or go to I would have to, NVIDIA has to go really, really low for me to buy that. And otherwise, I would take UPS or NVO or Hershey's or Win or Nike, a lot of the other names I'm looking at. But, if NVIDIA gave up 2-3 years of gains, then yeah. And, like, honestly, I mean, like I said, I know it was a couple of years ago. We're far from it, but I was explaining, somebody commented on it yesterday. They've been in the chat for a couple of months. They're like, wait, you own Meta? And they were confused how much Meta we have. So think about it. I bought Meta pretty recently. I just waited till it gave up like 5 years of gains in 1 month. You know what I'm saying? So I would need a very, very low price to get into NVIDIA. In the meantime, I'll probably take this stuff that's an opportunity right in front of me. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. No, not old Meta. It's the Meta I bought in front of you guys at 90 in 2022. So like I'm saying, it's just that even when I'm like, NVIDIA has to come down a lot, I know some people are like, that's impossible. But, you've seen stuff like that happen. And that's why I'm like, that's the level I have for the big growth ones. Even NVO is a big name. It's huge. At least we waited till it gave up like a year or two of gains and then went from there. So, Chatadonia, awesome questions, man. I appreciate y'all. That was a very, very fun way to get into this. Y'all had some very, very good questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the chat. I hope you are doing good. But here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So for real, man, on behalf of myself and everybody, if you have served this country, even your families, thank you for giving up so much. Whether or not you have met us, agreed with the politics or not, a lot of y'all have sacrificed for the freedoms of your fellow brothers and sisters. It does not go unnoticed. It is easy to take for granted, and that's why I think the least we could do is show you this love and appreciation and shout you out, and I hope you know you are loved and appreciated, and at the very least, I don't know what it means, but thank you. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you hear it a lot, but thank you, thank you, thank you. And I know thousands of others here feel the same way. So veterans, God bless you, and shout out to all of you and your families, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of a jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, Chadadonia. CPI and all. Are you ready or what? Are you ready or what? Oh, man. Chadadonia. Chadadonia. You ready? Game time. It's only Wednesday, too. All righty. All right, ladies. Yeah. What's cooler than cool? Ice cold. All right. Meta popping. All right, I'm going to be watching those yen plays right off the open. Again, you could get greedy if you like. You still have another week on the rumor. Otherwise, make it free if possible. Bling, bling. Then we're going to keep an eye on a couple of the other plays. And then bank stocks, you might get some post-earnings. Again, JP Morgan, they haven't really moved much. I think those options will be a lot cheaper. We'll see where those cities are at if we can monetize them, but I highly doubt it. Other than that, we got about 1 minute. That's enough time to like the video. You have any questions, you let me know. You got the Twitter, anything else you need, feel free to ask. Read the rules, don't get banned, and happy 7 hours, my friends. Oh, wait. Hold on, I'm going to get me a carbo, bro. Hold on, I still got ties early. I've been up for an hour. Hold on. Perfect timing. There it is. All right. 30 seconds. Affirm. Didn't they have a headline? I thought they did. I'm seeing people saying buy the dip. I mean, it makes sense, but like I'm saying, just have a little bit of caution because of retail sales tomorrow. And like I'm saying, it's just this eases us up, but I don't know if this is going to make every reporter walk back their inflation fear porn for the last 3 months. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see how that all plays out. Round 1. Fight. All right, I'm looking at JP Morgan first. Yeah, cities are all... they're dead. No bid, but they haven't asked. Maybe we'll get lucky, though. But I doubt it. I'm in a cult. All right. And then JP Morgan. City's only up 4. Honestly, City should be up a lot more. I think they did one of the better ones. JP Morgan didn't get bad, but they showed them no love. All right. Oh, business. 10 of them. My man. Yo, God bless you. I'm going to give you a real horn once I get this play. That's crazy. Yeah, watch the REITs, though. That could be one with the bonds, but I didn't really think about that till now. Bro, what little scammers? All right, well, it didn't fill my order. It filled the other one. It filled somebody above me. And then the FXYs are up like, what, 60% now? So you could kind of make them free. You could at least get half of them. But again, the spread's kind of wicked. All right. Are bad retail sales good? Yes. So you don't want retail sales if they're hot tomorrow. I think that could unwind whatever bond progress you have. Not necessarily stocks, but at the very least, the bonds. I didn't get filled on anything. I put in an order and it wouldn't fill me, and then they lowered it, and then they filled somebody else. So I have an open order, but I did not get filled. Arquite up 11. Watch some of the other, what's it called? XLV's running. Watch some of the other, what was it? The other real estate stocks. They could be there. APLD, is this the one? All right. Okay, I don't think that play is going to be for me. Okay, Hood's on the high. They're killing it. All right, I canceled all my orders, so I don't have anything. That's it. I'm not going to force it. They want to scam me. Fuck them. It looked good at first. XOM, Lumen, again, was it APLD? Which one was it? No, DLO. So DLO, these guys got an offer last year to get bought out, but then they said no. Yeah, they're only up 2, though. So they said the company is not for sale. I feel like we've seen that a couple of times. Let me check Goldman. Goldman's more expensive, but Goldman, again, they're all around 4%. So even though all the banks did good, they're kind of moving within what they were pricing in. Square's up 3. Again, bonds are still doing good. I think anything financially related should get a bid up until the bonds chill out. And then Rigetti is up 22. IonQ is up 17. Again, you have a quantum headline. Microsoft wrote a blog post saying this is the year of quantum. So take that how you please. NVIDIA's about to go red. It's barely green. Apple's in the green. Amazon. I think all the big tech is looking great, though. Bank of America could be good. Again, all the banks so far, I mean, interest rates, economy, everything so far, these all these banks did not do bad at all. I did not see not really any warning signs, to be honest. Yeah, Hood's going crazy. Hood's at 44. So again, I don't know. They had like both good and bad news the other day, but they just keep ripping. And then Philip Morris on the high. Uber's coming up. They're up by 2.3. Yeah, Whirlpool's near 130. MO's going up now. Yeah, so they were red earlier. They went green. NVIDIA also announced Quantum Day on March 20th. Oh, nice. I did not know that. That's good, too. Nibis on the high. Isn't that the Russian one? Yeah, that one's going up. Remember, people keep linking that one with AI. DJT pop in. Goldman on the high now. As a first bank I'm seeing continue. So Goldman just popped up 1. Yeah, even Citi going up 0.5%. JP Morgan wants to go up. Again, contracts are just kind of shitty on that one, to be honest. Just wild spread. Likely green day. I think so. I mean, I think that data was good, and you had a lot of volatility leading into it. I feel like the bonds could be sketchy, but generally this should be a sigh of relief for most people. But that's up until tomorrow. Because again, a lot of people have placed importance on retail sales. So that's kind of the downside to all of it. Intel, ARM. I think the Elon lawsuit is just a little bit of drama. I mean, the stock's up, but that's what I was saying yesterday. I'm like, maybe it moves it a little bit, but I would just start thinking about Tesla in the context of the first 100 days. Do you get what I'm saying? Remember, don't forget, Tesla was the leader. Tesla was the ultimate winner from Donald Trump winning. And yeah, it's up a lot. It's moved, but yeah, maybe this final like news events will mess with it for a little, but before you know it, I think they have an executive order on the way or something that'll benefit them. So I'd watch for them in the next quarter or literally from the inauguration. Apple on the high. Again, Citi and Goldman going, JP Morgan holding. Those are your bank earnings. Your Pony AI, that's the China one. That already went red. XLV still up. Where's Deere? Deere's down again. The government, people are saying they're going to get sued. SMR or nuclear. I don't really attribute it to Trump as much as I do AI. So AI in data centers, I like SMR, but I would just go for the ones that get the deals, but I don't know if I would put them in the long term. I would swing them and play the event and like the run-up of AI and, you know, people getting these fat nuclear deals, but I just wouldn't fall in love with it. Again, it technically is a commodity. In the video, again, look, bonds are chilling, but now even SPY's coming down. So remember, though, where we opened up, like this is a level. You're filling this gap almost exactly. So, again, if you watched any of those videos, I mean, this point should make sense. So we're either going to get a little resistance and dance, or maybe that's the top. But, again, we have 7 hours remaining. You have a lot of time. You sold your AI call.
I don't see it, but you said loading puts, and then you didn't post the put play. So, yeah, it's okay. You guys will get your timeouts. I'll see you tomorrow. Follow the rules best as possible, but a lot of y'all are terrible at the whole play thing. But it's okay. We'll figure it out. One day at a time. Crypto rises as Bitcoin hits 1 week high at 99.5. SPY open because the CPI, again, it was kind of wild. You did post one. You said 59 calls, baby. See, it's there. It's there. Shouldn't retail be strong? It should be, yeah. But we'll find out. Again, these last two ones just came lower, bro. It's kind of odd. I mean, that's what we were saying with PPI and even today. But, yeah, maybe there's a correlation. But when it's all said and done, you just got to realize that tomorrow's retail sales can either aggravate the bonds or it could help whatever's happening today in a good way. So, but it is an event that they're not letting tomorrow slide. I thought they would, but no, everyone is going to be highly fixated on retail sales now, even though this was good, but they are focusing on that. MTC bought that's good. That's good. Y'all just watch homie just get clapped in front of you, and now I just saw 7 plays get posted. That's amazing. It's possible. Anything is possible. Bought 40 SPY puts, 580. Thank you for posting, man. Because every motherfucker is saying they bought a SPY put or call. They don't post. Why'd you retract it? Never mind. Every play, they're like, I have all of these SPY call puts. I'm like, you never post them before. Why, you guys? Why? Tesla's starting to go up. Apple. Oh, and then are you ready? I got good news, bad news for you. I don't know. I don't know if I want to even tell you. I guess technically it would go against my best interest if this did happen. But no, I don't even think it's good news. Maybe for some of you. Do you want me to tell you? Well, let me see where the likes are at. It's related to a stock. It's actually very important. Oh, yeah, we don't even have let me get 1,000 likes, and I will, give me 1,000 likes, and I will give you a potential short report. And I have no exposure to it, actually, except for the long term. I have a potential short report brewing. I don't know if you could handle it. For the low price of 1,000 likes. For just 1 like a day, you can help a little Egyptian boy and get you the info you need. For just 1 like a day. It doesn't even cost inflation. 1K is done. No, the likes are in euros. So you need to get 30% more. Sorry, foreign currency translation. Dollar headwinds. You're going to hear that a lot on earnings this quarter. I'm sorry, that's an economic joke. I don't know if you appreciate it the same way that I do, but either way. Snapchat. So here it is. Here it is. Snapchat has a competitor. In the last couple of days, a true Snapchat killer has finally came out. Yes, I own Snap in the long term. No, it's not Red Note. It's not Red Note. No. Yeah, it's deeper than this, man. There was apparently this guy who wanted Evan Spiegel to buy his company. The CEO of Snapchat was supposed to buy this guy's company. And then Evan Spiegel said no, and then took the guy off of the Snapchat developer platform and just like pretty much halted all of his growth. Right? And then a couple years later, this guy says he's pissed at Evan. And now
he makes this app called Explode. It's kind of like there is some sketchy parts. People said they like can't delete it and shit. But at the end of the day, it's like an app that connects to your messenger and it allows you to send disappearing iMessages and photos. And the other person doesn't even need to install it. So if I install it and I could send you a snap to your iMessage pretty much. This is the first time you've had a snap, like, because think about it. It's literally Snapchat without the brain rot home screen. You see what I'm saying? It's now Snapchat to your fucking contacts. And, like, people you actually know. It's not going to be a bunch of fucking OnlyFans hoes, and then you're not going to see all the other stuff. And, like, so, yeah. It's actually, I think it's a competitor. I think it's actually a wild concept that could maybe fuck with Snapchat. Because, like I'm saying, it's an interesting take. He's motivated by spite. So, yeah. You could delete your iMessages without the app. Yeah, but it's like but then again, there's like, I've heard some people, they were saying they can't even like delete the app and that it uses like a lot of, like they're saying the app like will hijack your attention. It's kind of crazy. It's very cool. It's called Explode by a guy named Nikita Barr, I think. Or Nikita Breyer or something like that. U.S. government says 120,000 Bitcoin stolen in 2016 hack should be returned to Bitfinex. What about screenshots? No, it stops them from taking screenshots. It's literally like Snapchat. It blocks them from screenshots, doesn't notify you, but it's the same concept. It's literally Snapchat without the home screen, without any of that like app and story. It's just Snapchat to your iMessage. It's pretty crazy. No app could stop. I haven't tried it. I don't ever. When someone said you can't delete it, I didn't download it. I haven't even downloaded RedNote yet, even though I think it could help with our efforts at becoming the Intel CEO. Mm-hmm. All right. You remember Yeti? Get random photos from people in there. That sounds familiar. I don't think I used Yeti. Whatever happened to, do you remember that wave of Be Real? There was a time in my life, a couple of my friends, they'd be like, hey, hold on. I got to take a Be Real. I'm like, what the fuck you mean a Be what? And then they would do the little both sides pictures. What happened to that shit? He's like, I was being real for a minute too, Josh. Yeah, what happened to that? I thought that was cool for a little bit, but then I was like, wait. I feel like I haven't seen that. You downloaded RedNote, and since yesterday your phone doesn't go to sleep. Not sure if it's related to the new app. I'm sure, man, do you realize how crazy it is? So in an effort of us being worried about Chinese apps in America, somehow you literally now have a bunch of these TikTok kids in America literally downloading an app owned by the CCP. It's actually insane. Nobody saw this coming. This was the most unintended effect. Because now, everybody downloading RedNote, it's literally a Chinese-owned communist app. It is not like, this is not speculation. It's not like, oh, the algorithm. Oh, who owns, no, it's literally the damn CCP, bro. Like, literally. That's mind-blowing. But now, that being said, if you have any, here, and maybe this isn't a recommendation, but if you did download RedNote and you want to know, be like, oh, did this mess with me or not? Is it like, all you have to do to test, there's something called Tiananmen Square. Just post a picture of Tiananmen Square on your red note, and then depending on what happens, you could kind of get an idea of the level of security breach that you are dealing with. Okay? So let me know how that works out. But that is a test that you can do. Not a recommendation at all. You can't. Well, I told you. I got a friend in China, and I asked him how everything's going on, and I was like, the freedom and like sometimes they censor you. I asked him all of this stuff. I was like, how is it over there? And he told me, he's like, I can't complain. And I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, we'll see. But literally. And then Bond's still going up. U.S. NASDAQ's up too? Damn. All right, man. Well, everything's still going. Bonds to stocks, and I think they're matched up, man. Bonds are outpacing this SPY. Damn it. That's crazy. That's my favorite joke. It's a good one. It's actually literally my Chinese friend told me that joke. I was like, wow. I'm glad you didn't get shot. It was good. Or disappeared. Qatar PM to hold press conference in Doha amid Gaza ceasefire negotiations. I don't know. The FXY calls, they just clapped them, huh? They're doing decent. They're still up, but now they just raised it on the ass. Yeah, those are up 70 to 90%. Now it's a bid on there. But then again, options on these ETFs are like that sometimes. I explained why I went with an option on the watch list yesterday. I don't want to be exposed to too much volatility. I want to take advantage of a very low level right now and the chance that you get like a craziness. It's funny. You call like every play correct TLT pop, but one day early. Made a bunch of gains by taking your play one day later. Yeah, usually. But then again, it just all depends on how you view me. Because then you're like, Josh, you're fucking wrong. I hate you. And then you're like, I'm going to short everything you do. So honestly, just there's thousands of people in here. And just depending on how you play me and go about it, I feel like you all have different views of me and my accuracy. That's why I constantly remind you to watch the fucking watch list and leave me alone. But yeah, but at the same time, like I said, if you could use me as a guide, and if you take, a lot of the information, I get you a lot of stuff here. I think the wisest of you will find a way to make it work for you. And then if you get mad at me, I would be mad at yourself, because I'd be mad at myself too, So there you go. All-time high in the lottery, baby. Amen. First time you've seen me using profanity? Oh, God. I'm sorry. That's not the first time, but yeah. I feel. Oh, yeah, the long term rocketed up today. Nice. Well, we're back to all-time highs on the long term after today. But remember, they clapped us, though. Everything was clapping us for a while on that little volatility, and then all it takes is one pop. Then they go, hi. Hood straight up. I'm outperforming. I mean, the long term, it's the same. I remember I do deposit. I don't know if that changes it. That's the thing, too. If you guys go look at the big account, you have to think about it. Every month, we're depositing like 1.5%. So that's why, like, you'll notice the gains on the other accounts, you know, they fight against it too, but the smaller accounts are easy. So literally every time we deposit, yeah, the account goes up, but technically the gain goes down because now you have gains out of a larger amount. So we have to also keep up with the deposits. It's an interesting dynamic, but yeah, after today, I mean, assuming it stays here, the long term and the latest deposit should be near its all-time high. Can I check bark, like tree bark, like DMX dog bark, or what are you talking about? Or the stock bark? I don't even know what. I feel like it's an animal company. IONQ still running again. You have Rigetti and all of those guys going up. I don't think I will be adding Snap anytime soon, no. Not unless every value name I want rips and they are the only one that's still down. But I'm buying Airbnb before I buy Snapchat. And then before I buy Airbnb, I'm going to try to exhaust all value opportunities. I still want a little growth, but I've made a couple good growth pickups here after buying a lot of dividends last year. So, but either way, Snap's not really on my list, even though we own it. I just, again, we bought it at a different time, and even right now, there's just a lot of cool names like that are cheap. Like, bro, I am geeked off of it. Y'all realize we bought NVO yesterday? So Mosby said it. We do have a lot of biotechs now in the long term, so I'm kind of like excited about that. And then it could be a little risky. City's going up. Watch Goldman and JP again too, and Bitcoin. But dude, bro, we bought NVO. Like, are you effing kidding me? We now own part of this Ozempic shit. Not only did we talk about it from the beginning, we talked about it little by little by little by little by little. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, even again, I've heard everybody at the JP Morgan conference, they're all talking about weight loss drugs, dude. And it's like, now we got to own it, and we got to own it at the middle price. We didn't buy the highest, we didn't buy the lowest, but now we own some of that shit, man. And I'm very, I don't know, I was geeked off of it, bro. I don't know, so we'll see where we go from there. Maybe we buy it lower, maybe it goes lower, but I'm not, dude. I'm very, very glad that I own that. And I'm like, dude, that's a good pickup. It's just a giant ass company. So we will see. Entered spot, go work, baby. Go work. Kazakhstan to compensate with over oil production. I'm going to build into NVO if it keeps going lower, yeah. I mean, if it keeps going up, I think that's a stock that could, like, low-key, if it goes back to highs, we double up. So if it goes down, I'll buy more, but at the end of the day, for now, we'll just see. But it has to go lower for me to keep adding. I don't think it runs up and I keep adding to it. Yeah, Kashgar in a few minutes. Again, we have like 4 Fed speakers, I think. You won $1 million in the lottery. How should you invest it? Email me your winning lotto ticket and confirm it, and I'll take it seriously. Otherwise, I want 100K. So, yeah. But I need an email with that type of shit. I don't know, Hood. There was like I'm telling you, there was like bad news. But then they're like good news, then they gave that update, but low key could be some of the crypto stuff. Greedy? I don't think I'm greedy. Here, I'll show you what greedy is. You're banned until you sign up for stream alerts. So once you pay for stream alerts, email me and then send me your YouTube channel and I'll unban you. That's greedy shit right there. So if you want an example. So you pay $100 a month, I will unban you. And then we could see where my greed is at. Thank you. Constellation, again, someone was, even I think SMR was up on there too. Damn, Constellation's up 4. You just checked the Whirlpool. Whirlpool was a great one, man. I'm shocked. I'm not going to lie to you. If you thought I thought that I was going to buy Whirlpool a quarter ago and be up 33% on like a 8 or 9% dividend, like, nah, I did not think that was going to happen. This did what 3M did, but like way, way, way faster. So it's good for now, man. But I'm, like I said, that one is definitely outperforming my expectations. No freedom of speech in here? No, none at all. All that matters in here is, are you my friend or not? So if you're not my friend, why would I talk to you? I think Drake made a song about that called No New Friends. You should take a listen to it. It has nothing to do with free speech. Do I want to talk to you or not? That's just you and me. It's a very personal topic. Friends or no friends, that's all. So sorry, I don't think we'd be friends, man. Keep your friends close, ban the rest. Amen. Amen. Am I a friend? Only time will tell is what I've learned. You know, that's why you can't be naive. That was a philo yesterday. Now, you know, I thought people were my friends sometimes, and then some people, I thought they hated me. They ended up being the best of friends. So, you know, that's how it works, man. That's how it works. Time is the key. Why can't we be friends? Tesla's at... Dude, bonds and stocks still going too, man. This is great. So 10 a.m., man, only been about 30 minutes, but straight up, you got bonds and stocks going up. So not bad. I really thought they'd underperform. But remember, all my ideas on bonds, they came true in the last 10 minutes. So take that with a grain of salt as well. But for now, very surprising stocks and bonds are moving like that. But for the most part, is good. Again, just everything falls in line. That CPI core, that's enough to help drive us up a little bit. Is this the pop you were looking for? Yeah. Give it a little bit more. If it doesn't start to fill gaps, you're going to want to sell this rip. I'm going to, because I got blown out on it. But at the end of the day, there might be another sell the rip in the bonds, but it's not guaranteed. If the data clears up and policy clears up, the bonds are going to go. But at the same time, if retail sales or you get another speed bump, like I'm saying since yesterday, today, the data, all of it, the bonds are not safe yet. Today was sushi, but it doesn't mean we are out of prison. Sell the rip and short TLT? Yeah, or get out of any TLT calls after you get a little mini rally. But I can't confirm that yet. Again, last time there was a sell the rip, I didn't take it, but I was pounding on the table for it. So I'll do the same thing if it happens again. You might get something like this. This is what I'm looking for, but I'm also looking for it to recover. It does not have to die. But for now, my base case is something like this. But again, patience, and then 100 days before you know it, reality will start changing things. Next date is tomorrow. Retail sales. I think it's going to be a good day. I don't know if we stay this hot. So right now you're overshooting everything. You're doing more than what was priced in. You've already overshot about one level. You got one more level to go. So, but I think you'll be green. I don't know how much higher, but then again, if people feel optimistic, we go a long way. Woo! And what makes people feel more optimistic than the page? Horn. Let's go, baby. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. Wow. Peach Nation. My man, Bradley Frizzle, how do you feel about inflation? You know, we never asked you guys. Y'all should have asked this guy every day. He is giving $1. Let a peach, man. That is a gauge of so tell me this. If $1 4 years ago got you a peach and $1 today gets you a peach, do you really have inflation? But then the value of the peach goes up every day. So is it really even about the dollar or the trade weighted up? Bradley Frizzle and the peach, baby! Hey, man. See, they got to think about it, bro. You see, the economic, bro, you could build the economic system on the peach. You know that. We could have a fixed exchange rate off of the peach, bro. They don't get it. They don't get it. That's it. The peach is more reliable than Janet Yellen and the SCP at this point. I can't believe it. What sound was that? I sneezed. Sorry. No one said bless you. How rude. Like the video. Thank you. Thank you. That wasn't really a sneeze. I just wanted to confuse the shit out of you. So, yeah, sorry. Is Kashgari live? Pam Bondi confirmation. Kashgari. Yeah.
And what we're producing and what demand is taking away. And as we sit here right now, balance sheets are pretty full. Crop conditions around the world have been really pretty good these last few years. And while demand is increasing, production is growing too, particularly in South America. And that's leading to pretty full balance sheets. That drives commodity prices. Then in addition, you get all the other things that are in play, right? You get trade and trade issues, and I know we'll talk a little bit about those too. So it gets, the conversation gets larger in a hurry, but we start with the fact that we're sitting on pretty good balance sheets of commodities.
Got it. And just one more, I know we're going to get in a lot to talk about on trade and tariffs, which may be coming. One thing that I've always heard around the 9th District since I've been here, now this is beginning of my 10th year here, is farm prices, land values just keep going up and up and up, regardless of what seems to be happening in the commodity cycle. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, and it's really going to be, interesting to see when we think about how this plays out. Do land prices not necessarily retreat, but do they continue this escalation going up given on-farm income? And particularly, Neil, where I think it's going to be interesting to see is how does it handle farm rents? Because land values, many farmers aren't really interested in selling their land. And while they like to see appreciation, they are just sitting on that asset. Rents are something that is transactional every year. And those rents really have been escalating up when conditions were good. Now, as conditions are not so good, it's going to be interesting to see, do they hold? Do they back off a little bit? Does land start changing hands? Because there's not a lot of variables to give when it comes to how does a farmer or a producer reduce their operating costs. Things like fertilizer can come down some, perhaps. Other commodity input costs can down some, but land and land cost is a big, big expense.
Yeah, it parallels in it. We have a lot of discussions I have with the economists here at the Minneapolis Fed looking at the housing market. Right. And in some sense, it's a parallel because home prices over the last 5 years are up something like 50%. Rents took off not nearly as much as home prices. Rent growth has now retreated. Rents are not so much falling, but they're just not growing as much anymore. But we're trying to get a sense of where's the overall housing market going, and it's a complicated picture.
It really is a complicated picture. And of course, there's always, in the case of agricultural production land, there's always somebody else out there that would like to have a chance to rent that land.
Yes. Yeah.
And so that's also in play. What would they be willing to pay? But it's just the dynamics that go with people trying to get through the cycles, and we've seen it before. But frankly, the conditions right now with operating costs being where they are is creating some stress.
Okay, let's talk about
I don't know if I
a
should.
key input into agriculture.
I don't know if
of
the
course, is
horn will
labor.
make this more
I've
exciting.
heard about this, since before.
We'll give
I
this a
got
second.
to
I don't think he's going to have a
Minneapolis Fed. This is true in
comment. He's the
California.
interviewer.
Farmers
This is stupid.
struggling to find the workers that they need.
I want to hear him say, "Cut the
right."
rates."
And obviously, so a couple questions. One is we care at the Fed. We care about the labor market because it's part of our dual mandate, maximum employment. We're all trying to get a read on how tight is the labor market. Is it getting tighter? Is it getting softer? So I'm curious if you have any thoughts about that. But then let's quickly talk about what about potential immigration changes and policy changes in Washington and how that might affect the ag sector broadly.
Yeah, and perhaps it's easier to talk about this topic maybe wider and then get narrower.
Okay.
Wider. Let's acknowledge the fact that any country needs to control its borders. It's part of the functions of a national government is to control its borders, and you can call it a fence, you can call it a wall, but you need to control the border.
Call it a fence, call it a wall.
And we need immigration to handle the labor needs. And
all right, little spy pop. You're about to hit another high. High taker fully gas in.
That's frankly the answer to the riddle. Now we got to work on how to solve that problem. In agriculture in particular, the labor that comes from immigration is critical to our business, particularly in two areas that I would point.
Okay, hold on. I'll go back to the hairline in a second. S&P, 445 names in the green, 57 names in the red. NASDAQ, 100, 96 names in the green, 4 names in the red. And then Dow Jones, 27 green, 3 red. Bro, this is ridiculous. It's like 95% green. Like, this is actually, again, a lot of things are starting from a lower point after the last couple of days. But to give you an idea, that's why I'm like, dude, you're about to hit another high. SPY is around a little higher than bonds. But for now, first 30 minutes, pre-market down to the cash open, I mean, it's still holding up here. Again, that cooling down of the inflation is good for now until tomorrow.
That and
then we have three other Fed speakers. This is one of them, but I don't think they're going to say anything.
From many of our chairs,
at least this one.
The answers aren't that hard. And I think many people in Washington, D.C. know the answers. It's how to get momentum to solve it is going to be the question. And we're hopeful. I mean, we're hopeful that we can get some answers in this next administration. We'll see, but we need both. We need, obviously, borders controlled, but we also need this source of labor from immigration.
And is there anything that your own, CHS is owned by farmers and cooperatives all around the country. Is there anything that farmers are doing now to prepare for potential changes, or is everybody just in wait and see mode?
Well,
this is actually interesting if you think about the commodity talk we've had
to solve their labor issues
yesterday.
In many respects. And some of them are difficult choices that they probably have made to get labor into their operations. So they've kind of found a place to operate in. It's going to be, the question is, where do we find ourselves in 6 months? Or in a year,
right.
Particularly when the talk of deportation is so prevalent. Does that come into the ag sector for deportation? Because, like I say, that labor component is so critical that if those people find themselves being deported, who's to replace them? And I think that's more the question that producers are weighing is, how does
JB Hunt earnings? Maybe Micron on the high.
And we
again,
don't know
remember,
answers
chips
to
got
that.
murdered
We can
this
guess.
week. Bonds picking up, about to hit a new
we're
high
all
again.
Waiting to see how.
Honestly, let me go pull up the earnings
And,
previews while this
back to monetary
motherfucker's talking.
policy and back to inflation. One of the key sources historically of inflation has been the labor market and wage gains.
Right.
It has not been over the last 5 years. It didn't cause the big
Yeah,
run-up,
Wells Fargo
but
conference
it's
call
something
is
we're
on now
always paying
too.
attention
JP
to.
Morgan
And
started a
obviously,
little bit ago.
If the cost of inputs,
So you're going to get some movements on those post-earnings.
Then that would ultimately express itself in higher cost of milk. And so that's the challenge that we need to wrestle with.
It does, and either it's going to translate it that way, or it's going to translate into even lower profitability for those producers, and that has other effects.
Sure.
In terms of consolidation and other things that have its own impacts. So the discussion quickly gets complicated. The fortunate part, like I said,
JB Hunt's tomorrow after hours.
Several presidential administrations.
I'll
There
get
were some
that
nice
one
plans
for
put
you
on the
closer
table
to that.
to really get at some of these issues. We're just hopeful that those plans kind of resurface and we can get some momentum.
Yeah. So let's talk about in the ag sector again. One other big topic, as monetary policymakers that we're in wait and see mode on is what's going to happen with tariffs. We know the economic analysis is very clear. If there's a tariff that's imposed on a certain good, we can calculate the likely price effect of that. And that by itself doesn't cause long-run inflation. It's just a one-time price change. Where it gets complicated is, does that happen at once? Does it happen over many years? Is there response? Presumably there'd be responses from other countries. And if there's tit for tat, that becomes much more complicated to try to forecast what is the imprint of that on actual inflation going forward. So let's talk me through what tariffs could mean for CHS, for your owners, and for the ag markets in general.
Right, and I'll look at it really from the 9th District because a lot of the egg production in the 9th District is exported. Not all of it. It depends on the geography. Some is processed within the district. Some is put on a barge and shipped down a river. But plenty of it is put on a rail car and shipped to the West Coast and go off the PNW to largely Asia, and within Asia, largely China. So it is a big deal to us. It's a big deal to the producers within the 9th District. It's a big deal to agriculture in general. The aspect.
Let's go. Thank you. Your strategy works. Save my Palantir shares. Can't thank you enough. Appreciate all the years of knowledge and everything you do. Let's go. I see. I don't want this. I don't know how the audio is. I'm going to get you the other real horn after. That's all I was saying because I don't know because I'm using a different browser. So I'm kind of, my audio settings, I'm paranoid. I love you though, bro. I'm glad though. I'm very, very glad you didn't, like, I'm glad you got that money, bro.
And so
you know, you had that equity.
We experienced that.
Good
we
shit.
went through that. That was very difficult on the farm.
And we got a first timer, Robert. Thank you, my
Lots
friend.
of special payments were made to farmers to help compensate for that. The additional factor that comes into play for agriculture is if trade flows become interrupted, we have a fundamental problem of what to do with the crop because we'll grow it again next spring. And that's the way kind of agriculture works. It's not like manufacturing where you can slow plants down and close plants and things like that. The crops continue to come. And if they don't, then we've clearly got really serious situations if we're not producing. And so, Neil, we are really,
again, a lot of those energy plays, anything from nuclear down to like dirty energy, is all running up there as well. And then there's Morgan Stanley. You got a GM pop too. Yo, GM's kind of going crazy. It's at 5260. Check GM.
So that
it's not loading on the chart. Yeah, GM's tweaking out right now. Yo, GM.
To be hit.
I don't have news on that yet.
We are an industry interested in free trade. We depend on free trade. Unfortunately, trade is not a real popular topic right now, and not by any administration. It's not, but for our industry, it's just vital. So it gets a little lonely to talk about the attributes of trade and why it's necessary for agriculture, but we lean in heavily on it.
Yeah, I don't see anything on GM.
So vital.
That's a weird move. It's just literally up 3%, but you had the bottom tick down and pop. They might be at a conference.
Absolutely.
So keep watch on that. GM still going. Citi, Morgan Stanley on the high too.
At a very high level, economists would say, well, why do you care? Why do we care who buys our beans or our corn? It's a global market. And so if China gets, we're in an argument with China, they say, well, they're going to buy Brazil soybeans, then American soybeans will go to somewhere else.
Right. And bonds breaking out. That's
Talk
good.
Me through why that
SPY near the high. More financial plays on the high too.
The markets will. At the end of the day, the markets will clear.
They made a deal with a cheaper battery producer.
Kind of a fancy.
I don't see that coming out yet, but that could be it. But I don't have any headline.
You give them enough time, and they.
But that's a big move. That's not a normal move on GM.
What agriculture is subject to, or many of the commodities
you guys are saying the battery
subject to, is natural trade lines, and if you start fighting those,
that was pre-market. Yeah, no, something now. They could even be at a conference.
Fighting the market. Let me give you an example.
NHTSA ends probe into GM robotaxi.
From Montana.
That's what it is. Boom.
Down to southern Minnesota.
I told you, that's a weird-ass move. That was way too big for something small.
You are fighting a market where it wants to go on a rail car and go
their investigation is ending.
In other words,
NHTSA
more expensive.
Is ending the probe.
Now, could you physically do it? You probably could physically do it, but the economics just get turned upside down.
Yeah.
And that's the issues that you can find on a wider scale when we would take, say, soybeans off the Pacific Northwest and try to go to Europe with them. could you do it? Yes, you can. You can get through the canal and you can get up there, but you're fighting a market that really wants to go to Asia. And so those are the issues that, commodities find, where you have these natural trade flows that, yes,
again,
you can
more
violate
chips.
them,
Chips are starting to pick up, but again, another high on the SPY, and then all of the bank names.
If you spend enough, you can do it, and markets will react. We saw a little bit with the Ukraine situation.
Yes, absolutely.
We saw a little bit of that where we were shipping to markets we generally don't, but it was due to reasons like the war in Ukraine.
Well, another example related to Ukraine and Russia, of course, is there's big concern when the war broke out, because Ukraine is such an exporter of needed calories.
Right.
That, I was hearing from experts saying, hey, this may lead to a famine in Africa if those calories do not get onto the market. Right. And similarly, Russian oil, it seems like it all found its way to the market. Now the question is, what were the profits that Russia was able to capture from the oil that it ultimately ended up delivering? I think the profits to Russia were much lower because they had to go through circuitous routes to get their oil out to market. And so that's an extreme example of what we're talking about.
It is. And, in the egg side, when the war first started, it was one of the contributing factors why there was increased profitability for many people in agriculture, because commodity prices just took a step up. More preemptively, but they did. Now, those of us that do business in Ukraine and around the world, that's not the way we want to make money.
For sure.
That's not the way we want to make money. We work with the markets that we have, but the tragedies that came with that was not the way that we want to operate.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's shift gears a little bit and talk about the energy market.
Yeah.
Obviously, energy, we always talk about headline inflation is our target, which includes everything that a typical American family would need to buy. But we focus on core inflation because it's a better indicator of where we think headline is going. Food and energy are quite volatile, but energy is really important to families, important to the country. Let's just talk a little about what you're seeing in the energy market.
Yeah, so energy also is going through some volatile times. There's, that volatility in energy generally is a little quicker. And we see a little bit maybe more downside, and then it moves, and it just moves a little faster than the long growing seasons allow the egg side to work. So we've seen it before. Today, right now, energy prices are depleted, are depressed in some respects. I think that the thing I personally think is going to be interesting on the energy side, Neil, is for sure some of the fossil fuels, I think, will decrease over time. I mean, we can talk about the pace of it, we can talk about the time frame of it, but they're going to decrease over time. And we're a big proponent of renewable fuels, so we'll start pivoting more and more towards other directions. I think it's going to be electricity that's going to be the interesting energy product to be thinking about for the future. And
again, all those electricity plays are already through the roof today
in the district of around new demands on energy, on electrical production close into the Twin Cities, for data centers and things of that nature. That the energy needs for electricity are just compounding greatly on a grid that's not working well, generally speaking, and production that's generally doesn't have a lot of excess capacity. So I think on the energy side, it's really going to be interesting to see what happens on electricity, and because you think about siting new plants, new production, what's the fuel source for those plants? Those aren't short-term decisions or things that you make quickly.
And how about on the fuel side?
So I think on the fuel side, we think about things like gasoline have hit their peak and are coming down. We can talk about the rate of decrease, but we think that definitely is on the back
Domestically
side.
or globally?
I think globally a little bit too early to tell, but I think it is globally. Domestically, we see the numbers, and we see it tipping over. The aspect about energy that I think, frankly, is something to keep in mind. If there's one word around energy strategy the country has had for a long time, that word is cheap. That word is cheap.
Cheap.
The truth of the matter is the alternatives that are in place today are not cheap. They're just not. Now, how is that being dealt with today? Usually being dealt with federal incentives, tax breaks, credits, things of that nature that try to make it
posted
a bit
today
more
and
equal.
tomorrow earnings
How
previews
does
on
that
Twitter.
play out over time? I think if you give us
So go to the
you give
Twitter,
us more
you'll
time,
find them.
some of those
Again,
things
there's
that are
Banks
today
TSM
expensive
tomorrow,
will
then JB
become
Hunt
more
after the bell.
competitive. But
But
we're
now,
not
because
there
I was
today.
late on the other ones yesterday.
So how long do the
So
tax
good luck
credits,
and
the
God
tax
bless.
breaks stay in place to help equalize those two? I think is going to be a big question. Nobody in the energy industry wants to invest serious dollars in alternatives if your time frame that you're working with is every 4 years. If that's as much certainty you have as just 4 years because of federal government rollover,
Right.
it's hard to get companies to invest really significant dollars in new technology. And I think that's going to be a bit of the conundrum that we're going to face about new technology coming into it. But having said that, there will be new technology. We're going to be in a different place a decade from now than we are today. I think more technology, more alternatives will be in place. But that's where we are right now, is none of them are really as competitive.
But they're not just cost competitive, at least wind and solar, because they're intermittent, they don't lend themselves to, they can't be baseload.
That's absolutely right. Those are the points that we want to make sure get put on the table as we think about alternatives, is how do we come up with that? And we talked about the data centers and electrical. You can't just fill it with wind.
Yeah.
You can't. And that's not against wind. It's just the numbers don't work.
It's just physics.
Yeah, the numbers don't work.
Interesting.
All right, GM's coming down, Tesla ripping now. So they're continuing again. Bonds are actually made more progress.
My first year, I did a bunch of work
like
on
15 minutes in the market. You hit
and I
that
talked to
baby
a lot of the
high,
top venture
but you're still
capitalists in
chilling there.
Silicon Valley
But again, high
who
tickers
are
still going. There's a
obviously
couple
always
names going lower,
optimistic. That's
but
the nature of their
as long
job.
as bonds, SPY, dollar doing
But they were
good. I
all
mean,
convinced
again,
that
this is
of
all
these
the read from the
breakthroughs
data
of
in the morning.
biofuels, alternatives to corn, cellulosic ethanol, et cetera.
Reuters poll
They
on
were
UK
2 or 3 years
inflation.
away. It seems like they've all failed. I mean, it's really hard. Breakthrough science is really hard and takes a long time.
Everything you just said is true. And I think the word that comes to my mind in terms of many times of the explanation is they don't scale. They don't scale. The consumption of energy in this country is of such a scale. So just think about your daily life and the fact that you flip switches and you jump into cars and you get gas when you want. And all that is that infrastructure has been built over 100 years, more. And so these alternatives are starting with just really small
Fed barking, inflation
plots,
is coming
very small
down.
ideas, very
Fed
small
barking
plants,
says you can
very
see where
small
passive inflation
operations.
sticky. I'm gonna see if I can
How
find
do they
barking.
scale
You're getting
to
comments on
something
that now.
can really be an alternative, a significant alternative. I think
Again, you have like 4 Fed speakers
corn to
today.
ethanol has been one that has really scaled up, and I know there's issues and stakeholders around that that have views about that. But you can't take away from that. That has stepped up to be a scalable alternative contributor. To the energy needs. Not a replacement, but a contributor. But Neil, we've been working at ethanol since the 70s.
Yeah.
And so can you make a change? You absolutely can. But the time frame to do that, to get it scalable, to get it to be impactful, is long.
Yeah. Interesting.
At least with today's technology. Again, you give engineers enough time and money, they'll solve a lot of problems. But it takes some time and money.
Now, do you have any thoughts on we talked a little bit about when Russia invaded Ukraine, energy markets and broader commodity markets skyrocketed. It sent an inflationary shock all around the world.
All right. Fed barking regarding Trump policies. The direction of travel may be clear on things like tariffs, but the details are not. Business generally saying that price-setting behavior is moving to pre-pandemic patterns. Says he has not seen anything in long rates that would have influenced policy at this point. So, yeah, Fed barking, he's talking more policy. I'm trying to find it. But, yeah, that one's not bad. Then you have Michigan governor warning about tariffs. So, again, even though we got the inflation in it, we're calm. They're saying something. So far, Kashkari hasn't said shit. Barkin sounds pretty dovish. He's not worried about rates. But, again, I'm trying to find his speech right now. And then we'll see. I feel like I'm watching a clip from like the 1990s. I feel like we're watching Mr. Rogers' Agriculture Neighborhood starring Neil Kashkari. So let me find Barkin, but I don't think he's live.
They need the revenue.
I'm getting the comments.
They need to export the product. They cannot shut down their industries that frankly support their populations within many of the big producing countries. And the markets have looked at it that way. There may be a day where the market is wrong and somebody does take an action, but I think that's what's the biggest contributing factor is if you go back to the 80s and 90s and the market really did have evidence that OPEC and others would cut back production due to these facts. Today, there's less evidence of that, and the market is judging it that way. There'll be a time when the market's probably wrong.
Sure.
But that's how they are, and that's why I think you're seeing less. Now, you could quickly give a scenario where the markets would move. You quickly could. But it would take something more than they're seeing today.
Right, right. The discussion of energy and the discussion of alternatives obviously very quickly touches into climate change.
Barkin,
and
$200 to attend the event, and it's in Maryland.
District.
So it's not even online.
How does CHS look at?
So you got to read his comments. He was bullish though, for the most part, but bonds didn't really move.
Are so
the expected move was
1.1.
Yeah, there you go. Look at the chat. They got you, baby.
Things that are different than the way it used to be or the way people grew up. It's certainly for us. It is more than coincidental. It just is. And
then AP's reporting the GM
are we as
probe
a
ending on the robo-taxis.
Steps to do something about that. I think the jury is frankly still out in some respects because none of those steps are terribly easy and not inexpensive. And are we as consumers willing to pay for that and to incur that? By and large, right now, what we've seen is the majority of people aren't. They aren't. Now, we have pockets that people say they will, and they do, and they're very passionate about it. But
a lot of you saying it's at $3. That's crazy.
The contribution of fossil fuels.
$3 is a breakout. Hell yeah.
Issues in
that's what I was saying, bro.
environment.
It's been a while since it got above like 270.
Probably the nearest term impact.
So $3 is amazing.
That is conservation. That's the nearest term impact that you could do. And it's not, conservation is just not leading the pack in terms of steps people are willing to take. But it is probably the quickest thing, the nearest term thing, the least expensive thing we could do to do something about it.
And it's not on the
yeah,
table.
bro, XRP.
It's not really on the table.
It has not hit $3 yet. Y'all getting jumpy.
And so
296 though, very, very good sign.
My mind is
and then oil numbers 765 versus draw of 2.5. Oil inventories 1.9 million draw, estimate 815 draw. Gasoline 5.8 million barrels, estimate 2.6.
That means these are going to be bigger and bigger steps, but we're not seeing enough today.
But let me ask you this though. So take that as a given. What do you tell your owners, the farmers that you work with?
Distillates 3 million, estimate 1.3.
Different now? How should they be planning for the future?
Yeah, we are, and we're coming at the farmers really from the marketplace, saying the marketplace over time is going to be asking more and more questions about how the food was grown that they are participating in, and it ends up to be at a farm level basis. How was that soybean grown? How was it treated? What was done to it and as it was growing? Same
Is
with
it
corn,
DEI for plants?
Same with anything else. And not only that,
was he planted
about
equally?
The supply chain from
Did
a
he
farm
have equal opportunity
in
at
northern
the
Minnesota
soil?
or central North Dakota to a plate in Vietnam? That's a long supply chain. So to be able to answer that question all the way through that supply chain, I think is the direction we are telling our farmers that's coming. Now, it's not there today. There's a bit of talk about it today.
Right.
But it's not in place today. We think that will be in place at some point as the world just continues to move in a direction of how is my food grown, where is it grown, how is it treated? And we embrace that. We're fine. We're working towards being able to answer that. But it means then questions that farmers themselves will have to be able to answer and have to be able to kind of segregate crops, which starts getting into the area
My Coinbase
of cost,
chart doesn't show it at 3.
Be able to do that
but it's up there, right? It's a couple pennies off right now.
But I think
that's the breakout, though. The other day I told you, I was like,
today.
don't tell me about XRP
there's more talk
till it goes
about
above
that
270.
Than there is actual
so
action
now it's
on
there.
That
That's all I wanted to see.
But not from everywhere. Europe is definitely moving in that space faster than other
and then
parts.
SPY kind of coming down. First hour in the books now.
But other areas still
a little bit
are focused
more
on
than that.
price
2
and
minutes.
Logistics.
For sure.
Volume is killer. 15 million right now.
Uneven, which also is not a great environment where parts of the world are kind of moving faster on those fronts and parts of the world are slower.
But what about, what does it mean for
You can't use Coinbase to see live charts. LMAO.
Are farms viable?
LMAO, brother.
My
LMAO.
impression is, the northernmost parts of our country historically have been harder to grow, but as it warms up, maybe they become more viable. I mean, are you thinking about that geographic footprint at all?
Yeah, it does make an impact. I mean, we're seeing corn grow, further and further north than it used to be. And, perhaps some of that is climate related, but perhaps more of that is seed genetics.
I see.
And just, research that's been done to allow better crops to be grown in more northern climates. So technology, I think, also has played at least as big a role, maybe a larger role.
I see.
In the ability to do that.
MSTR
But nevertheless,
way to
we
post
do
and play.
talk to farmers about those issues and what does it mean for productive land, for yield.
Ethereum hasn't done anything.
Who knows how some of these aspects will manifest.
Even MSTR, I don't know. This could be a good time to make
steps are
entries.
required.
It's lagged now for like a month. It's really same price.
Personally, I think it's going to make for an interesting environment for people joining this industry to
FDA,
think
the
about
nicotine
how can
stuff
they help
keeps going
solve
around.
some of these issues. Because I think it's just going to be, we know this, Neil. People are going to eat.
Absolutely.
We know that.
People are going to eat.
Norman Borlaug, who was, had a big impact at the University of Minnesota, Iowa, and in Mexico around grain and grain research and particularly in wheat markets to help feed people around the world. He won the Nobel Prize.
He did.
What's interesting that people don't know is he won the Nobel Peace Prize. And he won the Peace Prize because of the fundamental knowledge that without food, you can't start with peace. And we don't lose sight of that.
It's so interesting. I haven't heard that name. I grew
Is he
up,
talking
my father
about
was a
Jimmy
professor
Carter?
of electrical engineering, but he was passionate about trying to provide water and power to solve poverty.
Who's
to
he talking
villages
about?
around the world?
Because did you
And a
guys
hero
know
of
Jimmy
his was
Carter?
Norman Borlaug. So
And
I
like
would
the
grow
stuff
up
he did?
hearing about this Nobel Prize winner that my father was so had such an admiration for. So it's funny to hear you evoke.
Well, I was just reminded. I was at on something with Senator Klobuchar, and we both know Senator
It
Klobuchar.
sounds like Jimmy
as a-
Carter.
as
That's
a
why I'm
great
like, wait.
advocate for agriculture, and she reminded me of him as well. Just people like that did fundamental groundbreaking work that we are all kind of taking as a starting point and trying to grow from.
Absolutely. So let's shift big picture now on just how you feel about the U.S. economy. We've been surprised over the last few years, in a good way, how resilient the U.S. economy has been in the face of our seemingly tight monetary policy. Inflation has come down. We're not all the way back down to where we need to get. We've made a lot of progress. And the economy has remained resilient. I mean, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Labor market has remained resilient. That's a good thing. Curious how you see the economy.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll compliment you and your colleagues and your work that you have done, because I think you have, for people that said.
Well, the whole market started ticking down before TLT.
Question whether or not you
but again,
could
the
thread
bonds
that
have been
needle
less
and navigate
resistant
those waters.
than
I think you've
anything
done a
today.
marvelous job.
So honestly, the bonds have already
and
overshot,
it's
in
not
my
just
opinion,
kind
but
of
this is great.
conjecture. I
The
think
bonds
you
are
can
holding
look
up
at
very,
data
very good.
and-
But if anything,
and
SPY
support
started
that
slipping before. Again, we
now,
have
that
7
doesn't mean
hours of
every
this,
parts of the
so you
industry
saw
are
how yesterday was a
where
good template.
where they want to be. Clearly, agriculture is in a bit of a cycle. I can't point to the actions of the Fed or anybody else as a reason for that. Interest rates are clearly a new expense for some that, frankly, had been operating without it. But I would put the agriculture side. I think economically, we look at lots of things as being in a really good place. And really a sustainable place. And I look at the actions that the Fed has taken as saying you've called it right.
You in fact did not post the play.
You've navigated
Sorry,
these
sir.
waters
I'm gonna go to
really,
the
really
bathroom.
well and arrived at economic conditions.
It's been
with,
about 1 hour. Coming down now to
being
VWAP.
high,
First bond, SPY drop.
Job growth being
let's
good,
see.
interest rates on their way down, and maybe now at a level that looks very reasonable to those of us that borrow money. Would you like lower interest rates? Sure, you would, but there's also a message behind 0% interest too, and it's not a terrific message, I don't think. Now that doesn't mean you want to go back to years, times of high interest rates, but I think you're just getting in the ballpark where we have the opportunity to really be successful.
Are interest rates affecting CHS's investment decisions?
No, I can't say that they are. We still rely on just fundamental cash flow analysis of investments to say, do we think that these investments will perform? Do we think they're strategically located? How do we think about them 10 and 20 years from now? Right. We can't say, boy, they pivot just on the issue of interest rates. They don't. They don't. No, they don't. Now, you could give me a scenario where interest rates at a certain level that maybe have an impact, but they don't today. They don't today. We still look at just fundamental good business and fundamental strategic investments to say, will they make sense for our shareholders and for the stakeholder, whoever it be, a customer around the world that they serve.
So it's funny, you just reminded me, 6 or 8 years ago, I did one of these interviews, and actually I was at Cargill being interviewed by their then CFO, and he was a guy named Marcel, lovely guy.
Yeah, he was.
And he said, he still is. And
Dutch, I think, too.
I think so. I bumped into him on an airplane in Europe. He was arguing that the low interest rates at the time were restraining investment because it's spooking people because interest rates are so low. So it's sending a message. So we had a very interesting back and forth where I said, let me understand something. So you're saying if we raise interest rates, you would lower your hurdle rate? I don't understand that. But in any case, I get the point that he was making and that you're making.
Yeah.
Why are you talking policy with some dude on a plane, Kashkari?
Where he was coming from. Again, I just come at it.
What do you mean? You telling him what you're going to do
if we
on a plane?
0% interest rates, we've got other issues.
Yeah. So a big question that we're wrestling with, and we have about 5 minutes left, is
you followed me on the China app? That's definitely not me, bro.
Of the U.S. economy. So one of the drivers that we think about, which caused those low rates before the pandemic,
send him any crypto, man.
Society's aging, demographics are what they are. Productivity was fairly low relative to, let's say, the 90s. And in a low productivity environment, just think about it, there's less demand for investment capital. And so the balance of savings and investment leads to a lower interest rate environment. Recent year or two, it looks like productivity is higher.
Right.
We're not exactly sure why that is. And we're certainly not sure that that's going to be continued. And so a big question mark is when rates ultimately settle, are they settling around where they are? Are they settling somewhere in the middle? Or are they going to drift back down to where they were before because productivity might drift back down? I'm curious, the ag sector, productivity is important to the ag sector. I'm just curious, how do you all think about productivity?
Yeah, so I'm interested in your thoughts of how you think productivity will sort out. I can answer your question from the ag sector is we are very much focused on just productivity increases all along the pattern, and that comes from equipment, that comes from better farming practices.
Dude, the video is ripping.
That get at some of the aspects.
Finally, it's only 2%, but it's waking up.
And that is, how do we optimize things like fertilizer? And
best place to post the plays is in the chat. You have a chat box. So every one of your chats are recorded.
Crops and not over
so that's why usually when someone's like, I made so much money, I lost so much money, I told you to buy this. And then I look at their chat facts, it should show the play. And if you don't have it, then
that some people
you might be missing something.
But it's very much of a focus.
Same thing.
How do we reduce it?
For
How
sure.
do we reduce it and yet help feed a hungrier world? And that's, for us, that's the answer to our riddle. More food with less water and less fertilizer.
BK going, that's another post bank earnings.
But agriculture very much focused on that. And it's also, there's this economic driver around agriculture too, is that helps farm income. That helps farm. So you kind of have an aligned interest of how do you get more productivity, how do you reduce the use of inputs, and make more farm income. It all kind of goes together. So you just have all these levers aimed in the right direction, I think, with this area. And other parts of the economy, I think, probably look at it the same way. You can look at it from every kind of aspect.
Again, watch more of the chips. Right? They're starting to bid a little bit. So again, you had your first little pullback. Bonds came down a little bit. SPY's holding up a little better now, but let's see if they could keep matching. But again, general theme, good day.
Yeah. When we look at what's caused the increase in productivity, there's some different theories. I'm deeply skeptical that it's already AI showing up in the economy. Usually, even when there is a legitimate technology transformation, it takes decades to show up in the economy. So even if the AI hype is real, it's probably not showing up in the aggregate statistics yet. More likely, when the economy shut down because of COVID, services sector shut down, there was a great reshuffling.
Pumping the crash.
And people left jobs that were
I fucking love Chad facts,
lower
dude.
paying jobs, and they were push to go find new jobs. So one theory is that we have a much better allocation of labor into better uses than they had before.
How do you think about that longer term, though, Neil? I mean, we know the math of the baby boomers moving out and not enough people coming into the workforce. So if you think about just a smaller overall workforce, at least in the States, and that's why the immigration is.
Okay, bond's a little lower. SPY still holding. Pfizer did just dump there. Good call on that.
If it was just like a one-time reshuffling,
there you go. Wait till I see a lot of plays. Rivian, SoFi calls.
Productivity, as opposed to I could see a
got a 595 SPY
and
daily.
Maybe we grow at the similar.
Look at that, beautiful guys. Good work.
We had before. So I don't know. That's one possibility. There's a bunch of practices changed during the pandemic that I was hoping would be sustained. For example, when hotels were all short of labor, they said, hey, we're not going to change your bed sheets every day. I don't know about people watching this or you. I don't change my bed sheets at home every day. So why are we changing our bed sheets in your hotel every day? So that seemed like that was a smart labor-saving practice. But most
You're
hotels
new,
have now
Michael?
gone back and said, we're going to start changing your bed sheets.
And you're
every day.
European.
So, and, you know,
started learning
McDonald's and others
January.
have
Reading a
introduced
dozen of books.
kiosks so you
Stumbled
can do
upon your
self-service
channel. Wisdom and
ordering.
knowledge
So
from
a
the
bunch of
macro
practices
point of view is
changed.
unmatched.
It's probably
Thank you. Thank
contributing
you,
to
my friend. I hope you get the long term
is
too,
that
bro.
going to lead to
Love
a
to hear it.
sustained, prolonged level of increased productivity? I don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that you raise. I think the item to support what you said that came to my mind is
that's
is
weird. You know, his bed
dealerships.
sheets.
Remember during the
I mean, shit, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I don't shower.
Cars, you had to wait for them to come
I'm not
in.
going, but I'm a hygienic
We're
person.
right
I
back
smell
to
good.
seemingly
You know
when I
me with
drive by car
smells. I don't
dealerships,
like
full
smelling
lots,
weird.
Lots of inventory.
But I don't wash my bed
it
sheets
seemed to
every
me that
day.
they
I
kinda
wouldn't
had a
tell
window
everybody
where they were training us,
because I don't know what
to
context
order.
that it goes
And
into.
maybe they could keep their inventory down. But
I change clothes though. I don't. I don't like. I'm
they've snapped
obsessed
back
with it
to
now.
that old way.
My girlfriend got me
Lots of
on it.
inventory,
Like
dollars
I don't
tied
like
up.
outside clothes in the house.
Anyway, I mean, I hope
it pisses me off now.
Is sustained at a
So
high
like right
level.
when I
It'll be
get
good
home,
for
if I
lots
wore
and
clothes
lots of different
outside, I
things.
change them.
Grows the
I
pie.
take them all off like
I
I'm
agree.
going
And
through
that would
radiation.
probably mean we're going to be in a somewhat higher interest rate environment than we were before.
You
the
told
pandemic,
over
but for a
4,000
good
people. I
reason.
didn't.
Not because of
I told
inflation, just because the
3,500 of my
economy's
friends.
growth trajectory is
The other
getting a little
500 of you, we're going to
Doesn't
find
it
out
seem
if
like
we're
a
friends or not.
stronger environment if we
So it's
operate
a
in
little
that,
different.
than
I don't
if
think I'm just
we either
talking to
had
people.
the,
Like I said,
the
this
tails
isn't,
of the
well,
bell
freedom
curve.
of speech.
Oh,
No,
for
are
sure.
you my friend or
For sure.
not?
I just
That's
wish
it.
we could engineer
Are
that.
my brother
That's
or
a
not?
hard
That's
thing.
all I
Well,
care
think
about.
in
So,
some respects,
yeah.
I think you are engineering it. I mean, I think the Fed is from my chair, been pretty effective at dialing
That's wild
in
as someone.
this
What do you
kind of
mean? So like
landing
you
point.
go
And
home,
now you're
you
talking
go
about
home
very
from
small
work
increments that you're working
and
with.
lay down
I
in
mean,
your
I
bed in your
appreciate the
work
sentiment.
clothes.
I feel like we are takers.
The
we
whole
are
idea is just like if
recipients
you go
of
and
this
wear
broader
clothes,
macro environment that we're
and
in,
then
that
you
we're
like
having to
sit
navigate
on a
around. So
bench,
it's the neutral rate that
you
we debate
sit
a lot.
on like other
If the
stuff, you
neutral
know,
rate is low,
like you
we'll
bring
move
that
monetary
into. That's
policy
what
up
that's
and
what
down
I'm
around
saying.
that
So like if I
neutral
wear a
rate
jacket,
to
I take it
achieve our
off.
dual mandate
If I
goals.
have pants,
If
I
the
take
neutral
them
rate
off
is
and put on
higher
sweats.
because we're in a higher productivity environment, then we'll move monetary policy around that higher neutral rate. But we don't believe that we can set that neutral rate. We think that we're takers of that neutral rate, and we have to try to figure out what that is, which is imperfect at best.
You're a
that's a good
garbage
point. I would
man.
guess,
Shout out
you
the
know,
garbage
things
man,
like
baby.
the bond market
You don't
and
touch a
longer-term
solar
interest rates.
thing. Yeah, see?
You point to
Man, I feel
deficits
you.
or
I
other
feel
things would
heavy.
also be an impact to your
No matter
decisions.
what
For sure.
the occupation.
For sure. So, Jay, this is great. I knew we were going to have a really rich discussion, and we did. I know we could have got on a lot longer, but thank you for being here. Thank you for being so candid with your comments about the ag sector, about immigration, about climate change, about the energy markets. Really great insight and great kickoff for our conference today. So thank you.
Happy to be here, Neil, and thanks for your service.
You too.
Thank you. Thank you. My new goal is to get on a plane with Neil. That's what I learned from that. How do you invite me to your wedding? It has to be in California, and then you have to explain to your bride why you want to invite this guy who does not want any photos and is going to hide in the back, and that you have a relationship with him on the internet, and this will be the first time I see you. As long as that's all cool and it's in California, I would love to attend. I'm a big fan. I like weddings. I like weddings. I don't think I could be your best man. That's just cold. Like, you know, I would hate for you to not have good pictures because I'm standing right next to you. And I'm like dodging and making weird moves every time I see the camera. It won't look good. It's not aesthetic. But yeah, there was Kashgari. I mean, he didn't say much. Fed barking. You did have a comment there that was a little bit dovish, but generally everybody's still reacting to the CPI and everything everything is good.
You emailed the wedding, but you never showed. It was in New York, bro. I said I can't. I think the real like element is that if it's Cali and it's like drivable, I will go. But you know, I usually only get on the plane if it's like if I'm on a plane, something bad happened. So that's I hope I never get on a plane to see any of you. It'll be bittersweet, but at the end of the day, if it's convenient for me, I'm being dead honest about it. No misrepresentation. If it's convenient and I don't have to get on a plane, I would love to go. Other than that, I just don't fucking leave. You know what I'm saying? That's it. There's fires. I don't know if that's a real excuse, but you get it. Now it's got to be drivable and convenient. Yeah. I'm sorry. And like I said, you guys can't get divorced, so you better think about that too. Not that you don't you could get divorced, but if you invite me to your wedding and you don't even hold that relationship as long as we've held Abby-Vi, I'd be pissed. You know what I'm like, what a waste of time. I can't believe it. So just make sure that before you invite me, that this is the love of your life and that you have really thought this through. I think that's generally solid advice, man. For real, don't let me have a stock longer than you've had a literal wife. So I don't know how I feel about that. I have not decided on a new badge, bro. I keep forgetting. It's been very, very busy to start off the year, but I'm gonna get you guys that preview the poll. Airlines led the other day with the earnings though, but now we're coming down. So now you're just again a little bit of that froth. Like I was telling you, again, it's generally a good day. I don't think today turns bad. You may get back and forth swings, scare you for a little bit, but dude, you're already at the zone. But like I told you, from the morning CPI, you already went up to the first zone. You get what I'm saying? So we were already kind of overshooting. This is kind of another level. So I think at this point we either go 594, 595, or you're going to kind of settle between 590 or like 589 to like 585, and that would be pretty low when it's all said and done. You went to your employee's wedding. He tried to cheat on his bride at the wedding and gave him a $200 bouquet stock pot for gumbo. What? Dude, this sounds insane. Sometimes, does this sound like a Reddit story? And that's your goal in life, you guys. If you've ever, seen, those Reddit stories, your goal is to never live a life that would show up on a Reddit story. You know what I'm saying? So if at any time you feel like you're in a situation and you are turning into one of those Reddit stories, I strongly suggest you just exit as quickly as possible, wherever it is. You know, that's crazy. Officially a Chad, Mr. Mullen, my man. Hey, oh yeah, and horn. These are for all the other ones, bro. Now that we have no audio, I don't want to mess with y'all too much. Woo! What's a Reddit story? I read one the other day. I read this one the other day. They said, my boyfriend is 30. I'm 27. I've never liked Pokemon cards, but he does. And for Christmas, he got me 3 gifts of only Pokemon cards. What do I do in this relationship? So I don't know. I think that's a good example. You know, if you start to take that turn in life, I'm sure you can find a way to apply that analogy. This is my new thing. I've been stumbling across reading wild Reddit stories, and I'm like, good, because I use it as that, and that's my my boundary in life to where I don't want to end up. I caught the horn. Thank you, bro. I didn't know you were new, bro. That's crazy. I thought you were another Michael. So that's good, man. Shout out Europe, bro, and I love it. Get a long term though. Again, you guys who are new, if you're loving the news, if you're loving the macro, all that shit's dope. But you need a long term. Trust me, saving 10%, what we could do little by little with it, what we've already done. Again, it's crazy. Again, you got new people just figuring out we bought Nvidia and Netflix, or not Nvidia, Meta and Netflix at crazy prices, and even some of the most recent plays. And it's just like, bro, I'm telling you, that long term is going to hook you guys up. Believe me, you hear my weird stories. I am clearly a weird crackhead, but at the end of the day, look at all of the people in here. It's because they got long terms, bro. We have done very, very well off of it. It has kept us alive no matter what. And that's so whether you're new or old, but especially the new guys, I think there's a lot of cool stuff to get like fixated on. But dude, the non-sexy, the slow, boring 10% little by little, bro, that will literally change your life. That's it. That's all you need. Should I wait for NVO? It's not a bad price. That's what I said, but at the end of the day, I don't like anything higher than when I bought it. I know it sounds weird, and it's very weird I bought NVO. I don't think you guys realize. It's been years since the only other time I bought a play that was up on the multi-year, I think it was when I averaged down on Abivi, to be honest with you. So it's been or when we bought Netflix dip or Meta. But yeah, bro, I don't like buying it when it's up. I mean, I'm a very patient person, and I don't know if you guys remember what I said about yesterday. I wasn't even going to buy NVO. And like I said, just here's how you got to look at it. Let your situation, if you, for whatever reason, you didn't buy it yesterday, you got to understand your intention and why you didn't, and let it come to you. Worst case scenario, you're going to miss out on it. And then if you miss out on it, you're going to look at UPS, Win, you're going to look at Hershey's. You see what I'm saying? And then you go down the list. Worst case, you're going to miss all of this dip buy, but it doesn't mean your opportunity exits. But at the end of the day, if you really like it, I mean, it's not much higher than where I bought it. But like I'm telling you, the general rule you want, again, we have not created a community where, I don't know, maybe some of you put me on a pedestal, but in a weird way, this isn't a community where one guy goes in and, follow the guy because it's going to be this. It's just use me as a marker. Use me as a model. And what I mean by that is that you can now see where I am positioned, where I am priced. And I'm telling you, if I somehow walk away with an adequate return with what I am doing, if you can optimize it and get better than me, my brother, you're going to do very well. You get what I'm saying? So that's why the main principle, can you go buy NVO today? Of course you can. It's a 2-3% difference. But the main principle, try to get everything lower than Josh. If you could do that, you are going to have a better advantage of the guy talking to you right now. You see what I'm saying? And that's where I'm like, all right, so I just don't like buying shit higher after we bought it cheap. From a house to a car to a stock. I am you could assume my ethnicity based on that, but at the end of the day, I am not I'm a very, very cheap person with this, or frugal. If you're cheap like me and try to defend it, you're like, it's called frugal, Josh. You know, we're cheap as hell, bro. We're cheap as hell, but yeah, that's what you got to do. You got it 4 cents cheaper than me? Hey, 4 cents cheaper is still cheaper, man. That ain't that. Tomorrow could be green, but again, that retail sales is creeping. Like I'm telling you, I know a lot of people, look at bonds are even down, and that makes more sense. Like I told you, bonds were getting a little too easy. That didn't make any sense to me, but that retail sales tomorrow is creeping, okay? So retail sales is a little bit, we're not out of the clear just yet. I can't stress that enough. So tomorrow could be good if the data is good. It could help us out a little bit, but you actually still got an event tomorrow. Then you're going to get Scott Bessent with the treasurer. That's going to be huge, believe it or not. And then you're going to get Bank of Japan stuff. Then you get China leading into Friday morning. And then we wrap up the week, and then it's all about Trump in the 100 days. Econ data is not the retail sales. That's the only economic data. And then every other economic data, I'd start punting overseas. And then that's it. The Bulls are ravenous. I mean,
I wouldn't call it too high. You have to give credit that we got murked the last couple of weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't, dude, the last couple of days, the last 2 weeks were not pretty. You had that 4% gain the second day, and then you just died. So you're coming back, but the overshoot, you were already at one level before the bell, before the cash open. That was kind of aggressive. But like I'm saying, I don't think this is too much. I mean, realistically, in my mind, we're the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, you're barely above the Powell zone to put it in there. But there was people felt good after 2 weeks of just like, holy crap, what's happening? Oh, the dollar, the bonds, all of that. Jake Rose, State Farm. Good morning, baby. Call Real Estate loves you. Amen, man. How you living, Jake? What's up? The beautiful, blissful souls. We need Jake. What happened to Jake from State Farm? What? Not this Jake from State Farm, the actual Jake from State Farm. I thought we could call on him when we need him. They've been canceling insurance for like 6 months, Jake. Okay? Yeah, where'd he go? They put him in the commercials. Like a good neighbor, we cancel your insurance. What? As a terrible neighbor, to be honest. Mm-hmm. What time will I call Intel? I have no idea. That's it. Like, what was the idea today? I forgot. I don't know. Dividend days like Christmas. Got the Oxy drip. He's still around. Your buddy got a picture with him. Your friend works for them. That's funny. Israeli government expected to vote on Gaza deal on Thursday, according to statement from foreign minister. I want to call anybody on the leadership team. I want David Zisner, Michelle, whatever, or Leon, whatever. There's some guy on the board. That's it. I just need them to know that that I'm in the running. Well, there's NVO going up. I'm not going to call Intel now. Okay, that's good. Do the Trump for you. You just want me to like make prank calls. You want me to do comedy. You want me to just quit the stock market and you want to just prank call for 7 hours? That would be a lot of fun, but I feel like a couple people would get disappointed. You know, I don't know if that'd be a full use of the talents that we have, but yeah, man, just chill. It'll arrive when it's meant to be. I know Intel should be calling me. Man, tell him, bro. Tell him. Oh, I got 2 Tessies. It's because I think Tesla's NVIDIA half the time. I want these 2 up just because these lately Tesla came up from the election, but this is probably going to be like a quarter of your NASDAQ move every day. Since I prank called someone, oh, you should have seen the Intel. It's not even a prank call, but it's just funny because they hate me. But other than that, yeah, I mean, we could have some fun. How many bullish? Oh, I don't know. Ask the Chad. How many of you are bullish for tomorrow? So tomorrow, how many of you think retail sales is going to come in weak? Because that would be the bullish reaction. Otherwise, how many of you think retail sales are going to come in hot? Because that really is the breakdown of it all. So just say hot or cold retail sales or bearish or bullish, whatever you want. Bullish, weak, bull, hot. I'm coming in hot. Now, bullish on the 20th. You're bullish, weak, bullish, hot. That's bearish, in line. Okay, can I ask you guys another question? If you put bullish today, if I asked you, I don't know if you have the awareness or the ability, but what would you have said if I asked you this yesterday before the data today? So what I'm trying to ask you is that does today's data
alter your thoughts in any way, or was this your idea ahead of it all? So you would have been bearish before. Oh, no way. Bullish today, bearish yesterday. Ah, okay. So it's a good question then. But now you're bullish. PPI convinced you bullish. I mean, again, PPI was, but history and data says that you can't really rely on the PPI. But in a weird way, the PPI did come in clutch yesterday. It did kind of hint a little bit. You work in retail, it's slow. Today's data, the headline was in line, and that was still kind of hot. But then the core came down, and that just got everybody back in crackhead mode, or at least feeling pretty good today. I see this as people could get cheaper puts now. You're still bearish regarding inflation. It's hard proof that we have bottomed on inflation and moving higher. Okay. But why core, though? That's the thing. That's why people like today, because core makes headline maybe bottoming, but core, the fact that it went up for 3-4 months in a row and now went lower, that's not usually what bottoming looks like. Because that when it did do that in 21, 22, we freaked out. And then we got really bullish when it finally went down. All right, Fed Williams comments coming in now. So watch bonds and stocks. Fed Williams, monetary policy dependent and highly uncertain environment. Fed Williams, government outlook, main source of uncertainty, well positioned for economic outlook. Yeah, so he's just admitting it. Literally, the government is the uncertainty. Everything else is the same. Disinflation to continue, could be choppy. Improvement in supply-demand balance, allowed rate cuts. Fed Williams balance sheet drawdown proceeding smoothly. He expects growth to moderate 2% this year. Expects unemployment to hold 4 to 4.25. Sees move to 2% inflation over the next years. Housing-related inflation pressures are easing. Fed Williams economy has returned to balance. Inflation expectations are anchored. So he's just saying it's all government worries. AKA, we're worried about inflation because of government policy, but everything else is generally the same. You think this year will be choppy overall, kind of flat? We'll probably end 2025 where we are now. I think I agree with like the first half. I just don't know where we're going to end. So I think it'll be choppy, but I think it's going to be a mix of like 2023 and 2024. But both of the years went up, but you had the choppiness. But one year was kind of smaller and not. But I am expecting, as weird as it may sound, I am kind of expecting a 10 to 15% move up or down minimum this year, based on history and the bond market. So I don't know where we'll end up or down. I think it's going to be choppy, like you said, and it'll have reminiscence of the last couple of years. But I do think we're in store for 10 to 15 minimum, up or down. Why? Because of history, and you don't move like this back to back. And then, again, the 40, 50-year bond bear market, it's something to be looking at. So I'm excited, but I do think we have a wild year ahead of us. Shout out the long term. Where is it? Fed Williams. Next 6 months, it'll be wait till Trump comes in. Remember, just base factor with Trump. I'm not even talking now. I'm talking back in the day, 2018, 2016. He brings uncertainty. So that's why I'm saying, we've been waiting for this inauguration. Hopefully nothing bad happens at inauguration. But after he starts signing those papers, we get some moves. We're going to start seeing stuff. So I think next either first 6 months or last 6 months, we have a lot in store. I think Trump, hear me out. Trump does bring chaos, but he brings chaos because everybody fucking matches him. That's what I was saying the other day, bro. Like, if somebody came up to me and said, Josh, I'm buying your house that is not for sale, I wouldn't come out the next day and be like, I'm buying your house now. I would block you and ignore you and move on with my life.
But that's where I'm like, Trump brings the chaos because motherfuckers respond, and then they bring the chaos with him. So, yeah, but I agree. Generally, I think the outcome is chaos, whether he's the initiator or whether they respond. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to justify him. I'm not speaking to right or wrong. I don't give a fuck about your politics anymore. Maybe in 4 years when we have an election, but I am just speaking to the actual volatility and chaotic nature of news and events. Are you following? So I'm just saying that's why we get chaos. That's why we're going to have, a little push and pull back and forth dealing with all of this stuff. So, yeah, we'll see, man. Obliterating. Well, again, bonds were overshooting in the morning. I mean, we kind of had that feeling, but generally anything upside, you're winning right now, for the most part. But let it chill, just like yesterday. You had 7 hours, started off, we got a big gap up, dumped, came back up to it, and then just wasting time. But it's going to be leading into tomorrow. Senior Israeli claims Hamas has introduced new demands regarding Philadelphia. Is everything all right? It is, Mr. Barack Obama, but you're probably going to get banned again. I think some of you who LARP as names, it's cute for a little bit, but then usually it takes a wrong turn. So I already see where this is going. So I hope, man, but yeah, the Obama LARP. Let's see. So I'm already warning you now. So if I just ban, I'm not saying any. I'm getting the laugh in now before you do anything. So then that way I don't have to highlight any negativity. But yeah, that's it. So then that way we can move on. But yeah. The real Obama. Are you the real Michelin man, Mr. Marshmallow? I don't know. Don't ban me every time I come in here. You ban me. I'm cool. Just all right. Just be cool then. We'll see. I mean, I haven't banned you yet, but believe me, I've done this for a long time, man. I don't know if you all know. I've been streaming thousands of hours every single year. I've encountered millions of people. So I'm just saying, I have many possible outcomes of how this is. I already know something's going to happen and you'll be like, oh shit, I'm Obama. This might be the time to make a comment. And then you're going to say, so I don't know. We'll try though. I'm down to try. Let's see, man. Let's see. You're curious about Obama's chat. He has no chat facts. That's why. So that's why too. So when I look at your chat facts and there's no history, that's like why when you first get your credit card at 18 to 21, you may have a high credit score, but nobody will loan you money because you don't have credit history. So it kind of compares to the chat facts. Josh banned so many people he's friends with. Yeah, I have. I'm telling you. Even lately, even with Yash, I don't think that's why I hope you guys don't take it personal. But when it comes to like banning and maintaining the rules, if I don't apply them equally, it's bullshit. So I don't care if you violate again, I timed out. I don't care. I'm being dead honest with you. So try to follow the rules. Sometimes it's 24-hour ban. Sometimes it's permanent, but at the end of the day, nobody is really safe unless you follow the rules. Otherwise, what good are rules? You know what I'm saying? I have not bought Japanese stocks, but let me see if I could find it. Are you ready? I have one. There is a secret. There is a secret. What's it called? There's a secret bullish China thing going on right now. Bro, this is the wildest. bro. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I'm opening up my Twitter to get you this chart, and I just see a video of a guy proposing to his girl, and then he gets drop kicked. Dog, this is fake. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. That one got me. Show us. I don't think I can show you. Hold on. I need to find you this China bullish thing, though. It's actually very important. Oh, I didn't save it. Hold on. I'm trying to find you the chart with the China names. No, there's something really... No, that was last year. Fuck. Because I could explain it to you, but I think when you see the chart, some of you will trip out. But maybe I don't show you the chart. Maybe the chart will bias you too much. Because the chart makes it very, very easy to get the conclusion. But do you guys remember when I was telling you, like, you know, everybody's, like, scared of all of the other, like, you know, everyone's scared of China lowering rates and shit? Hey, pay the plus. Shout out all the chat with the A+ chat facts. That's one right there, Mr. Silverio. Or not. Woo! Amen. Yeah, so do you guys remember when I told you all that? Where I was like, yeah, people are getting worried about China rates going lower. But then I told you, although that could be a bad sign, that literally means that there is about to be a liquidity tsunami. Does that sound familiar? Do you guys remember me saying that to you? I'm still looking for this chart, but that doesn't sound familiar to you. Last year, you remember? Yeah, it was last year. End of last year. Even I think beginning, it was just as the Chinese bonds started hitting the lows. This is kind of a recent phenomenon. No. This was after the carry trade. I think I have the charts. You guys remember when you guys don't remember when the Chinese bond yields were like hitting those lows? Yeah, right here. Here's one of them. So I showed this chart. I don't know when I screenshotted this, but this was one of them. It's even worse since here. You don't remember this? This is the Chinese 10-year. I think I showed you this exact chart. Right? And people were getting worried. There's some people in America, Goldman, Bank of America, they're like, that's so bad. Oh my gosh, China collapse. It's never going to do this. But I'm like, bro, anybody, if this was America, if you ever cut rates like this and started spurring shit, it just means there's about to be a bunch of money floating around there. Right? So this was something I told you guys the other day. Tuesday. I might have to go to Monday. Let me go back. But here it is. No. Hold on. I want the chart. Well, I need to get that chart. But here's the deal. So what came out the other night, China, they released some economic data. And in that economic data was Chinese money supply. And all of a sudden, Chinese M2 money supply actually went up by almost 1% higher than people thought. Now, I will tell you, that may not seem like a lot, but this confirms the tsunami liquidity narrative. Why? Because go look at China. That's why if I show you the chart, it's going to be too biased. You're going to see how bullish it is. But then again, China has been a shit show. Don't get too confident. Be prepared for disappointment. But you finally had an uptick in Chinese money supply. And again, you've only seen that a handful of times, but it's a good sign. And it just means that all of whatever they're doing, they haven't even thrown the kitchen sink, but there is a real above average, above expected tick up in money, meaning you got more money moving around in China. That, again, the only other times that's happened, it has usually correlated with a little rise. It was expected, but it was better than expected. So people already had an expectation, and it was almost 1% better than that. So, and then it was like 4% better than the last report. So it bottomed out better than expected, and if that trajectory goes, it will be, it could be good, but we need a little bit more confirmation. But that was a really good, it's a subtle and good sign out of China that most people aren't paying attention to. I'm trying to find it. I only saw there was a Bloomberg. It was on the fucking terminal, bro. That's why I'm like, I have like trading economics and shit. It doesn't show me the actual one. It's only showing me old shit. Let me see. Oh, I can't believe I didn't save it. Fed Williams in wait-and-see mode, see what officials do on policy. Uncertainty over new government policies holding some business back. Inflation retreat has been broad-based. Demand for housing remains strong. Some disinflation coming from outside the U.S.? Bruh. So here's some of them, but this isn't giving. I need a pretty much overlay. It's either MO and then M2 money supply. Overlay it with the Shanghai composite, and then even M1. But this was one of them. But this isn't the full thing I need to show you. I'm gonna find it because this was big though, but it's just so subtle. This isn't something everybody really monitors. This is one of those things where it's easy to slip this one under the rug. Maybe it means nothing, but it's one of those things where it's like, if this is an early sign and it correlates with the rates and everything else, then that could be a very, very early snitch. I can't find this chart, man. I'll get it. Be on the lookout for it. Just look. It's a Shanghai composite overlaid with Chinese money supply. Data just came out 48 hours ago. Dollars back. SPY and bonds kind of matched. I mean, yeah, bonds are actually still outperforming a little bit. The CCP throwing in the towel already? No, I disagree completely. I don't think they could jawbone the same way they used to, and they don't have the same jawboning effectiveness as Jerome Powell in the Western countries, but I don't think they've thrown in the towel. No. I think they tried to talk it up and prepare you and get everybody on board, but that's why I said those rates going down and the liquidity, I think they're setting up. Yeah, exactly. They're waiting for the West. That is the answer. But they can't jawbone the same way they can. They can't say, oh, we're going to stimulate, and then everybody starts to like go up. But they have one bullet left at worst case. So if you're really bearish on China, I wouldn't rush in thinking they have no more ammo. They have one more bullet left, and that happens after Trump. And once they find out Trump's plan, then they're going to hit with stimulus or negotiation, and then we could start calling it quits on China or not. Yeah, they're buying time. They're playing the lawyer route. That's it. They're just extending, talking good, but 100% they're waiting for Trump. I think it's foolish to believe any other idea because they're not. This is the second biggest economy in the world, man. You know what I'm saying? They're bigger than all of fucking Europe. They're not just gonna, go into a deflationary spiral without one more because they never threw the kitchen sink after COVID and shutting people's doors. They haven't really it's been weird, bro. That's why it's like, well, let's see what Trump does, but they are waiting for that. I could almost guarantee it at this point, just with how the last couple months have played. Bro, Kennedy is at the Pam Bondi thing? No. No, hold on.
Directly by Senator Durbin. You have to be able to say that
I'm rewinding it. We're going back.
January 6th insurrectionists who committed violence shouldn't be pardoned. You have to be able to say Kennedy.
This was 6 minutes ago. Exactly.
Ms. Bondi, welcome. Congratulations.
I love him.
Can we agree
What's he gonna
that legitimacy is important to America's criminal justice system?
Yes, Senator.
I have no idea where he's going to take this.
Can we agree?
Legitimacy. Abivai dumping.
Important
Abivai, big sell-off.
Department of Justice,
$2, one candle.
which in part administers our
Yikes.
criminal justice system.
Yes, Senator.
And if Americans come to believe that our criminal justice system or our Department of Justice is acting illegitimately, that makes Americans less likely to accept the results of that system, does it not?
Yes, Senator.
And that makes Americans less
She even knows he's
likely
about to say something crazy.
to follow the substantive laws that we pass that are administered by the Department of Justice.
This guy isn't... Bro, this is like if my dad
And if that
grew up
happens,
in
we have
America
chaos,
as like a redneck
Chaos.
with this accent. I don't even think he's a
and the
redneck.
social contract is breached.
This guy remind me of like my dad, bro. He's so just like out of pocket. But my dad says it because he doesn't
Do you
know
remember a
this country
person
like that.
by
But
the
he
name of Michael
grew up in
Avenatti?
Louisiana.
Yes.
Several years ago, he was a media star here in
KOP
Washington.
on the high. That Dr.
An
Pepper?
attorney, correct?
Yes.
No, Copper. I'm
He
tripping.
was a media star. And many members of our media loved him because he persistently bashed Donald Trump. And he was on TV every day. He was on CNN more than Wolf Blitzer. Do you know where Mr. Avenatti is today?
I believe he's sitting in prison, Senator.
He's in jail because he was a crook. And the Department of Justice helped put him there, didn't it?
Yes, Senator.
Look at his face.
Do you remember a gentleman by the name of
He's in jail.
Sam Bankman-Fried?
Wow!
Yes, Senator.
Sam
Boy
Bankman!
genius.
No, he wasn't. He couldn't even play league.
So smart and so powerful that he thought he could command the tides.
Okay, Bond's still going down a little
So
bit. You're still
smart
doing the
and so
VWAP dance.
powerful and so
5 minutes
rich.
till Euro close.
That he would go to meetings with serious people like Bill Clinton, like Tony Blair, looking like a slob, looking like a fourth runner-up to a John Belushi lookalike contest. And he thought it was cute. Where's Mr. Bankman-Fried today?
I believe he is in
The
prison. and I
fourth
believe
runner-up
that's from
in
the
a John
Netflix series I
Belushi
saw as
contest.
well.
Because he's a crook. And who helped put him there?
The Department of Justice, Senator.
There you go. You're getting
Can
it.
we agree that there's some really, really good men and women at the Department of Justice?
Many, many great men and women in the Justice Department, as well, Senator, as all the law enforcement agencies that fall within the Department of Justice. They're out there risking their lives, especially
still
for law
laughing at that
enforcement
John Belushi
every
thing.
single day.
Can we agree, though, that there have been and may be today some bad people at the Department of Justice?
Yes, Senator.
We don't know for sure because for the last 4 years, the curtains there have been tightly drawn. But I think a minority of people
Bro, the guy next to him looks lit as hell.
have delegitimized America's
Not anymore. He did like an exhale, like it just hit him.
The most destabilizing act that I saw in the past 4 years, maybe in the history of the department, is when Attorney General Garland decided on the basis of dubious facts and untested legal theories to criminally prosecute a former president of the United States. And not only that, this is the special part. He decided to do it after the former president of the United States had announced that he was going to run against Attorney General Garland's boss, didn't he?
Senator, are you referring to going after a political opponent?
I think so.
I think so.
Now, this is one person's opinion.
You should have let him finish, Pam. You should have let him weave his way in there.
A plan. And I say that because, number one, this is America. That had never happened before in America. That's the sort of thing that happens in a country whose Powerball jackpot is 287 chickens and a goat. It doesn't happen here. And I call it stupid because it broke the seal.
Stop it.
It broke the seal.
That's crazy.
It normalized it.
Bro, he said their Powerball is 280 chickens and a goat.
Republican. And I'll bet you right now there's some prosecutor.
I'm like putting my head down, bro. I'm like,
about,
oh, man. That's
maybe I
wild.
File criminal charges against President
That's
Biden
diabolical, dude.
For conspiring to conceal his mental decline. And that's the road we're
All right, I'm
headed
going to go
down.
pee, bro. That's nuts.
And you've got to fix
200
it.
chicken Powerball.
Counselor. You've got to fix it. And here's, in my judgment, what I would ask you to do. Find out who the bad guys are and the bad women and get rid of them. Find out who the good people are and lift them up. But do it on the basis of facts and evidence and fairness. Because the temptation of some people is going to be, they're going to tell you, look, two wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even. Don't resist that temptation. Help us restore legitimacy to the Department of Justice.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ms. Bondi, and to your family.
Thank you.
Thank you for visiting with me in my office. And I have to say, I'm sympathetic always to a former Attorney General, particularly having been one myself. But I am, I have to say also, really troubled, deeply disturbed by some of your responses and non-responses to.
Thank you. I'm glad. Thank you for letting me know. That was the best Kennedy all year. Our first. That's just wild, bro. That's wild. Sadly, though, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I kind of aspire to be like Kennedy one day. You know, he's a real straight shooter. He's a little wacky, but you know, he kept it real, man. He kept it real. But that Powerball joke is out of pocket. He said in countries where they have a Powerball jackpot of 280 chickens in a goat. Okay, now you're selling off, though. Notice bonds. The crazy part is bonds are outperforming the SPY right now. So, again, like I told you from the morning, I would expect a little bit more movement on equities. But even then, if you come back down, you got like 4 or 5 points, then 10 points to get to the bottom end of the gap down range. You might flirt with in between here. But, again, the general idea should be we are generally good leading into tomorrow. And then retail sales That's what's going to change everything. Yeah, Bitcoin's following. Let's see. Lots of people were really smart for voting for the guy to invade Greenland. They are very smart. Look at the world. Everybody's happy. People are optimistic. The dollar, the only people fucking things up are the Fed and people scaring you about inflation. You might be one of them. So, but what's really smart is if you got a long term. So email me your long term if you want to get unbanned, because I would not call other people dumb if I did not save my own money and invest in my future. That's just, it's kind of ironic. But yeah, man, be peaceful. God bless. Send me a long term for freedom. Otherwise, go. I think Bloomberg is waiting for you. It is push-up time and Euro close. So, Chad, we should have probably done that during that. But get up, man. Stand up a little bit. Move the body around. You've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5. Actually, you've been here for 3.5. We started an hour earlier. So let's go, baby. Get the body moving, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, relax the eyeballs, stare away from the computer, screen, go blink, 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 and relax the jaw. I haven't done that in a minute. There you go. You have 50K, you want to wait for the low? Well, do a push-up about it. That's a good way. But even then, little by little, that's the answer. A lot of people have asked me questions. Just little by little, man. Big amount, small amount. Even stocks are at highs, stocks are at lows. The best way to get started is little by little. That's how you're going to move into something month by month, average, and that way you could be a part of it, and you're not really confined to just one decision, one move. Because you buy today, if it goes up, you'll make money. If it goes down, all your money's there. You can't do anything about it. So find that balance little by little and get a push-up in. Now, Bond, just notice, SPY's up 1.3, TLT's up 1.37. So they're literally going hand in hand on that one. So just watch out for that, but just don't get too panicky. Like I told you, use yesterday as a template. So even yesterday, what time was it? Yeah, 10:23. So we started dropping from here yesterday. Where were we by 11:29? 11:29, you were already hitting. Yeah, you're kind of hitting a new low. We would have already broke. So you're doing a little better. But like I'm saying, just the way you had those random ass moves, it's not like anything's changing. Oh, today's Wednesday, huh? I got leg day, bro. Got leg day. We invest we try to once a month. We deposit every single month. And lately I've been using it. I hold it for like a week or like a month. I give it some time in between, but generally just every month we are doing our thing. Elon streaming from Mar-a-Lago? Oh, no way. Elon Ma. Yeah, testing Starlink from Mar-a-Lago.
Was, am I going to comment on the Chinese driver of my Path of Exile account? Yes. His name is Elon Ma.
Yeah.
And
what?
He's amazing.
Elon Ma, what the hell? Why did you just say that? I just said Elon. Oh, that was creepy. What the hell? Why did he just bring up Elon Ma? What? That's crazy. Yeah, that was weird. Bro, he sounds like my first YouTube videos when I would record into my MacBook. He watching the stream? Right. Elon, I don't know if Elon watches the stream. He's never said hello to me. I forgot. I need to start messaging him every day. Once I took a break from Twitter over the holiday, it's hard to get back into him, bro. That's it. But yeah, he's just doing this video game thing. Elon Ma.
So just confirming one last time that people can actually hear me talk.
Yeah, we got you, bro. All right. I thought he was going to be with Trump. It's the game. No, it's true. I don't know. Some people are mad about it, bro. People are really mad about it because he He literally paid people. And then Axios citing official Gaza ceasefire deal reached. Is there anything about hostages? Because hostage return will be good, I think. A slight bullish catalyst. What if Elon is a master troll and I banned him? Oh, good, if he didn't follow the rules. Like I'm saying, unfortunately, I have no favorites. You know, I like the long term. That is my favorite, but I don't care. If he violated the rules, then I hope he makes another account. Otherwise, I'll see you later. Yeah, there's been a lot. There's another nicotine comment. They've been coming from the morning. Yeah, they're putting out a PR. Again, that news was all from the AM, though. So, Mo and Philip Morris, but XXII they're talking about. They've been doing it every day, though. Home builders for the long term. I'm not really the biggest fan of them, to be honest. Ooh. I don't think the DVR is on, no. Oil doesn't agree. Well, I mean, oil, I think, has other factors beyond the ceasefire. Oil's at 80, though. That's not good. And, dude, no one's talking about it. I was showing you guys that oil chart yesterday, and remember I was telling you, I was like, bro, nothing moved up until recently. But did you guys notice that the inflation, look at this. October, literally beginning of October till the end of December, oil didn't move more than like $2 or $3. Right? So today's CPI was from here. And oil was the biggest jump. So that's what I was telling you yesterday. I'm like, the only thing I'm seeing is this recent oil move with a couple of other commodities. So you already got a high inflation jump today, but oil didn't even move. So that's why I'm like, very, very interesting when you think about it. Even then, look at gasoline prices. These are gasoline. They barely moved. But the move that gave you a 10, 15% in a week, technically today's CPI doesn't count it. However, it still showed a massive jump. Fed Williams is optimistic about U.S. productivity. You think 50 a barrel? I think oil comes down if Trump can get things good. And get ready for oil tomorrow. Scott Bessent, don't forget. Scott Bessent had his treasurer. He gets confirmed. He is about deficit in the bonds, but he is a big oil guy. Scott Bessent believes in drilling. He said barrels. That's one of his B's, barrels of oil. He believes we should be manufacturing like 1 to 3 million barrels a day extra. So, but again, I think oil goes up or down depending on success or failure of policy, as audit or any other factors that clearly, drive it. But does that make sense? I hope it does, because I think it's pretty accurate. But, the real, oil going really low or really high, I think that's going to be dependent on policy success or failure. Hamas ceasefire, 6-week troops. Let's see. Return of displaced Palestinians, daily humanitarian aid, and hostage exchange and Palestinian detainee release. Qatar, Egypt, and U.S. to guarantee implementation. If I morally don't get down with weight loss pills, should I avoid investing in NVO? You don't want my answer, sir. Because I don't know. I read a lot of these deep-ass books, if you couldn't tell. I share it with you guys sometimes, but do you want my answer? I'll ask you. All day I dream about finance. Adidas. 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 Brought to you by Kanye. He typed it, so he does. Not really. Some people, you never know. Well, the point is, you shouldn't be investing in the stock market if that's what you believe. If I were you, I would be taking all of my money out if you're concerned with morality, and I would invest into private companies in your community that you would have a better chance of verifying that their standards match up with your morality. Because I hate to break it to you, any company with a multi-billion-dollar market cap, I probably could find several morality violations on almost every company on the S&P 500. So again, everything from child labor to poor labor practices and payments to sourcing of materials to polluting people, selling dangerous products, marketing incorrectly, lying, literally like predatory behavior. I could keep going down the list, that's just at these levels. I'm telling you, as someone I have a degree in morality, technically philosophy, it's just not really the stock market is not you're not going to find again, you're not going to find your wife at a strip club. You might, but the girl at the club, that's on you, baby. But at the end of the day, I don't think you're going to find morality in a market of trillions of dollars, where people are trying to raise money and do all of these things. So private corporations that and they're smaller and could still make you a return on your money, and you could actually invest in what you believe in, that would be your idea. The idea is, what do we do with our profits? That's on you. Like I'm saying, I mean, I could tell you what I think, and I could share with you my morality, but I truly never force you guys to subscribe to any. It's on you, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you really feel bad and morality is like weighing on you, you should rethink your whole stock market approach, or you have to come to terms with it now, and how you want to go about it. Me, I like real estate. I like my stocks. Unfortunately, I have came to the conclusion that I'm a giant hypocrite. I believe in a lot of things, and I believe in morality, but if I want to be in the career that I've been in for almost 20 years, this does not feed my moral beliefs. It's just actually, it's so obvious how against my beliefs it is. But you have to figure that out. Just like the same way people, who are Islamic have to find a way for, Sharia finance and Sharia law. There's certain ways to go about it, but you have to, that's on you to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? But I wish I could help in that sense, but I can't tell you morality. I do know it. And quite frankly, I would just say it's not, this isn't morality. And if you want to go another place, I would do that. And real estate is another good option. If you don't own your own home, I mean, that could be great for you. The high ticker, I don't know. It just stopped. Low key. Could call out on that. There's a couple of names like small caps. SONM, 84%, literally like 2 trades now. And then Verx. Mm-mm. 11:45. No, the newswire's up to date. No one cares about monkeypox. Bird flu is still kind of lurking, as weird as that may sound. I don't know. I don't take it seriously yet, but I definitely I've heard some things, and like it's still there, but it's not like you know what I'm saying? But I think bird flu is still lurking, but that's about it. See, yeah, check again. Morgan Stanley in the morning, and then Bank of America. Yeah, the HMPV, that was that new China virus. But again, I've heard little rumblings, but I've not seen anything that has gotten me worried. So I'll let you know. I was like that with the fires, and the next day I'm telling you guys, I'm like, yo, holy shit, this is real. So, but for now, I'm not really, I'm not really pissed. You can make a TD account with a business, but you're going to have a personal guarantee. So you still have to put your name, but you could make it a business account. If you have like a trading LLC or something, it's very easy to do. No, you get YCL is leverage. FXY is the way to play the yen on like an ETF without getting too much decay. YCL is leverage. So even if the yen goes to the same price in a month from now, YCL will be lower. FXY will be the same price or higher. For your first property, should it be under your name or a LLC? LLC, but you're going to buy it under you anyway. See where you could get the easiest, best loan, and then you could always transfer a property. That's the easy part. So if you bought the house for you and you want to later transfer it to a LLC, it's a very easy process. So I wouldn't really stress too much on that. I would figure out the good home and making sure it's a good value, and then making sure that you have the best terms for financing. Because you guys know it's harder. You will get a worse loan on a business than you will a person, if you didn't know that. Same thing even for homie asking about the TD account. Do you guys know businesses have less favorable terms than individuals? That is why if you wanted to buy internet for your house, it's cheaper than buying internet for your business. And you'll even get better service as a residential. Sometimes you get better, corporate services, but again, they're different. Yeah, hell yeah. Why? You got to think about it. As a lender, do you think they're not aware of the liability? So as a lender, I'm going to give you $500,000, right, to go buy a house. But if I know you're a business, I know you could write it off. I know it's going to be harder to collect. I could only go after the property, and you have less of a credit history on the company. Whereas if you are a person, an individual, you got a credit score, you got a family, you're going to pay to live where you live, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got friends, you got a job, a social media. There's more ways to recover the money, and it's safer to lend to a person than it is to a company. That's just natural business 101. So that being said, if you go out to get a loan and you're like, here, give me money for a house for this LLC, probably going to have a higher interest rate, maybe slightly higher fees, and it'll be harder to qualify than if you were like, yo, I'm an individual, give me a FHA loan, and here's my income, W-2, personally guaranteed by me. That will give you a way better loan, terms, prices, everything. So, ta-da! CPI, I don't think it was good, but it was surprising. It wasn't surprising that core really came down because half of the economists expected it, but it was surprising that core was the one that dropped and came in lower while headline went up. So it gave everybody what they wanted while confirming that inflation is not that aggressive. And sadly, it brings up two words you never want to hear in the stock market when we're going through weird volatility, because all it does is wreck premiums until the next event. And those two words are Goldilocks. I'm sure you may have flashbacks depending on how many puts or calls you have bought in your life in response to data, but Goldilocks is what they call it. And that means it wasn't too bad, it wasn't too good, and then it has created this environment up until the retail sales tomorrow morning. And then, again, the other events, China, and then next week we'll get our president. Woo! If you only do 3% down compared to 20, would your interest rate be higher? Usually, yes. Lower down payment, higher interest rate, but it shouldn't be like too crazy of a difference. There's math behind all of it. You see, you could calculate it. You could even calculate extra monthly spend versus how it would even be amortized by the end of the term. But technically, yes. So you could get a bigger loan for longer with better rate. As an individual, yeah. But it all depends on the type of property, the type of loan, right? Because now what if you're trying to buy a fucking building or a multi-unit, right? So then again, some instances, business credit in a business helps you, right? But again, you're telling me first property I should go buy it with an LLC. You're probably going to get the loan as a person and then later transfer that to an LLC because you'll get a way better deal. PCG, do they have risk from the fires? You got to watch out for that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you'll have to pay the mortgage insurance for less than 20% down. And that's another fee. And then you could, again, it's math though. You could see how much will you spend in insurance premium versus how much cash that saves you right now. Is the event taxable? I think it could be. It just depends how you do it and the terms of it all. If you've done it properly, I believe so. Sonim resumed trading. That was the one we just saw. That had 0 transactions, though. We got 3% down with 6.9 a year ago. It's not bad. The interest rate's terrible, but 3% down I like. Because if someone's willing, that means someone just said, I'll give you hundreds of thousands of dollars for what? 3% down? I mean, that interest will be bad, but if you found a good property at the good price, that's it. You refi your ass out of that. Because there was, during the last 3 years, you had chances to refi. You know, if you were on the high end and then we saw those rates drop, there was a period, but it just wasn't like, you know, I don't think that was the one everybody wanted, but it was possible. A couple people did it. I'd like Bitcoin right now, actually. I think wait till Scott Bessent tomorrow and Trump. That's it. Like I said the earlier in the week, keep an eye out for all of the Trump trades. Let me remind you, now that we have gotten now that we've gotten this CPI out the way, we're kind of chilling. Obviously, there's still more to the day, but I really want you to, I said this Monday, all of those Trump trades, Russell, ARK, Bitcoin, KRE, all of the Trump trades we hit when Trump won. First 100 days, those are all going to come back into play. Do you understand me? So if you don't feel like you have any plays right now and you don't know where to look, I would be looking right there in the next 100 days. Why? Because they already showed you they are tied to this situation. Some of them already led, and now they came back down, things matched up, and now that's the area where there is more expectations. So if you want ideas, that's somewhere where I would be looking, and now is the time. Like I said, KRE's already up like 5% since that video. But this is, don't forget about it. It's not over. And that's what I'm saying. So like Bitcoin, ARK, Russell, long duration, banks, deregulation, even TLT in the dollar, those are the trades that I would be looking at right now. And after again, inauguration is next week. I remember you saying when Middle East stuff happened, gold ripped and stayed up. And there's crystal ball. Would it dump? It would go down a little bit on the ceasefire, but now the problem is everything else. Like, you know, after the Israel stuff, dude, it was like, what? Didn't Switzerland cut like 3 months later? And then, you know, like everybody just started like one after the next. So, yeah, that's kind of the problem. So, generally, I think there will be a small downside in gold as a result of a true ceasefire and hostage return. However, I can't really put a dollar amount on it. You know what I'm saying? Some of the value is there, but I don't know if we could commit like a full valuation to that event. I hope that makes sense. I'm just speaking to you on it. I have no idea. Like I'm saying, it's going to be some, but I really can't put an amount on it. And gold has been tricky, but gold generally has an upside bias right now as long as it doesn't break 2,500 with everything going on with the dollar, trade-weighted dollar, inflation, all of that. But good question and great thought. I mean, I'm glad you remembered that because I think that was very real. That was a very, very identifiable point on gold. It's just crazy how much happened since in that same time period, but there will be an effect, but I think it's unknown for now, or I just can't really put my finger on the scope of it. The Trump trades, I have old videos on it. Go look at all, I think they're called the Trump trade, just all the trading fraternity videos right before the end of last year. So if you go second, third link in the description, it'll take you to the trading fraternity. All right, ladies, that's me. You click on it and then go to videos. And then, yeah, where it's going to be one of these. I think, yeah, right here. I think this deregulation one. And then really all, like, this, like, setup. I've heard someone will find it. Oh, that's the bond rally.
All right, ladies.
Now, this has a lot of them. This is the chart I showed you the other day.
Weeks now.
But yeah, we got a couple of them on there. And then that's crypto. Yeah, this was 2 months ago? So it might even be like closer than that. So yeah, take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. No, okay. It's classic. can I show you the buy notification? You have to be here live. So if you're here when I buy something, I mean, you'll always get it. Otherwise, the only way will be stream alerts, or you watch the watch list and get it later. So I know I'm live for a lot of hours, and there's a lot you could miss, but you pretty much have 3 ways to get it. Anything after that, I don't really know what to do. And the best of all, like I've been telling you, my plays really get optimized if you could get them when I'm down. So sometimes being there is the best, but also I still think there is value if you are following along later. Is ABI going? Oh, wow. I thought it was bad news. Homeboy said something, CFO said something, or CEO. He said exec can't commit less capital and drugs for psychiatric disorders. I thought they were getting killed. They're at the JP Morgan Health Conference. There's JP Morgan breaking out now. Trump transportation nominee confirmed it'll allow Tesla autopilot probe to continue. Hot dog. The home you want to overpay. Well, let me ask you this. How long do you plan to live in that home? So who cares if you overpaid if you don't plan on leaving soon? Why do you want me to tell you that? If you really want me to look at it and then give you anxiety or not. But at the end of the day, all that really matters is your plan on living and using the home. You see what I'm saying? Because if you and your mom are going to live in that for, the next decade, the price will work itself out. But if you plan on selling it next month, then yeah, your valuation is of concern. But, it's up to you. You could email me, but I don't, like I'm saying, if depending on your plan for this home, it may have more or less of effect than you think. Yeah, for 5 years. I could do it, but I don't think it really, again, you're already locked in that house. You bought it, you did your thing, and even then, after the longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. So even in 5 years, I think you'll be good. MS Earn, yeah. Morgan Stanley used to be, what was it, beginning of 2023? We hit one of them. That was the value play for banks. So now, but I guess they haven't moved in a while, but yeah, remember? I guess it was 24. Yeah, last year. It was like middle of last year, beginning. That's when they killed it. So they're a big one. They have a lot of room to go, but lately after they ran up, they kind of chilled. And then SPY turning up a little bit quicker than bonds, but they're literally matched up within like 0.02. Is your plan of keeping your home for the rest of your life realistic? Yeah, 100%. Put it in a trust, and as long as you don't go broke and, don't get a alcohol, hoe, or like weird addiction, you'll be good. But it's just a matter of planning, and then, when you are faced with the opportunity where you have to move or not, you either choose to rent it or sell it. But, a lot of people in America have had their homes for, again, that 60% of homes that has no mortgage. Most of them have owned them majority or all of their life. Or that was the last home they purchased from whenever they bought it. The climbing rent, you could rent your place for $4,500 and you only pay $15,000. You'd move if it wasn't for kids' school. But yeah, well, a good school is worth it. But then too, like, even if you did rent it out, I'm sure the other cost, that's the problem. But if you could get a better equivalent, then shit. Yeah, you don't have a mortgage. Look at you guys. So yeah, like, technically, unless you get into another fiscal problem, why would you? As long as you pay the property taxes and you keep that home insured, why would you not have it the rest of your life? Unless you woke up one day and were like, you know what? I got to sell this. I think the market's going to crash. That's usually what happens. Most times, the people you wake up one day and you're going to be like, yeah, I think the market's going to crash, and then you're going to sell your house. That might be the only opportunity. So we'll see. Your mother passed last year. I'm sorry to hear. You inherited the house with 2.6 mortgage. You need to redo the deed. Should I go with a trust? If you want to keep it that long. Again, once you put it in a trust, it becomes more limited. I don't know your state and where you're at and what they're going to do with her passing and the taxes. Because if it's already in a trust, you could kind of avoid that. But you might need to talk to somebody about that, like on the tax side, because the death tax and the transfer stuff, that's usually the nonsense. But as far as like, as long as it just depends what type of, like, what do you want to do with the home? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you going to keep that home? Are you going to sell it, rent it for a little bit? But a trust is more of a longer route. But see what would be the best for like tax liability, obligation. Make sure that the bank will let you take the 2.6 mortgage, you know? And it's really just details that kind of could screw you, but it depends on long-term plan. You're a realtor. Most homes are sold either death or divorce. Yeah, that's a big one. I mean, our thing we see here in Southern California is jobs. So, like, in a weird way, the job market is strong because that's what I see all the time. That's it. People are like, I don't need to live here anymore. I'm leaving. I'm going to go take all the money I made and go buy a reasonable home. Or then you have the people who are like, I'm going to go work at this job and get paid more money than I've ever bought. I want to buy a house. And then I've seen a lot of that. But then, of course, death and divorce. That move the market? Yes. The retail sales tomorrow will be your event. Daily reminder. Appreciate you. It's all love, baby. Amen. Right back at you, baby. Shout out my friends, man. Shout out my friends. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so the guy in that Senate hearing said they're still going to probe Elon, even though it's a Trump pick. Trump, we have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East. They will be released shortly. Wow. We got Trump True Social or what? But yeah, so now Trump is acknowledging it. I told you, day one we were gonna unsanction Hades. All hell will break loose. I'm glad to hear they'll be releasing them. I'll give you an update. I'm not even president. What? A law tuber had his house passed down in a trust, then took out a mortgage, is now losing it. He had 100K viewers during Rittenhouse trial. Well, yeah, that's just not like I'm saying, unless you make a poor financial decision, if you have a no mortgage house, there's literally, as long as you insure it and pay the property taxes, it's really hard for you to lose it. Like I'm saying, unless you become an alcoholic, a drug addict, you meet a girl who takes all your money, or a divorce, or like, I don't even know. Like, but it really, at that point, it would have to be a series of unfortunate events, or like you would have to add work to get that gone. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be like you would have to do something and act on it rather than, just sitting there. Well, even if you don't pay taxes, you could get away with that for like 7 years. And even if they sell it for taxes, you get all the money back minus the tax payment. So you'll still get monetarily compensated, but then you would lose that. But that would even still take almost a decade. So that's what I'm saying is that, if you want to keep your house for the rest of your life, low mortgage, high mortgage, no mortgage, it's really a matter of financial planning and putting yourself in a position to like keep it. Again, liquor, leverage, and ladies. Those are the things that usually smart men and smart men with money, and even women too, that is where you are going to fail. I think Warren Buffett is the one that said that quote. Liquor, ladies, and leverage. That's all. Those are the 3 L's of losing. Oh, no, was that Charlie Munger? I think it was Charlie. Excuse me. The average age? I have no idea. I'd want to say in the 60s. And gambling? Well, no. As weird as that may sound. The gambling becomes a problem when you start leveraging it. Y'all don't feel me. You see what I'm saying? Well, you go gamble $20 right now. Go buy a lotto ticket. That is literally gambling.
The problem is when you start leveraging it. The problem with gambling is when you start saying, you know what, let's go this big. Let's do this, and let's start doing more, and then let's start playing more speculation, and let's lever what we have to get more and go through that. Liquor, ladies, and leverage. That's the L. That's why I'm saying the gambling isn't your problem. The problem is when gambling, but that's the thing, gambling leads to leverage. That's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the STD, but that means you be having ST, you know what I'm saying, to get that. But like gambling leads to leverage, but technically leverage is the thing that usually destroys people. Let's gamble together. Let's do it. Send me $20. I'm waiting. I have PayPal, Western Union, Google, YouTube chat. I got a crypto wallet. You let me know. I'm down. You send me 20 and we could go from there. And if Tim, I'm going to slap you if you send me $2, Tim. I know you're already doing it. Yep. Don't let Tim beat you. Because if Tim did it, you see what I'm saying? Y'all ain't really about that life. Y'all ain't really about that life. I think Tim is the only one. If I ever had to get into some gangster shit, bro, I'm calling Tim. I don't think he's a gangster, but I know he's down. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, Tim, it's time, Tim. It's Timmy time. We got to do it, Tim. I don't know if Chicago Fed. Oh, yes, Goolsby coming out right now. Last 6 months, PCE has run out close to 2%. Optimistic for 25 soft landing. So get ready, Goolsby pump. It's already starting bullish as hell. No, we didn't really react to the other guys. A lot of uncertainties, uptick in business confidence, uncertainty since election. CPI somewhat encouraging, somewhat discouraging in equal measure. Jeez. Roland. Yeah, Roland gave me the $2, man. See? They don't want to gamble. Place it on black. See, you ready to go. I will. Next time I go to Vegas or a casino. And then actually, that's good. I have a funny story. I'm gonna tell you on Friday. I have something to admit. You've been following since I've started. That's good, but you also have a limited chat fact, so I probably banned you. I wonder where we had our falling out, but I hope we could become friends in the future. You know what I'm saying? I need another girlfriend poker. Bro, my girl won't go to Vegas. She turned into my mom. I'm telling you. Every time. Why you want to go to a place called Sin City? Why? That's why last time I went, I saw the Chads. We had that little meetup. I have not been back since. How do you handle your account being down mentally? It's funny. I could give you guys a solid piece of advice right now. It's actually some crazy shit, though, to be honest. So let me find Goolsby, and I'll give you a little pep talk on it. But it's kind of psycho behavior, to be honest. I'm being dead serious, too, but January 15th. Because I had this conversation like 3 times, bro. It's not even about your account going down, but I've had people just dealing with different, register for live stream for the individuals registered. Yeah, you have to register. It costs $30. $129 for a group. So yeah, Wisconsin Bankers or so. That's Goolsby right now. What happens on the ones where they got paid events? Usually they do a Q&A afterwards. So we'll see. DraftKings down. Yeah, 1.5, 2.5 now. Don't use my 20 for the registration. It's for gambling. Thank you. All right, I'm glad for the clarification. I will earmark 20 for black for boat ski. Well, again, Goolsby's first comment read bullish. Remember, that's your little pumper on the Fed. He just said soft landing 2025. But bonds a little bit. Again, I think still this is like a smaller setup to yesterday, but kind of moving similarly. So here is your pep talk. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. Okay. Because I told you that story from Philo yesterday. I had a friend of mine dealing with something, and I had to give him some real advice, and I feel like I did good, and I failed in some ways. And I was telling, that's why I gave you guys the talk about being naive. But even for him, I told him this, and I said, you need to forget everything. Some of y'all, like for real, I have another person, they're studying to become a financial advisor, and they were talking to me about how they were stressing every time. They're a genius. This person, I know them, and they are a very talented individual. I see them on what they're doing on this test, bro. They're terrible. The way that I'm like, dude, you're just panicking every fucking time. Even what you're telling me now. A lot of times with the account, you guys are like, oh, it's going down. I don't think the problem's going down. I think the problem is panic. So I gave this advice to all three of these individuals. It's psychotic. You need to literally forget everything. And to the point of the moment something starts to bother you, get you flustered, feeds any of that, you need to just move on and chill. Unfortunately, I have this ability. I say unfortunately because this is why I laugh a lot, even if it's serious sometimes. But it's very, very simple. Most of the time, guess what? I could be wrong. I could lose money. I could make money. I'm not perfect, but I'm going to have my cool because I do dog shit when I'm panicked. Most of you do. Most of you under pressure become a worse version of yourself unless you have heavily practiced under pressure. That's just the psychology of it. So for real, most of you probably would have had a good trading day until you start looking at what you lost on. And I'm not saying ignore things so you can't get better. That's not what I'm saying. Only a fool would take that conclusion. I'm saying that you cannot get off your game. You need to keep your cool. You're taking a test, you don't understand something, and you're like, oh shit, don't get flustered. Stay in your rhythm, move on to the next thing, and we'll come back to it later. You get what I'm saying? But you have to have the rhythm. Again, people did you hella dirty. You're working a business deal. Don't take it personally. Forget about it, but stay away from those people. You see what I'm saying? You don't just forget about it. Thinking about it is going to fuck with you more than anything. So is there technical skills that you'll need in these situations? Yes. But I notice a lot of times people, you're losing the margin and you're losing the thing that will take you over the edge sometimes. That's going to be all mental and just having rhythm and keeping your cool and not putting yourself in a state of panic to not perform. And it's kind of psycho. It's psycho because you have to have the ability to turn off your feelings and your emotions at a time. Where I'm telling you, forget about what just happened. Forget about what it is. Yes, you don't understand it. It's not good. It's going down. Great. Come back to it later, but stay. What do you know? That's it. I could break out a Bible. I could break out my belief in Jesus Christ. All of you are going to tell me problems that you don't understand. You'll be like, well, where's God? Where's this? Where's that? Thou shalt not kill. You understand that. You have a problem with the things you don't know, but you already know the things you do. Stick to what you know. And that's what I told all of these people in every situation. The moment you start wandering and not knowing when you're losing your cool and your rhythm, you need to revert immediately back to the last spot that you know and understand. Because that you do know. You're tripping on the shit you don't know about. But there is things you actually understand and know. That's a great starting point. And that's usually where some will call it a checkpoint. But that's where you should go back to. So, yeah. I hope it helps, but like I said, kind of crazy. Yeah, Israeli government vote on deal on Thursday. Goolsby, what matters Impact policy as a whole cannot look at tax cut without looking at government spending. If Congress president begins drafting policies that'll raise prices, Fed has to think about that. You must have principles. Kind of. I know. It pains me to say that. Because in a weird way, you don't even need principle. This is like psychotic behavior. Like, I hate to break it to you guys. That's why, have you noticed that people have gone through a lot of shit? Even people go to prison, and then they'll end up doing a lot of stuff. It's not even like a principle. It's just a matter of going through things and literally having the memory of a goldfish. You know what I'm saying? To not be able, like, keep your cool, maintain yourself and who you are, and do not live too much in the past or be too obsessed with the future where it gets in your way. You know, there's so many examples. People you could keep pushing on, and that's why I'm like, principles I think will help you. I think principles will help you become way more powerful and make this a lot easier and give you elements that you can't get out of mere trauma exposure. But it's still, this isn't whether you are the wisest or the dumbest or you care or you don't care. It doesn't even matter. If you can keep your cool, that's going to take you a long way. It will help in a lot of different scenarios, and that's part of it. Keeping cool, not living in the past and remembering too much that hurts you and ignoring the things that you do know. Did I recently read The Power of Now? No, I have not. I don't think I've ever read it in my life. I've literally only been reading what I have been reading to you guys. Have I ever thought about wearing a turban? Maybe you should have thought about that question before you typed it out. I giggled, though. I think that was funny in my response, but you're going to need a new account now. You know, because think about the serious nature of what I'm talking about. That makes no sense at all, sir. But God bless. D-Wave Quantum, largest investor, sold 90 million of stock. Qubits. Do we get a philo? I'll take a look at it. I've never read it. Ghouls being natural disasters usually hit the supply chain. Hold on. What time? It's only 9:20. I did not rebalance anything. No. We had like 60 to 90 on the FXY, and then that came back down right away. But other than that, chilling. I own Q still running, then City. It's a 52-week high. I'm pretty sure he won't rebalance until 10 years. That's so funny because that's so accurate. I guess now it's like 5 years at this point, but some 10, yeah. That's it. You get it, bro. You get it. 100%. Goolsby, if California wildfires are under control quickly, could immediate term boost to GDP. Over the long-term impacts are less clear. About DG, I like it. I talked about it yesterday. Dollar General, Dollar Tree. Literally, my view on these stocks has not changed for about 4 to 6 months. Very simple. They're good names. They're value. But if you own a lot of consumer stocks, I'm not a fan of them.
So I already have a lot of consumer names. That's why I'm not picking it up. But it meets criteria. If you don't have consumer exposure like that, retail big box, I think it's great. But like I'm saying, it is I already have different names in that space. So, but if you are like, if you already have 3 or 4, because a lot of value names we picked up were in this space. So if you have too many of them, I wouldn't go overboard. But if you have none of them, this is a great option. Dollar Tree, Dollar General. Yeah, we talked about it on the first. I remember talking about it here. So that's what I was saying. For months, it's been the same price and the same logic towards it. It's not bad. It's not like I dislike it. I just, like I said, I wanted Ulta, and then there's other value names in that space. Like even Nike kind of overlaps to a degree. So it's like if you're going to invest a lot in the consumer there, just make sure you don't have too many. And like Target, they're a little bit better, but you know, you got to kind of find your pick. But it's not bad. I don't get turned off by Dollar General or Dollar Tree. I think it's compelling, but you have to let your portfolio speak to you on that one. Yeah, Whirlpool, dude, we're up like 33% on Whirlpool plus the dividend, which is insane. I know, I wish we had Walmart. Don't get me started. We talked a lot of them. But again, you talk about it, you see it, but, you know, if you miss it, you miss it. Yeah, City's still going. Contracts are still clapperoonie, though. IonQ's still running, I know, and then DraftKings chilled out after that little 2% drop. Boop, 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 boop. Goolsby commented on the fire. I'm checking the long term. I want to see young long term. I think there was a headline for DraftKings. Give me a second. And then X is going up. Yeah, even Baba came back to green. Who was it? And then someone asked me, Coinbase, we're up on it. But then again, it moved up a lot today. But yeah, we're up like 11 on there. MO is doing a lot better, but they chilled out. Disney still, Disney's still killing it. It's good. PayPal, 3M. Yeah, so the things I'm down on, I mean, here. So what do we got? So like Humana, that we're break even. That's one name I'm still down on. AT&T, we haven't bought in years. That was green, turned red. Baidu, that's around break. These were 2 new ones. So these are some areas of focus. And then Nike, that's why I kept talking about that. Pfizer, Airbnb, and then MPW, Intel, and then the other crazier ones there. So yeah, it's not too crazy. But then anything else, though, if it didn't end up on we could still buy it list, it's probably too late and took off by now. The sector allocation tool on Charles Schwab. I've never used it. I probably have, but we'll see. Snap much lower. Not on that account, and that does not factor in what's it called? That doesn't factor in the covered calls on the big account. But on this account, it is much lower. So this one, because this one we couldn't sell covered calls. And the small account. But yeah, we're break even on Snap on the small account. And then I made, it was like 3,500. So I do the math. But we've realized like 3,700, I believe, on Snapchat covered calls. Outlook, if they get the FDA. If they do, yeah. I mean, it sucks. It takes 2 years, but that company's going to go either BK or I think it'll get bought out if they get the approval. That way, AMD shit is still fire. It just, again, I think only one person came close, but it's still kind of in the running. Damn, why are these spreads so nuts? I have not, I have the money there. I haven't touched it, but I have not started the ETF account. Because the curve uninverted, bro. And it did it, but then it's still, I was looking at this the other day. Do you guys not realize this? Even though I think it was politics and like kind of a false signal, technically it uninverted and is still uninverted. So I wanted to use a discount. I thought we would eventually, I think we're going to get one, but I don't know. I want to do it, but I can't. I just have it. How long is it going to take all these poor people to get permits? I don't know. I don't ask a poor person because I feel like that's very insensitive. If I respond to that question and insinuate that I'm not poor, so then I could talk on poor people's rebuilding process, or unless you meant like, oh, sad poor, but I don't know. I don't think the fire, I think everyone's looking at the fires as an economic event, and I don't really think it's there. You didn't, well, yeah, well, watch out. That's your second account. Yeah, I think the 3-month, 10-year uninverted. Am I in any trade? I didn't make any today. I am only in the trade from yesterday's watch list. And that's back. It's back up to 30, but the bid and ask is wide. Goolsby, no, you're done with him. All right, 9:32. Y'all want some push-ups or what? I would add more intel. I had to take NVO, man. I'm glad I got NVO. I'm geeked. You have no idea how happy I am to get some Ozempic finally. You know what I'm saying? I'm very, very excited about that. Mm-hmm. But, Chatadonia, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. But yeah, we've been here for 3.5 hours, man. 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Just get the body moving, man. No, the stock, not the thing. Man, did I tell you, though? My mom complimented me. My mom thinks I'm taking Ozempic. You know that? So every time my mom sees me and I get stronger and I get skinnier, she's like, you are taking, she said, don't do that. She said, it's dangerous. You don't know. Don't do that. No, Habibi. It's okay. Don't do that. Don't do Ozempic. You on Ozempic? You take the Ozempic? I'm like, no, Mom. So, yeah. But no, we bought NVO stock yesterday. Get you some push-ups in. Tesla's ripping. And then SPY above VWAP is matched beautifully with the bonds. Bonds are still, like, outperforming slightly. I know, isn't that suck? That's why I bought NVO. I bought NVO because in the next 5 years to 10 years, you will not be able to lose a lot of weight without somebody asking you if you took Ozempic. So that is my bullish thesis amongst many other ones. I don't like the valuation, but I still think that's a good starting point. Do I know what I'd be buying in the ETF account? Yeah, just the SPY. SPY and QQQ. And that's it. exclusively. The weight loss drug is called Wegovy. No. They don't call it Wegovy face. You know what I'm saying? South Park didn't make fun of Wegovy. It's Ozempic. So again, just like Botox. You know how many Botox competitors there are? There will always be botulism to paralyze your muscles, right? There will always be diabetes drugs to manage your appetite amongst other things, but Ozempic is Ozempic. And that's literally where it all started. You know, that's why like Eli Lilly, Wegovy is killer. I'm not saying it's not, but you know, that name Ozempic is Ozempic. It is the name brand that started the whole entire trend. I like Adobe. I would just like it a little bit better. IBM study 56% of Canadian business leaders plan to boost AI investment in 25, while 83 report progress in AI strategies. Goolsbee pretty confident will get to 2%. That's a promise that the Fed has made. He said soft landing in 2025 earlier. That's where the bonds literally bottom from there on intraday. And then UNH, remember they have earnings tomorrow morning. Your mom is on Wegovy. It makes her throw up and feel terrible. That's terrible. And just hit the gym, but she's lazy. I mean, I don't know. I don't like shame anybody for taking Ozempic to like lose weight. Cause like as somebody who works out a lot, somebody who has been on both sides of it, like dude, the hardest thing in the world is getting into the gym when you haven't been there in a long time. You know, managing your diet, working out is so fucking hard when you have neglected your body for so long. I say that because I remember what it was like, dude. I'm 5'6". I'm weighing above 200 pounds. I have not like, dude. You would think I would be young, and my body is so old. Like, dude, you're lifting 10-pound weights, getting winded, going on a fucking walk. You're getting tired, you know. So that's why I'm like, it's hard to judge because some people, I'm like, man, that would be awesome if like you could get like the first like 30, 40 pounds easy, you know, and like get you momentum. But I don't know how it works fully. And I know some people do, some people don't, but I don't know. It could be a great jumping point. But then again, like, I'm not going to take it. I'll buy the stock, but I don't think I will take it, you know. But I see that's an advantage. I don't know, man. You know, encourage your mom to eventually work her way off of it, but it's very like advantageous, like believe me, because if that could get your mom moving and losing weight and make the next steps easier, she'll have a good chance at living a healthy life versus like a lot of people give up. You know, imagine you haven't worked out for decades and then you do it for like a month, a couple weeks, you're winded, you're tired, and you're like, screw this. And then, yeah. But don't you get the feeling from hard things is good? Oh, yeah, 100%. But, like, when I wasn't mature in that, I fucking hated it. You know what I'm saying? Like, now I could appreciate a challenge, and I'm like, you know, hard work, little by little, 10%. I know what it does, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if I weighed my 250 pounds right now and I hadn't worked out in this last decade, I wouldn't feel you the same way. You know what I'm saying? Like, if anything, that battle it's a very uphill battle. So I'm not saying that, you know, people have done it without help, but at the end of the day, it's like I see the getting people started is a very, very good advantage. But then again, I mean, it plays out kind of differently. You love sweating now? Yeah, I mean, now I love it, but dude, the first time you're like, dude, screw this. 220? Then you got down. It's good, man. That's what I'm saying. You'll have to be an Ozempic addict for the rest of your life. I don't know. I feel like, see, but then this is maybe I have an ego because I told you, you know what? I wanted to take Ozempic and steroids at the same time and just eat protein. Because I'm like, bro, I feel like I would be the type of person that I would start on Ozempic and I feel like I would just taper off of that shit and then just get fully into the gym and then like just put my ass on a diet. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like it could be a very good assistant to start off if you are in one of those positions where it's like very difficult to like do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why. I feel like I could do that, but then again, I don't fuck with that shit. I really don't like certain medicines. I like nature. I'm a hippie. Keep getting told you need to gain weight for 20 years. How old are you? Dude, I showed my girl. I found a picture. I could post it maybe. I found a picture of me in college. It was crazy because I was looking for that video yesterday, and I came across a picture of me in college, bro. And, you know, I showed my girl, and you know what she said? She started laughing at me. She's like, ha, 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 you skinny little shit. And then she started clowning on me because of how small I was. And I was like, damn, that's cool. So, yeah, it's because it's why, bro, I used to be built like a stick. Even in college, like, even if I had some muscle, I was tiny. And now I could easily play fullback. So, I don't know, man. Just get a lift in. It's weird. It's kind of sad. Most of my life, I was a scrawny little pothead looking ass, you know? Now I'm like, you know, I could run the fullback position easy. Used to fight 135 at 5. You were probably all muscle, though. 5'11", 135 is insanity. I do have a picture of me weighing 200 pounds. I can't post, like, you could see it in my body. It's not as bad, but then my face is like, my face looks completely different than it does now. Like, I had the cheeks, I had the triple chin, like, around my cheeks, I had like 2 overlapping smiles. My eyes would turn into like a pocket when I'd smile. You know what I'm saying? Like, my eyes were just hidden by fat. So my face, and then my body was still like kind of big. My arms looked decent, but I was just fat. The ceasefire thing is true. It's not confirmed. I believe that they are going to confirm it on Thursday tomorrow. But yeah, even Trump said it too. Pick up some 4 blocks. Defense showing blitz. Defense showing push. Adderall became your Ozempic, usually. But yeah, anything, as long as you like stick to it though. But I don't know. I've never taken Ozempic. We literally have an Ozempic talk on here once a year ever since it came out. So I don't know if you guys want to do that today, but but like, yeah, I've never taken it. So I still don't know. Like, I've heard rumors. That's it. I've heard people say you need it for the rest of your life. It makes you poop. It ruins your skin. It's the best thing ever. So, you know, you get all of it. Your father was Mr. California? Really? You won't eat anything that says light on it. You still think paralyzing your stomach muscles is a wild thing to do? It is, but like getting up to 400 pounds is pretty wild too. You know what I'm saying? Like eating 5,000 calories a day is just as wild. I would paralyze your stomach too. So I don't, you know, both extremes. It's a very extreme thing we're talking about. So I feel. As much as you don't love Ozempic, the health benefits of losing 100 pounds is better than the risk of the medically safe drug. Damn. That's a take right there. You ate 7,000 calories a day. Yeah, you were bodybuilding. But I don't know how y'all do that. I'm eating less calories though. I think I'm eating like 1,600 calories a day, maybe less. So that's how I've been. But I lose like 1 or 2 pounds a week, and then I have 160 to 180 grams of protein. Bro, you know what? I hit 157 yesterday. You guys know that. I've been telling you. I'm very excited. That's it. I like tell my girlfriend all excited. She's not. I don't know if she gets as excited, but I hit 157 yesterday. Now we could finally wrestle. Never. I'm 170 now. Never mind. That was a lie. One of my friends thought that was an invitation to wrestle me. That's not. Never mind. I'm not 157 anymore. Change. It was in kilograms. Damn. Foreign translation. Like, good. Now we could wrestle, Josh. No. Your net worth should be at least double your weight? No, that's crazy. I'll slap you if your net worth is $300. Okay? Your monthly deposit should be double your weight. Okay? And if you are obese, then your monthly deposit should be your weight. That's a good place to start. Honestly, I've never heard this in my life until right now. So this is your idea, Chad. I've never heard anybody say this remotely close in finance, but I've never had money compared to weight for any sort of nature of that, but I think he did just make it up. So yeah, but either way, just save 10%. That's a much easier rule to follow. Can we see tech benefit? Oh yeah. 100%, especially depending on what happens to bond yields. Just raised it by 10. Let's go. Yeah, Israel again, watch gold and oil, but it's not confirmed yet. I think people still got a little doubt, but Trump has said it is happening. Netanyahu, I think, said it, and somebody of the jihad team. I'm not even kidding you. They have a quote-unquote jihad team in Palestine. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. You should also save an extra 100 on every 5 inches under 6'9". Okay. So the fat guy got offended by our weight comment, and now he is going after us short kings. Okay? Are we fair? Are we even? I'm not going to ban you, but we're even. Okay? We're even now. Everybody has been equally offended. Okay? I can't control my height, but that's fine. That's fine. I'll take it with grace. She said fucking 6'9", dude. He ain't even say like a point where I'm close enough to get sad. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm like, no, they almost let me on the ride. No, he said 6'9". That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. You'd be an elite power forward build in 2K25. That's insane. You'll save an extra 3% because you're a redhead. You guys know, like, out of all, the utmost love and respect, I want to slap all of you, just lovingly, because I swear to you, you guys are giving this more serious thought and finding ways to save off of this dumb shit than just the easiest rule of 10% off top is the easiest thing in the world. And I feel like y'all have understood these concepts a little bit more. I don't know how to handle this. You love to complicate it. You guys are like, oh, the complicated one with no real relevance? I like that. That's good. Oh, 10%? Well, what about taxes, Josh? What about debt? I have kids. Well, no, hold on. Wait a minute. But inflation, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, tariff. I don't know, Josh. That's it. Y'all are split up in the groups. You're like, okay, weighted people, tall people, redheads, blondes. Let's do this saving shit. I'm like, what? That's crazy. Why are clothes the same size or same price no matter the size? You're right. I went shopping for baby clothes when all my nieces and nephews are born. I got pissed. That little ass baby shirt is $30. That's it. I went to the Goodwill. I'm not going to lie to you. If you don't buy baby clothes from the Goodwill, you hate money. Okay? I drive a very expensive vehicle too. And I have no shame in that. But I'm just dude, it's insane. If you go to like a normal store for that little like a little baby shirt, like toddler, 1 year old, less, it is $30 to $60. I'm like, that's insanity, bro. It's $1 at the Goodwill because the baby can't wear it no more. Supply and demand is a bitch, bro. The kid that don't fit in it after a day, he has zero use for it. That shit hitting $1 wholesale at the Goodwill. Mm-hmm. Target is that's still 10 times more. Mm-hmm. Can't do secondhand on clothes? Oh, man, you're better than me. I can. I got mad. My biggest disappointment is I thought I was going to get taller, and I thought I was going to grow, and I thought I was going to come into a windfall of secondhand clothes. You know that? So elementary school leading into like middle school, high school, I truly thought I was going to come into an inheritance of a bunch of clothing that I would grow into. God never let me grow another inch ever again. And then that's it. So I don't know. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I thought I would fit in my brother's Jordans, but they turned into homes for me, actually. I could live in them. It's crazy. Aren't my siblings all girls? It's 2025. You got a problem with that? What? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity.
You know, M&T, Fifth Third.
Good.
Do we
Real
anticipate any
news.
major moves between any of these banks?
I think they're going to be positive results. You know, KeyCorp's a little bit unique because they got a investment from Nova Scotia Bank. They're restructuring their balance sheet, so we expect a pretty good lift there. The other interesting thing about KeyCorp is they do have a regional investment bank, and so we'd expect them to enjoy.
Wait, I saw Fed Williams comments. So remember I told you guys at the events we can't listen to, there's going to be a Q&A. You're getting Fed Williams now.
And I think,
so again, bonds are moving a little bit. He says no prediction on balance sheet, doesn't see higher yields reflecting inflation shift.
The issue, though, is I don't think it will be quite as good as what we're seeing today. So I think positive trends, maybe a little bit more subdued, and then the group, you know, does have an overhang of acquisition risk overall.
David, thank you so much for your time today. A big day for the quarter for banks. David Conrad, analyst of large cap banks at KBW. And we are monitoring. Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire deal, bringing at least a temporary halt to the war in Gaza. This is according to people familiar with the situation. The agreement pauses more than 15 months of fighting. You're looking at live pictures of Gaza where it's just after 7:30 p.m. in the evening. We'll have more on this throughout the day. This is Bloomberg.
Damn it. I got a carbo.
The rally 500, it stopped exactly at the 50-day moving average. There's a lot more kind of
Williams is a key speaker. He's vice chair of the Fed. He's like the number 2 to Powell, technically. A lot of people don't know that.
Now, it's a very broad rally.
But yeah, he's
checking a lot of
arguably has
boxes,
the second most importance.
I think keep an eye on
but then again, I think Goolsby
moves
moves stocks more because he's more of a crackhead.
And we're right back again at that, post-election day level.
Get volatility off the hot burner for a minute too, right? And we kind of needed that.
And I think that's probably something that you can definitely use as a little bit of a beacon as to whether the character of the market maybe has changed. And that's getting into earnings season when you do have a lot of kind of back and forth company by company movement. That's good for suppressing volatility at the index level. We'll see if that takes hold.
I'll see you on Closing Bell, Mike. Thank you. That's Mike Santoli. We'll do the setup next.
Okay. What happened? It ended. I mean, lately, the latest news I keep seeing circulated is the Israeli stuff. You got a couple Fed comments. You're getting a small reaction now, but I don't know. I don't think it's all the Fed or Williams right now, and it's very small. Again, we're holding like I'm saying, I've been saying this for the last 2 weeks. Generally, the day is like set from the morning. I don't know if you guys have realized that. Unless there is again, once Trump gets into office, you'll have days where the day will change because of a tweet or something, But for now, most of it is just set off of the morning and what the idea is with the dollar and bonds, right? And today we had the data. That's it. The only thing I'm seeing reiterating is the Israeli stuff because that's a big deal. But then again, you're going to still have to wait for tomorrow. That's probably going to be your tomorrow driver in addition to the retail sales. So I wouldn't get too caught up in these moves. I mean, we have a lot of Fed speakers today, but they're all doing the middle ground. Goolsby was a little bit more dovish, but he even said today was both good and bad. Barkin was the most dovish, I would say, and then Williams has kind of been a little hawkish, but they're both doing the same thing. They're telling their opinions and then saying this is good, this is bad, and they've all acknowledged that the uncertainty and inflation is coming from politics, not necessarily from economic activity. So that's also another piece of the pie. So let's see. Okay. Wolf speed, I've heard about it. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. 24. Yeah, I have no idea. Carbo is carbonated beverage, if you didn't know. No, they have no calories. So right now I'm drinking a sugar-free Red Bull, sadly. But I like Red Bull. But I've shifted everything sugar-free. I no longer drink drinks with sugar. And maybe once or twice, but not throughout the day. I can't, bro. I can't. I'm telling you, it's so much calories. It's crazy. I do coffee, but it just depends. Like coffee, I shit even more, excuse me, if you didn't want to know that. But I don't have anything on Wolf, bro. I have no idea. I'm sorry. CPI report for now means the dollar goes down. Again, it's part of the dollar bond thing. Today calmed us down. I don't think the coast is clear. Tomorrow retail sales will add to that, mix it in with Trump next week, and then that's about it. I take 2 to 3 a day. 2 to 3 dumps. I have a very healthy bowel system. I got one at 5. I take one right before I go to the gym. And then I take one
sometimes after the gym or when I'm like later at night. Israeli PM office, we hope details will be finalized tonight. How's the sleep? Oh, I sleep like a baby. Dude, imagine I wake up at 5 and the first thing I do is run to the toilet, right? And then I have to read all of this scammy news from all over the world. And then I put it all together. And I start screaming for 7 hours, right? And then right when I turn it off, I run to the gym. I take another shit. And then I go to the gym. Maybe I'll eat. Maybe I won't. You know what I'm saying? Then I'll go and just like blah, 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 start pumping, doing my thing, treadmill. I rush back home. I usually do a phone call either on the way or towards the gym or back. And then I see what's up with real estate stuff, shower my ass off. I do a watch list, finish that watch list, go back to real estate for about like an hour or two. And then by that point, it's like getting ready to go to bed. And then I'll have like an hour or two to chill. And then that's it. So it's easy to fall. Do a lie, you'll fall the fuck asleep real easy. It's terrible. I had times where I couldn't fall asleep, but that's just because I was being lazy when I wouldn't work out usually. Trump encourages Vivek to seek open Ohio Senate seat. Or? When do I take the time to make music? Oh, I haven't made a song since my country, but, you know, my uncle, he just does it while he's driving usually. You know, listen to some songs. I don't know, but that's why uncle does that. He has time for that. He lives his own life. If you had 20 to 50K cash at a young age with no experience, but the stock market, what would you get into? Well, real estate is the obvious answer, but I don't know. Have you ever heard me say this? I hope it's your first time, and I hope you listen to it. Okay? Right now, bro, I'm serious. All you young fucking kids, bro. Can I yell at you? Because I feel like sometimes when I say it nice, y'all don't fucking listen. Because all you young guys out there, bro, and you have like 20, 50K, some of you may have heard this, some of you may have not. That is the prerequisite. Once you touch a bag that big, you are going to be able to make a lot of money as long as you don't lose it. Nobody gets this. I'd say 30% of the youth get it. Every 10 people I've met with that amount of money, only 3 of them understand what I'm saying. The rest, they nod their head, and yeah. Oh, word, that sounds dope, and then they gamble it all within the next 6 to 12 months. It's very simple. What's considered young? You're below 30. You got 20-something in your fucking age or younger. How about that? I think that's a fair enough one. And even if you're above 30, you're not old. I'm just trying to make sure these motherfuckers have no excuse to be lazy. You know what I'm saying? They're like, well, how old is old? You know exactly what I'm saying. So, yeah, dude, 25K to like 50K. Most people don't get this. That's what I did. The moment I had my first like 2050, that's it. My life changed because I didn't gamble it. I didn't lose it. That's enough to get you a house. That's enough to get a dope-ass stock position. And then you start working and building. As long as you don't let a motherfucker take that money from you, that is your prerequisite to open up a door of financial freedom. I really believe it. Because it's a large amount of money. Even today, inflation. Shut up. It's a lot of money. I don't care who you ask. If you don't think it's a lot, give it to me then. You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot of money. And the moment you realize that I could get you a crib. Believe me, my first house I got with less than 25, or it was about 20K. 25, that's all you need to get into the game. Nowadays, easier credit. You have way more easier credit all there, bro. You know what I'm saying? But that's where it is. You swear you don't feel like it is exactly because you're young. That's the whole fucking point. Because I say this, and like I'm saying, only 3 out of 10 get it. Because every time I say this, someone's like, I don't know, man. I don't believe it. But here's the thing. the only way you're going to find the truth of what I'm saying, it is going to be 5 years from now. You cannot prove me wrong or right tomorrow. Even next year, one of us will look right or wrong, and then the next year it'll change. But that's why a lot of y'all, when you look at your long term after this time, you're like, wait a minute. If I just did, wait a minute. And then those houses, and even though there was so much going on, it's like, that's the whole point. You are letting a current situation in your life convince you. It's a fucking demon, dude. You literally got a little demon in your head telling you that 25 and 50K at 20-something years old is not enough money, so you should go get panicked and go make more moves that will expose you to losing it. So I'm not saying be a little timid bitch and not try to make money, but I am telling you that you have to prioritize safety and then literally start, like, I'm telling you, hang on to that money. I would be more uncomfortable with losing that 50K than I would not making 100K next month. Are you understanding me? But that when you're young, you're worried about how much you're going to make next month, next year. You're worried about, oh, what that guy did when he was young. Oh, I saw this on Instagram. Oh, man. And y'all know it's all fake too, though. I hope you get that. That too. That's another element. Half of the money you see is all fake crackheads. But that's a different topic because it doesn't really matter. That's just all, if you get blinded by shiny things, that's your problem. But like I'm saying, 20 to 50K is a lot. I don't care how long it takes. As long as you don't lose that, you're going to make a lot of money in your life if you start putting that to work in stocks and real estate. We are not in a business where I'm telling you to fucking go work at Starbucks. I'm not telling you to go fucking buy Solana, shitcoin, this. And we're talking the stock market and real estate. If you stay alive as long as I have and keep protecting your money and let it grow gradually without taking major losses, my brother, you're going to make a lot. You're in a high income industry right now. But again, you're young and the timing of it. This is why most people don't survive, because you have to learn this and it takes time. But most of the time we get emotionally, we're like, again, I don't say, believe me, bro, how many times have I told you stories of me making money, losing it? I told you when I'm young, I made money. I'm like, oh, fuck, taxes. Oh, fuck, why did I buy a car? Why? I've done all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't say this to you as somebody, again, my parents were fucking from Egypt, dude. You know what I'm saying? So 20K, 25, 50K is a lot of fucking money. And then once you get to that spot, though, it's just about, like, you're going to go through it. So I don't say this as, like, hey, save your money. Fuck it, be smart. No, it's just like you got to learn it. But when you are young, you have that pressure and you feel like it's not a lot. And you feel like, and you know, compare it to millions of dollars, it's not a lot of money. I'm not trying to get you to act like you're gonna retire off of it, but that is the starting point you need to start making some really solid moves. And again, don't be impatient where, you know, even then you're like, you know, I'm taking time. It's gonna, again, finding your first deal, getting into stuff, it's gonna take you time. But I encourage you, how much time did you spend on everything else in your life? Some of y'all spent a year learning how to fucking clear a bong properly. What are you do? This is that, like, go back to the C.S. Lewis, Wormwood. Like, it's so obvious. Like, do you get what I'm saying? No, seriously. You got people focusing on how long it's going to take to learn a new high income skill and knock it down, learn it, get experience, and live off of that shit. You think it's going to happen in 3 months, 6 months, a year? People used to meet me and I told them you're not going to make any money for a year. Think about it. That's crazy. Meanwhile, the most minuscule, non-important things in your life, you have actually spent so much time on it. So now you want to make more money and get paid the most you ever have in your life doing something that you've probably spent more time jerking off than you have actually engaged in the new industry you want to get into. So don't let impatience get the best of you. commit, put in the time, work, and you'll see. It'll come out. Nick Bowen, that, my brother, is an example of everything I'm just saying. Because he started hella slow, but then, dude, now I look at him, I'm like, holy shit. You know, and he starts to go and do it. How do you fight that impatience? Do not be concerned with feelings. And then don't get too hung up on disappointment. Don't get too disappointment. Don't be too attached to feelings. The journey to making a lot. Dude, listen, my attitude now, bro. I'm cracking up. Because, y'all, do you realize I have a blast? I love life, bro. I'm living. God is good, bro. Finger to the sky. You know what I'm saying? If you think I was this fucking happy on the way up, you got me wrong. That's why I was pissed off. I was angry. There was more emotions. All of it, bro. So the fact of the matter is you got to go through that. And you're going to get disappointed, and you have to keep going on, and you cannot be relying on emotions, and you have to put in time. And eventually you're going to start being less emotional and not have to have the feeling and understand you're on the path and mission. Or another alternative, work your ass off till you get your fucking first deal. And it's going to be one or the other. You're either going to go slow and it'll eventually come to you. That's word to Nick Bowen. Or you're going to say, fuck this, and you're going to close your first deal in 2 weeks because you won't sleep. You won't do anything else. There's no video games, no weed, no jerking it, no stock stream, no nothing. All you're doing is finding a deal and calling and getting that deal done. And then that's it. One or the other is going to happen. That's exactly how I view it. So, young guys, little by little, slow, and keep that money. Real estate stocks, that's where you should be aiming. And again, find it and put in that time. But at the very least, if you are more concerned with making it than losing it, you're doing it wrong. At that age with that amount of money. Again, be young, take risks, go make money, get involved with growth. But again, you have to value that money and understand that already is the golden ticket. That's Charlie in the but you got to just make it to the factory, bro. Hershey's. FTI dumping Muddy Waters. Damn, they're down 7. Short report. You could agree with everything except the jerking part. You're a fool. They got you. Manipulation. I'm sorry. Everybody's been there. But at the end of the day, I can't sugarcoat it for you, big homie. WTI, $80 a barrel. First time since August. You could, and listen, every person you see saying, I can't, just remember, if you don't have that same crutch, that's your competition, bro. So, amen. Just look at how many people will find a I can't. That's what I was saying. The one of you who is going to close that deal, ignore everything. Just go. That's it. What do you mean? You don't want it. You want to do everything else but get them. That's what I'm saying. You have to want it to that level. But you see it, everybody around you, and even wait till you go, this is a high-level group, I would say, and you still see it. Go out into the real world. So it's there, baby. Get hungry. Get excited. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. Oh, yeah, there's no problem with needing help. That's fine. You see what I'm saying? That answer is so next level compared to I can't. I could do it, but I might need some help. That's way different than, well, I can't. You what? Did I tell you that? Did I tell you about that coach? I hated it. I swear to you, I was in middle school. I had a coach. Terrible. Terrible. At practice, if you ever said the word can't, he would blow the whistle and say, get on the line. And we'd have to run suicides. This was a basketball coach, for crying out loud. Think about it. Any time at practice, if we said you can't, everybody had to run. The word can't was literally not acceptable. So if you were trying to run a play and do this, you said, oh, I can't get the pass, you run. If he would tell you to do a workout and you said, oh, I don't think I can't do it, run. That's it. There's no such thing as can't. And yeah, maybe there might be reality things you can't do. Great. But I encourage you to find that limit, but before you say it. But don't tell me you can't. You may not be able to. That's fine, but don't tell yourself that. Coach Carter. It's a good movie, man. Why peeps grabbing spy puts? Because we're still elevated. The report was still 1/2 bad. And then we have data tomorrow. There's still an opportunity to sell tomorrow. I've been saying that from 5:30 a.m. That retail sales is still kind of hyped up. So that could be an idea. Like I said, I think it bought us a sigh of relief, and that's it. You think retail will come in good? Yeah. I don't know if it will, but I think retail could change everything. Or it could get rid of half of today's move if it comes in too hot. Retail sales moves the bonds, and then it just factored to this whole inflation pickup activity. Because again, we know there's political uncertainty towards inflation. So if you keep watching goods and economic sources, that's not going to be good as well. Yeah, NVIDIA, everything going good. I did see Lulu and A&F. All right. Give me 2 seconds.
Going
I'll
from
burp.
better. So JP Morgan, let's not make too much of it, but it doesn't have quite the same kind of pop in the shares today. It's up 1% or 2%. And is that just because of size? I mean, they put in strong results, maybe a little bit of the BlackRock phenomenon. Well, although BlackRock was up 6%. Part of it maybe is that we're just so spoiled to JP Morgan's beat and raise, and obviously the valuation there is much higher for now for versus Wells and Citi and Bank of America. So that's a little bit of a ceiling on performance too. But honestly, I think the investors are sort of waiting to see what the company will do to unlock all that excess capital. They printed something like 15.7% capital, Kelly, and that's huge. That's a huge level of excess. And if we are really going to be in a deregulatory type of year, then the definition of excess could be even wider, even for JP Morgan. So what are they going to do you think? So I think they're going to grow. And that's so funny because the word grow is not usually associated with banks. But given where the stock is relative to book, I think what the company's priority is let's continue to build a moat around this business. The fact that they are the largest bank, in the world, and they have to hold the largest amount of capital and they can return 20% off of it, that is amazing. Wow. And I think that they're taking those earnings and, continuing to build a wide moat around the company. So I think that's what we're going to hear from them as we hear from the management teams over the next few months, especially ahead of their investor day in May.
All right. Solid start to the year with what could be a lot more to come. Erica, thanks. Appreciate it today.
Erica Najarian at UBS. Speaking of banks, don't miss an exclusive interview with Citi CEO Jane Fraser tomorrow, following the firm's earnings beat you just heard about. That'll take place at 1:30 p.m. right here on the Exchange. Look forward to that. And mortgage rates are on the move, and this time in a good way. After the CPI report has bond yields down. Diana Olick, below 7, where are we?
Oh, no, you can only wish for that, Kelly, but they are finally heading lower. The average rate on the 30-year fix dropped 12 basis points this morning to 7.13%, according to Mortgage News Daily. Still not great, but better. Yesterday's rate was the highest since last May. Rates had been rising sharply since early December. It's in.
Jerome Powell hates you. That's crazy. 7-1 on a mortgage. Elizabeth Warren tweeted at Jerome Powell to cut rates every day for American citizens, and only the banks benefited off of 100 basis points of decline while everybody's mortgage rocketed up. I love it. Oh, man. You may not be able to. All you do is find out, baby. You could find out what you do. I don't know. I was listening to the real estate. Dude, I keep forgetting Tuesday. I'm like editing the video, and then I see you guys on there. I'm like, oh, man, they moved it to Tuesday. But he said that. He said you got to hit your natural potential first before you start really doing other things and asking other stuff. So let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. It's time for Philo, and I don't know. I feel like y'all should listen today because I just gave you guys a lot of good talks prior to this. We were talking business, talking money, homes. You guys had some real-life situations, and I don't know if y'all get it by this point, bro. Like, the more you learn, the more you understand about yourself and the world, man. Stuff like this is going to help you navigate this financial mission, bro. So I don't know, man. I don't know if y'all realize, because like I'm telling you, I've gone through a lot of things. I get to learn every day. If you don't think I'm still learning, then I don't know, man. Maybe tune in and you could watch in real time because it's all a process, bro, for all of us. And I really encourage you all, and that's why, yeah, Philo is a moment. I'm going to read from a book. I may get religious. I don't care what you do. I'm not trying to push it on you, but I really encourage the wisest of you to realize my intention. I want you guys to have good info. I want you to have hope and at least have the info to know how to do things the right way. And you need to know how to control yourself. Again, everything we've talked about today, let's be real. This is self-control. Again, emotional stability. And it's funny because I think you could learn it from many, many ways. And it's even funnier because even then I'll say stuff and you guys are like, Josh, did you read this book? Did you read this? And no, I haven't. You know why? It's not because I avoid it, but I learned this a while ago. There's a lot of universal truths. I'm telling you, bro, most of your motivational and all these great books you read and you're like, wow, I promise you it's derived from something from the early 1900s or 1800s, even earlier. Yes, dude, there's a lot of universal truth is out there. And that's why, again, we don't have to agree and we don't have to believe the same things, but I do hope that some of you find, some of the universal truth of all of us and how we behave at times and what we do. And I hope you can respect it. And it crosses borders, race, ethnicity, pattern recognition, for crying out loud. Yeah, man. So that's what I'm saying. I hope you are encouraged and I hope you learn and keep an open mind. And if you don't want to, that's fine. I'm not praying before every play. Whatever you choose to do, that's fine. I'm probably going to be an asshole after this anyway. So I don't know what to tell you, but if you want to listen, you listen. If not, that's fine. You joke around. We're not going to really deal with you. And anything other than that, man, rest easy and do your thing, man. That's it. That's it. So, that being said, I don't think I need an intro today. Because my intro is yesterday's intro, and I'm glad. I'm very, I'm very grateful for some of your guys' questions and your talks, and what you guys opened up the conversation to. Because, like I told you, man, I had a conversation, and I've been dealing with some other stuff, and I don't know. I really thought about a lot of you, and I don't want you guys naive, and that's what I opened with yesterday, and I just think everything we talked about, man, from real estate to gambling to I can't, all of that stuff, bro, just like for real, life, dude, do you want it? Like, stop being naive. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's okay. I'm not trying to, I don't think all of you are naive. I'm not really speaking to anybody. Like I'm saying, I just feel bad because, like, I've even seen my own naivety at times recently, and that's why I'm like, man, it's so funny how it works. And I just encourage all of you, whatever you want, you could get it. For real. Believe in yourself. And I truly believe you could get it. But you cannot be naive that you are going to get it without this effort. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is going to come with a little bit of sacrifice. It is going to come with the change. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to come, like, you got to push yourself and bring that thing that's already in you to the outside. Are you understanding? But don't have this naive view that you're going to do something for a little bit and it's going to change your whole entire life when you have done a lot of other meaningless stuff with way more time than what is more meaningful now. So I think it's a good one, man. Just remember, be prepared for disappointment. And I hope you got a dose of reality in everything and remind yourself, let's go. Like, don't look yourself in the mirror, but don't be, oh, I need to make this. I need to do this. It's not going to happen if you're doing nothing. It's not going to happen doing the things that are pulling you further from it than getting you closer. Let's just be real. So that's your intro. And now today, I am going to go back. Oh, wrong one. I'm going to go back into another book. We're going to go back to Mere Christianity. I'm going to bounce around because I have problems. But I like this one a lot. I really, really like this one. I'm going to leave it to you to kind of see what it's about. And why I like this, because I've given this paraphrase to you in the past. I've talked to you about this in the past. But I would love for you to hear it verbatim from Mr. C.S. Lewis. But again, apply it to yourself, and if I can give you any concept, it's not even that awkward. War. It's all around you. Look around. You see it. You've seen it way more than not. But you'll notice the context. Remember, he grew up during this was during World War II. And war, and battle, both the tragedy of it and what is required from people during war. It's a very interesting topic. I don't like war. I don't like killing. I really don't. I don't think some of you have understood that, but it's okay. I get it. I don't necessarily feel bad for certain things, but I still think things are wrong. But war, bro. And I'm telling you, a military mindset, and shout out to the vets, bro. I don't know if y'all and some of you who have served this country, for real, bro, you have an advantage. It's sad that sometimes we don't take care of our own, but all my brothers and sisters who have served, that mentality of how of the military and how it operates in war, in battle, my brother, that right there is enough to take you very, very far. Because literally life down to money and wealth, again, this is why I'm saying some of the naivety is there's a lot of people walking into a battle and they don't know that they're in a war. You know what I'm saying? They're walking into something and they don't know it. So you need to hone that. And not ever, there's a time for peace. There's a time for not peace, time to plant, a time to harvest. But you got to really start, again, why do we say the armor so much, man? You know that every day. Some of you have heard, put the armor on. You know that's like, think about it. Bro, that's literally for battle. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so don't be naive to what that's telling you. Again, battle is dark, dude. There's good times, there's bad times, right? And it's like sometimes oppression. There's people doing the oppression or getting oppressed. So, like, dude, I don't know if that's not a good analogy of life sometimes. But what are you thinking you're getting into? But that being said, C.S. Lewis, Mere Christianity, chapter 8, or book number 4, chapter 5. The Obstinate Toy Soldiers. The Son of God became a man to enable men to become sons of God. We do not know anyway. I do not know how things would have worked if the human race had never rebelled against God and joined the enemy. Perhaps every man would have been in Christ, would have shared the life of the Son of God from the moment he was born. Perhaps the bios or natural life would have been drawn up into the zoe, the uncreated life at once and as a matter of course. But that's guesswork. You and I are concerned with the way things work now. And the present state of things is this. Two kinds of life are now not only different, they would have always been like that, but actually opposed. The natural life in each of us is something self-centered, something that wants to be petted and admired, to take advantage of others' lives, to exploit the whole universe. And especially, it wants to be left to itself, to keep well away from anything better or stronger or higher than it, anything that might make it feel small. It is afraid of the light and air of the spiritual world, just as people who have been brought up to the dirty are afraid of a bath. And in a sense, it's quite right. I know that its spiritual life gets a hold of it. All its self-centeredness and self-will are going to be killed and ready to fight tooth and nail to avoid it. Did you ever think when you were a child what fun it would be if your toys would come to life? Well, suppose you could really have brought them to life. Imagine turning a tin soldier into a real little man. It would involve turning the tin into flesh. And suppose the tin soldier did not like it. He is not interested in flesh. All he sees is that the tin is being spoiled. He thinks you're killing him. He will do everything he can to prevent you. He will not be made into a man if he could help it. I love this analogy. I have never really thought about it till I've ever heard this. This is, it's Toy Story blasphemy, bro. Think about it. Toy Story, the toys come to life, but like, think about it in reality. You try to turn a toy. He's like, what are you doing to me? Why am I turning? What is this flesh? Oh my, what's happening? No, I want to be, it's kind of wild to think about it. Yeah, great. Same applies to us. One nature turns into the other. It would probably be a terrifying, shocking experience that you would fight against rather than be joyful about. I don't know. You tell me. What would you have done about that tin soldier? I don't know. But what God did about us was this. The second person in God, the Son, became human himself, was born into the world as an actual man, a real man of a particular height, with hair of a particular color, speaking a particular language, weighing so many stone. The eternal being who knows everything and created the universe became not only a man, but before that, a baby, and before that, a fetus inside a woman's body. If you want to get the hang of it, think how you would like to become a slug or a crab. The result of this was that now had one man who really was what all men were intended to be. One man in whom created life, derived from his mother, allowed itself to be completely and perfectly turned into the begotten life. The natural human creature in him was taken up fully into the divine Son. Thus, in one instance, humanity had, so to speak, arrived, had passed into the life of Christ, and because the whole difficulty for us is that natural life has to be, in a sense, killed, he chose an earthly career which involved the killing of his human desires at every turn: poverty,
misunderstanding from his own family, betrayal by one of his inmate friends, being jeered at the manhandled by the police, and execution by torture. And then again, being thus killed every day in a sense that human creature is in him, because it was united to the divine Son. Come to life again, the man in Christ rose again. Not only God, that is the whole point. For the first time, we saw a real man, one tin soldier, real tin. Just like that, the rest had come fully and splendidly alive. And here, of course, we come to the point where my illustration about the tin soldiers breaks down. In the case of real toy soldiers or statues, if one came to life, it would obviously make no difference to the rest. Say that again. In the case of real toy soldiers, if one of them came to life, it would obviously make no difference to the rest. That's a crazy concept. If one toy soldier became real, what would the other ones do? They're not real. They wouldn't even know. It doesn't matter. They're all separate. But human beings are not. They look separate because you see them walking around separately. But then we are so made that we could only see the present moment. If we could see the past, then of course it would look different. For there was a time when every man was part of his mother, and earlier part of his father as well, and then part of their grandparents. If you could see humanity spread out in time as God sees it, it would not look like a lot of separate things dotted about. It would look like one single growing thing rather than a very complicated tree. Every individual would appear connected with every other. And not only that, individuals are not really separate from God any more than from one another. Every man, woman, and child all over the world is feeling and breathing at this moment only because God, so to speak, is keeping him going. Consequently, when Christ becomes man, it's not really as if you could become one particular tin soldier. It is as if something which is always affecting the whole human mass begins at one point to affect the whole human mass in a new way. From that point, the effect spreads through all mankind. It makes a difference to people who lived before Christ as well to the people who lived after. It makes a difference to the people who have never heard of him. It's like dropping glass of water, one drop of something which gives a new taste or a new color to the whole lot. But of course, none of these illustrations really work perfectly. In the long run, God is no one but himself, and what he does is like nothing else you could hardly expect it to be. Again, I haven't taken any pauses. It's a pretty deep analogy, but I hope you are understanding the scenario. Toy soldiers coming to life and how they react, but now what is this talking about? This is everybody and the connection. That toy soldier, one comes to life. What about the other ones? Are they connected or not? What then is the difference which he has made to the whole human mass? It is just this, that the business of becoming a son of God, of being turned from a created thing into a begotten thing, of passing over from temporary biological into timeless spiritual life, has been done for us. Humanity is already saved in principle. We individuals have to appropriate that salvation. But the real tough work, the bit that we could not have done for ourselves, has been done for us. We have not got to try to climb up into spiritual life by our own efforts. It has already come down into the human race. If we only lay ourselves open to the one man in whom it was fully present, and whom, in spite of being God, is also a real man, he will do it in us for us. Remember what I said about the good infection. One of our own race has the new life. If we get close to him, we shall catch it from him. Of course, you could express this in all sorts of different ways. You could say that Christ died for our sins. You may say the Father is forgiven because Christ has not done what we ought to. You may say we're washed in the blood of the Lamb. You may say Christ has defeated death. They're all true. And any of them do not appeal to you. Leave it alone and get on with the formula that does. And whatever you do, Do not start quarreling with other people because they use a different formula from yours. Wow. So it's funny because that one's a little different. But it even ends just reminding you, are you going to quarrel if we have a different view on this? You know why I'm giggling? Is maybe one day you guys will all realize we are toy soldiers. Bro, that's what think about it. Again, he was talking about, we talked about begetting. We did talk about the good infection. Are you getting it? Bro, do you think your dog cares about morality? Why are you so concerned with wars going on? Seriously, why do some of you really not like Philo? My brother, the fact that you hate Philo proves to me that just like me, you are a tin soldier that came to life. I don't know if y'all feeling me on this, man. Do you get what I'm saying? Look around. That's it. He's giving you this analogy and he's saying, yeah, you could imagine it. And it makes sense why we fight our nature to a degree. But the big difference, if we were toy soldiers, I couldn't look at you and see it. It wouldn't matter to me. Do you get it? My brother, if all of this shit was fake, none of it would bother you. Because I would become a toy soldier who comes to life. And if you never came to life, it wouldn't really matter. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, I know this was dense. And I know there was a lot in it, but are y'all following? It's a crazy connection. You think it's random. No, it's more linear than we could expect. But it's simple. All of this stuff, the way you don't get it, you have a soul, bro. Think about the stuff that you talk about, that you get involved with. Bro, if you see a little kid getting helped out and feel good, or if you see a old person getting beat up and feel bad, why? Monkeys don't do that. You know that. Dogs don't do that. You know, equality, equity, all of these, they don't do that. You are living on a planet where you are the only one who does it. And the only other evidence you could have of anybody else who does it is you or me. Meaning I could only look at somebody who shares the exact same thing as me. But we are the only ones who have it. And again, the way we're different. There is a natural fighting of going from tin to real. But then again, that's where the analogy diverges. Because why? If this was just one person turned to life, it wouldn't matter. You see what I'm saying? If the one animal, if only one dog out of all of the dogs became conscious, had a soul, okay, that it wouldn't matter. But if all of them did, now that's a different story. Now that is showing you the evidence of what you see. And again, we are all toy soldiers. So, like I said, I want you to have a certain mentality. And again, I don't know if you picked up on the fight. Not only are you a soldier, the first part of the fight, bro, is the first thing, dude. And it blew my mind. Bro, if you actually, think about it. Bro, right now, if I turned you, how many of you wanted to be, have you ever wanted to be a dog? I did. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. Back in the day when I smoked a little more weed, man, and I'd be like, I wonder what it'd be like if I was a puppy. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. But hear me out. Bro, what if, Alakazam, you know what I'm saying, Aladdin type shit. What if I start turning you into a dog? What if you notice your fingernails start to turn into paws?
You know what I'm saying? All your little chest hair starts to turn into like golden doodle curls. You know what I'm saying? You're like, whoa, literally in real time. Like, honestly, go take mushrooms then if that's the case. This is what some of y'all, that's why you're like, I need it. No, imagine this though. Like for real, like little by little, your teeth start to grow to canines, right? Bro, you would be freaking out. Yes or no? I doubt, even though some of us could be like, oh, that'd be so chill to be a dog. I don't got to worry about anything. I just get fed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get, oh, that's... But if you were turning into the dog, you would be freaking out. No, I don't think any of you would have any chill about it. You would be on WebMD. You would be on ChatGPT. Some of you would try to get TikTok famous and start filming it. You would be like, no, this is weird. Some of you would blame Pfizer. You would blame Donald Trump and Joe Biden. You'd be like, I knew it. You're like, no, you would freak the fuck out. Let's be real. So think about that. That's the analogy. That's the fight. You would do everything in your power to stop transforming if that was happening. And that, my brother, is what happens when you go from only experiencing the real world to spiritual. That's why when I start talking this spiritual nonsense, you fight it. That's why half of the world or more takes this spiritual nonsense as spiritual nonsense. Our nature will fight any transformation. Even a damn tin toy soldier would fight it. Are you following? That's where the fight comes from, bro. That's why some of you, hear me out right now. I don't judge you, dude. Y'all don't get it sometimes. I don't, there are certain things I will draw the line from my experience in life and what I've seen, bro. I don't judge you. You know why? Because I'm a tin soldier as well, bro. I have been exposed to a transformation and I fought it and I ran all the way. I said, no, I ain't do it. Give me my arm back. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I've many times, bro. I said, give me my arm back. No. Give me my eyes back. No. This isn't. You fight it, bro. What do you, everybody would. That is one of the battles. That's it. And then again, though, even though we have all came to life and we have the ability to, some people think this battle don't exist. That's the whole point. Because how many tin soldiers have been made real, but they insist that they're not? I look you in the eyes. I tell you, you have a purpose. I believe it. I believe all of you, even if I strongly dislike you, I think you have a purpose and you were built on this earth for a reason. I really do. I believe you have a spirit. I believe you have a soul. I fully believe that. I believe you are a tin soldier who has came to life. Even if it was 1,000,000% true, there is still people in this world made real from soldier, tin soldier, and they would still say, no, I'm not. Think about it. I would say half of this world has been made real, and they're just saying, no, I'm not. And then we look at each other. I'm like, well, why is he moving? And they're like, no, don't move. It's not real. But then we're all looking at each other. That's why I said the evidence of each other. The fact that you could see people who are asleep and awake and no. You don't think that's weird? Again, the fact that some of you can recognize morality. You don't think that's weird? What is that evidence of then? It's evidence we're all real or we're all fake. Which one is it? It's evidence that it's all a purpose or it's all useless. That's what y'all don't realize. Do you not get it? Because at the end of the day, I like this stuff. You know why? If you haven't realized my attitude, if I didn't believe everything I believed in, do you realize it's all bullshit? I would not believe anything. I would be the biggest nihilist in the world. I studied too much. I don't know if y'all feel me on this. Think about it. Again, C.S. Lewis himself said it. You mean to tell me this guy walking around in the Middle East is claiming that he is the son of God? And he's saying you're going to fight your neighbor, you have to love people, but your family's going to reject you. If someone hurts you, don't fight back, turn the other cheek, all of this stuff. This aggressive person, he's clapping at the Pharisees, the government, and this guy saying, I'm God. Dude, that's insanity. Do you get what I'm saying? If there was if he literally wasn't backing that up, that's the most insane, unstable person ever to walk this earth. Not someone we would document as a god or as a savior. So I hope y'all feel me. Because like I'm saying, the tin soul, it's either we're all fake and there's no purpose for all of us, or we do have a purpose. There is no in between, brother. I hope some of you realize this even for your business life. There's going to be no, you're either going to come to life or you're not. It's either going to be real or it's not. It's either he is the son of God or he's a lunatic. That's it. It's either the long term changes your life or you get nothing out of it. Oh, I don't know. Is this too real for you? But my brother, this doesn't, it's not as hopeless as you think, because I'm just telling you there's more evidence if you look around. Guess what? Look at me. I look at you and I see me. Why do you and I share fucking thoughts, dude? Why can you and I agree on the things that hurt our hearts and that make us joyful? So Chattadonia. My brother, welcome to the battle. I think you are more real and alive than ever before. And I encourage you to not believe anything telling you you're not. Look around and see it. But it's what you want to do with it. Again, dude, any transformation, you are going to fight. You know that. And, I apologize if this one's heavy. I really do. Usually I won't apologize. I do. Because I'm even telling you, bro, like on a business level, you want to transform. Dude, everything in your body is going to fight you to it. Do you get me? You want to go from a bum to a baller. Great, that's fine. You don't think all of those habits are going to fight you. You don't think everything is going to try to pull you back. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I know the religion. I know this. And I want you to see the soul that you have. And I hope you could look at humans in this world and understand that. But with all the business talks we have had today, I really hope you could get that. Because we've talked about it. It's a battle, bro. It's a transformation. You're going to go from wherever you're at in life to this. You're like, okay, this is what I want. This is better. This is bigger. That's fine. All those are good things. But when your arm starts changing, bro, you're going to freak out. I promise you. When your eye starts changing, you're going to freak out. Your natural body is going to do whatever it takes to keep you in the state that you believe you are in now. So get ready. But I look forward to all of the positive change, my brother. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list on my channel. First link for the Streamlabs Bootcamp and real estate. Qatar PM says ceasefire will take effect on January 19th. Literally inauguration day. We did it, y'all. I seen fight, I seen dark, I seen light, I seen pain,
I seen fight, living wrong, always feel right. Why you made me like this, asking every night. Fearfully created, trying to find the feeling of elation. Funny how it foolishly fueled me to sedation. Couple years later now I read for revelation. What I teach is just a piece of how the pieces of salvation. Shout out to Peach. Gotta stay consistent, man. Somebody call Josh. It sound like they keep talking dividends. Never had too many friends, cause brothers always better when family is everything. I'm about to buy a minivan. Show y'all who is really fan. Don't call me if it's easy, cause I'll be there when you need me there. They make me proud, I really care. God is the creator, brother. We could take this anywhere. Speak a couple languages, but all I'm saying, we never scared. Nah, I'm just tryna get my best, bro. Get more than I get, bro. The right don't know where left go. Hard to hold it down when there's things I couldn't let go. They scared of the truth, so it's my manifesto. Oh, there the jets go, a breaststroke. Say it with your chest, bro. Hard to shake the feeling when you next to. Give your family everything, this wasn't accidental. Some people gave up everything, you don't know my mental. I seen dark, I seen light, I seen pain, I seen fight. Living wrong, always feel right. Why you made me like this, asking every night. I seen dark, I seen light, I seen pain, I seen fight. Living wrong, always feel right. Why you made me like this, asking every night. It's too deep, they all depth to the depth. I meant what I said, but they bent how it's read. Blessed to be blessed, but the flesh isn't dead. I relent, then repent, then I do it all again. I'll admit I'm really sick, but nobody got the meds. Wouldn't trust them if they did, now you see how hard this is. And you want me to have kids when these people want my head for all the things I did. Wait, what the hell I did? Shit. All I did was speak my truth, so you could grab the loot, maybe get a crib or two. I don't know why you ain't moved, maybe born with silver spoon. Thought we didn't get to choose our life or even food. They audacious with the hatred when they blame them. It's our nature, highly favored and they hate it. You mention the creator, then they claim that you ain't stable. It's a fable, but the most documented man alive is how I seen dark, I seen light, I seen pain, I seen fight, living wrong, always feel right. Why you made me like this, asking every night. I seen dark, I seen light.
Outlet, that's a good gym song. Outlet. No, the devil always flirting. The ego always certain, a smile is a curtain, and pride always a rise before a downfall is occurring. Beige book, everyone's tweaked out on inflation, you know? So anything about like contacts saying that inflation went up, it'll scare some people, but it's generally non-event, or it's not really the biggest. So it really depends on the scope of what is said, but you're going to hear from business contacts. Again, the beige book is the economic situation, and they go from 13 different regions, and then they survey them. And if you hear prices going up, people won't like that, but generally it's not as if, it doesn't really cause something too crazy. Or lately, I can't remember the last, I think it was 2022, maybe 2021, where we even had a remote reaction to the beige book. So still important. It's information, and it is the economic situation. So you hear the Fed talk about quote unquote the economic situation. That is literally the beige book. So this data has some relevance, but it's not really actionable where people start buying and selling off of it more or less. But we're back, baby. Philo is over. Makes sense. Yeah, Wells Fargo did good. I mean, shit, all the banks. I'm surprised. Again, dude, rates, look at where the rates are. What do you mean? Rates are getting blown out, even down to Japan, and these banks are doing good? Awesome. Bro, last time it made Sam Bankman and SVB go broke in 6 months. Last time the rates did this. So, I don't know, man. I'll take it for now, but we'll see. We will see. Qatar PM says momentum towards ceasefire has built in last month. Biden is determined to bring home all hostages, he says. Woo! What did Kennedy? He said fourth runner-up in a John Belushi lookalike contest. It's probably one of my favorite lines, dude. I'm going to start saying that, to be honest with you. I can't wait for the one person who gets it. I won't do it on stream. But in real life, someone going to piss me off one day. I'm going to listen, John Belushi, runner-up. I don't got time for this. Utilities within... Yo, FLNC... Whoa. FLNC is dying. Fat candles. And then Hamas officials says the ceasefire deal is great again. Is a great gain. Oh, no, excuse me. I read that wrong. I was like, what? He just said the ceasefire great again? No, they said the deal is great gain. Is a great gain. Habibi, it's the language. Great gain is a great gain. Not great again. You see the issue. Great again, great gain. Very close, man. The English language, you guys. When FTAI, didn't they get at Fed Beige Book? Let's see. It's coming out right now. I only got one headline, but nothing crazy. Did you see any here? And then what's this? Electrolith raises 17 million, Australian-based telecom. Yeah, that hasn't hit this wire yet, but I got another one. So Fed Beige Book, let's see, this report prepared. Economic activity increased slightly to moderately across 12 Federal Reserve districts in late November and December. Optimistic about outlook for 25. They were pessimistic about it, though contacts in several districts expressed concerns that changes in immigration and tariff could negatively affect the economy. Economic activity slightly increased to moderately. More contacts were optimistic about 25 than pessimistic. Prices increased modestly overall, with growth rates ranging from flat to moderate. So yeah, that would be your headline that would fuck you, but it's not that bad. Again, are you guys understanding the reality of the situation? Because even the Fed has admitted it. Even this Beige Book is saying it. Real inflation has barely gone up or is roughly the same as the last 6 to 9 months. Do you understand that? The only thing is the uncertainty around it is elevated due to policy. That is definitionally how you could explain what we are doing right now. Are you all aware of that? So we're not just theorizing this. Everybody is low-key admitting it at this point. All the Fed speakers said it. The Beige Book, and then you have the Fed. That's happening right now. So people are worried, and there's been slight movements, even down to the CPI. But technically, inflation pressures are not running any different than anything we have seen in the last 3 to 9 months. But the expectations and the reason being policy, that is definitely changed and has affected things. So it's all expectations, though. But that is what I'm getting out of this, because they're saying prices increase moderately with growth ranging from flat to moderate. That's not a... So again, that's still all at par with everything we've gotten recently. Yeah, they're worried about a spike. Has inflation spiked? No. But are people worried about it? Yes. And that's kind of the dynamic that we're playing right now. Gaza PM calls for calm in Gaza between now and Sunday, when ceasefire takes effect. Gold not pulling back. Interesting. The topic is we were just talking about inflation, but the Fed Beige Book just came out. We got a couple of headlines, nothing too big. I'm not reading it unless you let me put it into Josh AI. I could have him read it for you if you'd like, but generally the important stuff I could already tell. Nothing really there. Yeah, that's what they said. So the news came out 5 a.m. this morning. I don't know. I was reading it and I sounded shocked. But they said that TikTok might be banned on Sunday. So you may not. So starting Sunday, in like probably in waves, people are not going to be able to access TikTok, is what people are saying, or at least TikTok said that. I think just in USA, yeah. What is the beige book? Biden Palestinians will be able to return to neighborhoods in all areas of Gaza. Americans will be part of phase 1 of the hostage deal. That's coming out now. Gold could go down with the ceasefires announced, yeah. But it should start moving on it now if people really believe it. But like I said earlier in the day, I just don't know how much it will go down because there's been a lot of factors ever since then. But now you have oil up, though, too. That's the crazy part. So it's kind of odd. But, again, there's other factors. Biden says plan that ceasefire will continue as long as negotiations continue. What? Is this him now?
Negotiations continue.
Yeah.
I've spoken to the Emir of Kuwait and the President of Egypt.
Woo!
And we have pledged to make sure the negotiations will keep moving forward for as long as it takes. Then, when phase 2 begins,
no, that's not me. That's actually him.
Exchange for release of the remaining living hostages, including male soldiers, and all remaining Israeli forces will be withdrawn. And the temporary ceasefire will become permanent. And finally, phase 3, any final remains of hostages who have been killed will be returned to their families. And a major reconstruction plan for Gaza will begin. This is the ceasefire agreement I introduced last spring. Today, Hamas and Israel have agreed to that ceasefire agreement and the whole ending the war. You know, those of you who have followed the negotiations can attest, the road to this deal has not been easy. I've worked in foreign policy for decades. This is one of the toughest negotiations I've ever experienced. And we reached this point because of the pressure that Israel built on Hamas,
who's the chick on the left? That's
backed by the
crazy,
United
bro.
States. Hamas's longtime leader, Sinwar,
Great. You know what's
was
crazier?
killed. Hamas's
The guy
strongest
speaking has
supporter,
no
Iran,
idea who it is either.
launched attacks on Israel. And those attacks
Hey, who?
failed after my administration
Hey,
organized
what?
a coalition.
Oh, I
of
thought there was a
nations to
flag.
stop them.
Right.
And after I ordered the U.S. ships and planes to come to Israel's defense, we also shaped Israel's strong and calibrated response, destroying Iran's air defenses.
She does look like, I was going to say that. She looks like she's playing a do not laugh challenge. Like, why does it look like somebody's like, I feel like somebody's like throwing jokes up and she's trying not to laugh. That's not a bad thing. I feel like she should be more happier, but like, you don't want to be smiling at like a war thing, you know? But then it is a ceasefire, I don't know.
Was significantly weakened on the battlefield. And its leadership
What
was
is she looking
destroyed.
at?
With our support, Israel
Blinken just looks hella pissed that the war is ending.
Lebanon,
He's like, we could have done so much more. We could have done this for 4 more years. Blinken looks so disappointed, bro.
For the Lebanese people. All told, these developments in the region, which the United States helped to shape, changed the equation. And so now, the terror network that once protected and sustained Hamas is far weaker. Iran is weaker. Iran is weaker than it's been in decades.
Did
Hezbollah
Trump
is
do
badly
this?
degraded.
So listen,
And after more
the
than
answer is
15 months
whatever
of
you
war,
think about inflation.
Hamas's senior leaders are dead.
So although that's technically not
Hamas
correct,
fighters
but
are dead.
based
And
on the
military
consumer
formations
sentiment,
have been destroyed.
so if you believe
With
inflation
nowhere
is
to
here,
turn,
you think Biden
Hamas finally
freed the
agreed
hostages.
to
If you
release the
think
hostages.
inflation is going to come down,
You know,
then you think Trump released the hostages. Even if there is a real answer, sadly, that's how this is going to play out. I'm not the bad guy. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to inform you.
For the people of Israel and the families waiting in agony, and for the sake of the innocent people in Gaza who suffered unimaginable devastation because of the war. The Palestinian people have gone through hell. Too many innocent people have died. Too many communities have been destroyed. In this deal, the people of Gaza can finally recover and rebuild. They can look to a future without Hamas in power. You know, the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. Many peacemakers helped make this deal happen, including an extraordinary team of American diplomats who have worked nonstop for months to get this done. Secretary Blinken led the effort. Secretary Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Bill
That
Burns,
Kamala
John
smirk
Flynn,
at the
Brett
Bible
McGurk,
comment.
Amos
I'm just
Hochstein,
saying.
And the Vice President worked relentlessly as
Demon.
we worked on this deal. I'd also note this deal.
That's how he got her to laugh. The do not laugh challenge. He had to say a Bible
but
verse. That's it.
terms will be implemented.
She gave the
for
look,
most
just like the
part,
rallies.
by
She
the
said,
next
wrong
administration.
speech, sir.
In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been time.
You
of
saw
real
it, too. What do you
turmoil in
mean?
the
Bro,
Middle
my
East.
whole life
But as
is
I
me
prepare
saying
to
I
leave
love
office,
Jesus and then watching
our
people's
friends are
reaction.
strong,
You don't think I'm aware of it by now?
our enemies are weak, and there's a genuine opportunity
Literally
for
my
the
whole
future.
entire life,
In
even when I
Lebanon,
believed less,
there's an
to
opportunity
like
for
now,
future
you know, that's
free from the
literally,
grip
I've
of
seen
Hezbollah.
every possible
In
reaction.
Syria, a future free from the tyranny of Assad. And for the Palestinian people, a credible pathway to a state of their own. And for the region, a future of normalization, integration of Israel and all its Arab neighbors, including Saudi Arabia. At the G20 in Delhi in September
That
23,
Wormwood's crazy, bro.
I rallied key countries behind a vision of an economic
Fucking
corridor.
tear, bro.
from
That's
India
a wild
across the
joke,
Middle
bro.
East to Europe.
I love it.
That vision can now become a reality.
This is where I'm like, Tim should do
There
stand
are
up,
risks
bro.
as well, including ISIS and Iran, even in a badly weakened state. But we're handing off then to the next team a real opportunity for a better future for the Middle East. I hope they will take it.
Thanks, Joe.
Let me close with this. My friend for years in the United States Senate, former Senator George Mitchell, who did so much to forge peace in Northern Ireland, once said about diplomacy, he said, it is a 700 days of failure and 1 day success. 700 days of failure and 1 day success. Well, we've had many difficult days since Hamas began its terrible war. We've encountered roadblocks and setbacks. We've not given up. And now, after more than 400 days of struggle, a day of success has arrived. God bless all the hostages and their families. May God protect the troops of all those who work for peace.
Does he answer questions? I have not seen a hole punch paper in so long.
In the hands of the next administration, and basically they will shape the future of Gaza. So how do you see this future? And also, how much credit do you give to the Trump team for this deal? Trump is already taking credit for it.
Well, you know, this is the exact framework of the deal I proposed back in May. Exact.
He's like, I'm just saying.
And we got the world to endorse it. Secondly, it's America's support for Israel that helped them badly weaken Hamas and its backers and create the conditions for this deal. And thirdly, I knew this deal would have to be implemented by the next team. So I told my team to coordinate closely with the incoming team to make sure we're all speaking with the same voice, because that's what American presidents do. Thank you.
In the, how many Americans will be released when the hostages are being released?
All the exact detail of how many people are being held, how many bodies will be returned and less, will all be forthcoming. All of it, all of it. Thank you.
This deal will hold.
Tesla again.
I'm confident. Thank you.
Folks, credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Why do you keep
All right,
asking
you've been
him that?
listening
Look
to
at
President
him!
Biden there
He said,
speaking
fuck you.
regarding
That's
the
right. Just
ceasefire
fuck you.
agreement
He was
reached
stupid
between
question.
Israel and Hamas.
No, honestly, though, like, low-key, You know, I mean, it's been a while. I don't even. Where are these hostages? I can't believe they've had hostages for that long. To be honest with you, I'm still a little boggled by that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who gets credit. Like I said, you'll probably give credit dependent on your inflation expectations. But I'm just glad to hear a war winding down. I don't know about you guys, but I don't give a fuck who did it, but that's a better sign than not. You know, a lot of people were getting killed and we were just green lighting violence left and right. So I don't give a shit who did it, bro. Good work, everybody. Let's end more wars. That's a good plan. That's stuff I like to see. I don't care how you did it. Maybe you could have done it sooner, but at least that's a good sign, bro, at the very least. So that's where I leave the discussion. Yeah, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good job, Mike. No, it's sad. Like I said, all of it. I don't, do you think dude, don't even get me started on a war talk, you know? It's just like, bro, for real. I don't care. Everybody's dying, bro. You're killing Russians, Ukrainians, Palestinians, Jewish people. You're killing Christians. Like, it don't matter. Like, bro, everybody. That's why I would love that we stopped all getting on board for war. North Koreans, damn it, right? Mm-hmm. That's why. So we'll see, man. But one war down. I don't know. We'll see even how long it lasts, though. It's not as if ceasefires and stuff, you know, it's very finicky. Oklahoma becomes the 6th state to introduce legislation for a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Or Bitcoin's not really reacting. Again, bonds still up. They chilled and then SPY. Just like yesterday, man. You're up and then wait. If the market comes down, bonds are going to rip just like yesterday. Again, it's even the same timing, but we're kind of edging up a little bit better here post-Philo. There is a ceasefire. So it is a hostage deal. It's a releasing of hostages, a hostage swap, and then there is going to be some level of ceasefire. It'll just be a matter of who breaks it first, probably. And then, too, like, sadly, there is one more risk. I don't want to put it out into the universe, but they already kind of did. Did you guys hear what the Saudi people said? There's one more. We're not there yet, unfortunately. So they're making this deal now. Today is Sunday. Or they're going to sign it on Sunday or Monday. What is the risk? The risk is that somebody who doesn't want the deal to happen on either side just starts effing things up ahead of that. That's why they said they advocate peace ahead of Sunday. But, I mean, it's not historically inaccurate that you've had deals lined up and then some opposition party finds a way to escalate to make sure that it falls through. So we'll see. But, you know, Sunday, then we could, once they sign off on it, we'll find out. Well, I think there's this release and swap of hostages is what everybody wants. That's going to be the serious thing. And then the ceasefire, like I'm saying, unfortunately, it'll be in whoever honors it, right? You know, if both sides honor it, there you go. But again, historically, you know, both sides will be tempted to violate it, or opposition parties who do not agree. And I'm not talking, like, I'm talking within it, like internal opposition. Right? There is Palestinians and Israelis who do not want this to happen, even though other people would, and they may try to thwart those efforts. Yeah, one day before the inauguration. I think it's going to be the night of. Higher retail sales, I think, will be bearish tomorrow because that'll inject a little bit of fear. Obviously, the economy is great and things are pumping, but that wouldn't really be good for bonds and the dollar. The deal has no Americans. I didn't know that. I thought they were doing a hostage swap, and I thought it was going to be a full release. How many Americans are still held hostage, though? Oh, yeah. And then here's the beige. Do you guys want to hear it? I need to go pee. I might as well play it. Here's the beige book. Overall economic activity. Economic activity increased slightly to moderately across the 12 Federal Reserve districts. In late November and December, consumer spending moved up moderately, with most districts reporting strong holiday sales that exceeded expectations. Vehicle sales grew modestly. Construction activity decreased overall, with several districts indicating that high costs for materials and financing were weighing on growth. Manufacturing decreased slightly on net, and a number of districts said manufacturers were stockpiling inventories in anticipation of higher tariffs. Residential real estate activity was unchanged on balance as high mortgage rates continued to hold back demand. Commercial real estate sales edged up. The non-financial services sector grew slightly overall, with districts highlighting growth in leisure and hospitality and transportation, notably air travel. Truck freight volumes, however, were down. Financial service providers reported modest growth in lending and little change in asset quality overall, though lenders and community organizations voiced concerns about delinquencies among small businesses and lower income households. Nonprofit social service agencies faced high demand amidst uncertainty about future funding levels. Agricultural conditions remained weak overall, with generally lower farm incomes and weather-related struggles in some areas. The spread of avian flu reduced egg supplies and pushed up prices. Energy activity was mixed. More contacts were optimistic about the outlook for 2025 than were pessimistic about it, though contacts in several districts expressed concerns that changes in immigration and tariff policy could negatively affect the economy. Labor markets. Employment ticked up on balance, with 6 districts reporting a slight increase and 6 reporting no change. Contacts in several service industries, notably healthcare, continued to see job growth. Construction employment increased slightly, while manufacturing employment was flat. Contacts across multiple sectors noted difficulty finding skilled workers, and reports of layoffs remained rare. However, contacts in some districts expressed greater uncertainty about their future staffing needs. Wage growth picked up to a moderate pace in most districts, though there were some reports that wage pressures had eased. Prices increased modestly overall, with growth rates ranging from flat to moderate. Contacts in most districts reported modest increases in selling prices, though there were instances of flat or decreasing prices as well, particularly in the retail and manufacturing sectors. Input costs also rose, with contacts highlighting higher insurance prices, particularly for health insurance. However, as with selling prices, there were several mentions of flat or lower input costs, particularly for fuel. Contacts expected prices to continue to rise in 2025, with some noting the potential for higher tariffs to contribute to price increases. BBG. Yeah, not bad. Like I'm saying, I think that's the summary of the beige book. But that's on the Fed website. But yeah, that is yeah, they're saying input costs went down. Several people said input costs are going down and final prices are not going up. So, yeah. Is the dollar back up? I mean, the yen moved around a little bit, but that's actually kind of crazy. See, but that's why I was saying, though, we may not be out of the clear. When we call an Intel, I haven't called Intel yet. What do you guys think we should do this time? I was feeling I should go in as Biden, maybe. Or I was thinking I just ask for the right address so I could send edible arrangement.
I could do Trump. Hello. Is this Intel? Oh, I picked the wrong number. Let's see. Hello. Do you want Trump or... Hey. Hello. Hey. Or we could connect me to people. Biden would trip him out. Okay, hold on. I'm going to use a different phone number this time. Because that fool hates me. You know that, right? I bet you he's just like you. He's waiting. Honestly, he's going to miss me one day. You know that? That fool going to miss it when I stop calling. Because you know he's going to start getting ready. Because after enough times, he's going to be expecting it. And then I'm going to just stop showing up. You know, I'm not going to lie. I lost the stalker, and I felt I lost a piece of me once before. You know, you're like, wow, man, okay, I thought I was expecting to get harassed today, but that's it. You're not obsessed with me no more. That's kind of, it kind of hurts, but it's like bittersweet. You know what I'm saying? So let me see. I will be the CEO. Amen. God willing. God willing. If it's not his plan, then it's okay. Might be wrong, but you have a weird gut feeling Intel is going to make a big move soon. Bro, me too. I think I'm going to be the CEO. So at least you feel me, bro. I'm like, all right, man, we could do this. That's good. I need that. Way to hype me up ahead of the call. So I'm talking about. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, do. That was my vocal warm-up. Sorry. You guys don't get to see this part. You know, 8080. All right, let's go.
Thank you for calling Intel. Please select from the following options.
Why are you premiering
If
this?
you know the name of the person whom you're trying to reach, you can use our automated attendant by pressing the pound sign.
Where is this? I thought you're connecting me. You know, they showed me this.
Transferred to an Intel operator.
Why is it going straight to the voice? It's not supposed to. Why am I waiting? You gave me the wrong number. It's put me on hold. Why is it do? Hello?
Intel operator.
This is it's Michelle.
No, this is the operator, sir.
You know who this is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, they gave this is the wrong number. Why are they doing this? Yo, you really don't know who I am? He just hung up on me, bro. He ain't even, bro. You're terrible, Intel. They were hanging up on me before I was even trolling. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? The first time I ever called, this mother just keep hanging up. Terrible, bro. Terrible. This is why we at $18. You give me that. I can get this to 36. Easy. This is what kind of customer service. That just, man. Yeah. All right. Well, that one we got all hyped up for that. That was like getting ready to like talk to a girl, and you like, yeah, oh yeah, and then right, she said, "Get away, ugly." That's it. We got shut down so quick. I'm not diabolical. Bro, imagine me trying to call you to make you money. I'm doing them a favor. I'm looking every time I call them, that stock goes up.
This company has so much value that I believe in, and it is being ran by a bunch of old shits who are greedy and only care about their own pockets. I'm telling, that's why I am going to become the CEO. I can extract so much value. I could give it, I can make us all money and give the rest away, and we will. That's what they're dealing with. What do you mean? So this is not, these guys are ridiculous. Not you, Intel. Intel is ridiculous, bro. That's it. That's why I need to get a hold of them. Where is this? Who is this? Corporate governance? I don't care about corporate governance. Corporate activism. Okay, I have another idea. Hold on. Let this load. Let me get some info. Intel should sell all their inventory and go all in on Fartcoin? No. At the very least, just copy NVIDIA. Have you not learned anything from Mark Zuckerberg? Jesus. Loves you all. You know that? Your soul is important. You know what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't you, at the very least, just go full Zuckerberg and just copy everybody? It's not loading. I have another idea. Why don't we start calling the people who want to do activism on Intel already? So I think Starboard, but maybe we should start calling them and saying, hey, I could potentially be the CEO for whatever campaign. That's it. The board, I swear to you, the only way, this is why I need to become the CEO of Intel. Because I could be incorrect, so fact check me. But I am 99% sure that the only way to contact the board of Intel is via fax machine. I don't even think they got iPhones, dude. I'm not even kidding to you. I looked at it. One guy has been on the board almost double my age. I'm being dead serious, bro. I think I could bring revenue up about 5 to 10% by eliminating the use of their checkbook. They still write checks. I promise you, I swear they got a checkbook. They balance it. They rip it out. They got the little thing. You got to wait 3 to 7 days. I'm telling you, they don't even know ACH yet. I'm just like, it's crazy, bro. So, yeah, I don't know. I got to find a way, but I don't know. I'll get the fax machine out the storage. We had. All right, well, we'll try again tomorrow. I'm going to try every day. Every day until there is a new CEO announced. That means I have an opportunity. So I'm going to call. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Until I find out that they're not single no more and need a CEO, I'm going to call every day. That means I have a chance. And that's all that you need, man. That's all that you need sometimes. Okay, hold on now. Oh, no. Give me 2 seconds.
It's infrared.
My girlfriend's here.
Problem areas.
Please hold.
Meanwhile, here in Altadena, you've got temporary cell towers up. You see that yellow tape behind me? Look there. You can see that the permanent repeater melted, and it's just down all the way. And look, if residents can return to Altadena, the fire has destroyed a lot of the businesses where they would have frequented. I mean, in this row alone, you've got what was a grocery store. There you go. That's the pizza place. There's the liquor store. We took a drive on the side streets to illustrate how completely the fire eradicated these neighborhoods. And as you said, Brian, these are modest, middle-class homes where the median household income is about $129,000, according to the U.S. Census. Residents told local news outlets already they're getting offers for their land, offers that seem too low. Governor Newsom has issued an executive order forbidding unsolicited offers that undervalue these properties for 3 months. As I have reported, a lot of these homes will be underinsured or not insured at all. Homeowners might feel desperate and overwhelmed, and if they're approached with cash in hand, that might seem very tempting. The experts say they should hold off. Meanwhile, Altadena may have trouble enforcing these rules because there is well, it's an unincorporated part of Los Angeles County. So there's no mayor, there's no city council that normally you would see in these situations advocating for the community. It's something that we'll keep an eye on. I just got an alert here. The federal task force and state task force, local task force joining together to crack down on fire-related crimes. We'll keep our eye on that one, too.
Yeah, bro. Did you guys see that? So they've caught 2 people who looted a burned down house. Bro, I can't believe California. This is so un-California. Bro, they're trying to charge them for 22 years. Yeah. So they take it very seriously. This is the first, yeah, bro. And they have a list. But, dude, I can't believe it. Yeah, dude, there was 2 people. And they're trying to go for 22 years for looting. So I was telling you, maybe Orange County's lax, but that's a good sign. I mean, obviously, excessive punishment isn't necessarily, some of y'all are like, fuck yeah, be careful, because in 4 years you might have another Democrat, and then we'll see how you feel about advocating all of that shit. But at the end of the day, it's good that they're sending a signal early on to not try to loot. But yeah. What's the ethnicity? I don't know, but the world is making you racist. That's not the top questions. I'll be like, how much they steal? What did they steal? Is that excessive? We could ask like 20 other ones. I don't even care about their race. Audience, I have no idea, to be honest. I'm not. I see a lot of images throughout a day. It was an image photo on Twitter. But yeah, just watch out. If that's one of your top 3 thoughts, I would maybe find other questions to inquire about prior to those. Honestly, the only time I ask like what ethnicity is if we are talking about food, because I like food. That's the only time ethnicity comes up top 3, where I'm like, damn, what is this? I'm like, Mexican? Is Chinese? What is this? Ooh, Peruvian. Yeah, man. So I don't know. Food is acceptable. I feel like food. That's I don't know. Yeah, Chipotle. That's not. All right, whatever, Luis. I'm gonna just. Okay, we'll move on from there. What are you doing? Get out of here. You dropped this dog off, and now you can get out of there. Stop it. I love you, little guy, but this isn't made for you. Get out of here. Oh yeah, when you made my girl laugh. I saw it in the chat because you came in here and I was talking to her. And then I told her, I looked at the chat. One of you said, is it Victoria or Swiss Miss? And I showed her it, and then she made a cute little face. She, like, smiled and, like, blushed. I was like, oh, so cute. So thank you for that comment. Thank you. I appreciate it. You didn't really get to enjoy it as much as I did, but thank you. Yeah, it was you, Colin. Yep, good work. Good work. And now I'm not encouraging you, because next time someone's going to say some out-of-pocket shit, and I'm just going to ban you. But, yeah, well, I guess we'll get there when we get there. She over the dream? Apparently, she didn't care. Apparently, I was the one overreacting. So I think I got gaslit, but either way, my interest level from the beginning wasn't really that intense, so it'll be good. Would you respect adding Hershey's in the 140s? Yeah, I would like it. I honestly could even consider Hershey's right now. Where is it? Even right now, I think it's great, honestly. Even the fact that it's going lower today, I mean, why not? You could wait for more, but it's already at a zone where I think it's adequate. Like, it's not. You have a 3.6 yield. Obviously, I would want 4 as a no-brainer. I think this shit goes to a 4% yield. You buy it just like JP Morgan. The last time I had a company, low yield, high quality, that yielded 4, no-brainer, it was JP Morgan. So if this goes 4%, it's a no fucking brainer. But right now, it's still not bad. I mean, it's down. You've given up half of the value. It's down on multi-year. 3.6, dude. It's there, bro. So I think it's a great starting point on Hershey's. Yeah, it pays 3.6, bro. It's a high yield. In a weird way, this is kind of a high yield, or given this should be a 1%, 2% yielding company. That's why I said if it goes 4, no brainer. But even then, it always looks like listen. I'm gonna tell you guys a story. Everybody, sit around. Let me get a campfire. And I don't say this to scare you. I say this story. Just let your portfolio speak to you. Okay. Okay. Where is it? Okay, gather around. Gather around. Come on. So, it was a cold day. I think it was December 2022. Or 23. I can't even remember the dates anymore. It happened so fast. There was no food in the market. One new Chad every day was selling their long term. It was terrible. I didn't know what to tell them except for hold. They didn't believe me. I was freezing too. I had no food either. That was when we acquired Meta. But we didn't know that it would feed us down the line, but it did. But there was one stock. It looked like it would never eat again. It was going lower, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40. And it was at $100. And at $100, it looked like it was going to $80. It never went to $80. That stock was NVIDIA. I can't even look at my graphics card to this day. I can't. And I never, ever since then, I remember the farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. That's my story. Tell a friend, save 10% and get a long term. I don't know why that made me lightheaded. I got a little too into that. I'm like, whew. That's a true story, though. No exaggeration. No exaggeration. All documented live in front of most of you. Most of you. Some of you aren't here because of that story, probably. But still, that was a real story. And I got Meta, I got Netflix, I got a lot of good names, but I will never forget. I was yelling, "Oh wow, NVIDIA, 100." I was like, "It's going to 80." I was so confident it was going to 80. It, in fact, went to 800 before it went to 80. So and it was only $20 away at the time. So, yeah, what year was this? I don't know. I blocked it out of my memory to a degree. It was a blur. 22, 23, one of those years. Shortly after Meta. Shortly after Meta. It did go to 800 before 8. That's not an exaggeration. That's a true... I'm telling you, this was a true story in all sense of the word. So, yeah, man. But that's why let your portfolio speak to you. If you could use a good pickup, you got a lot of cash, and you're seeing good names come to, like, reasonable levels. You don't have to, like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to get the 20-year low. You don't have to get the 10-year low. Don't be afraid to, again, if you need it. If you're already fully invested and you're, like, FOMOing to get it, that's a different story. But, yeah, the other stuff. Hamas acting chief Khalil al-Hayya says Israel failed to achieve its goal in Gaza. And then, yeah, despite that high, we got, 15, 17 minutes till power hour? My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. This stream is I don't know what. Cool so far. Oh, man. That's like at least the best part about being new. You're in for a wild ride. I promise you, by the end of this, you are either going to love me and join a cult or you're going to hate me. But then the hate will go in many ways, and you'll either become very excellent because of the hate, or you'll ruin your career because of the hate. But either way, I love the new guys and get a long-term and save 10%. That avoids most negative outcomes. So there you go. It's a blast, imagine. I think you're not lying. I'm not. I try to keep it a buck, man, but at the end of the day, you are in for a lot of wild twists and turns. I am definitely an acquired taste, but and I hope you follow the rules too, but get a long term and let's work together. If not, either way, get a long term. Long terms are good. Have I donated to the local firefighters who risk their lives for $60K to protect your home? That's a loaded question. I'm not answering that. You have weird motives. I would ask you a question about your life, but personally, I really don't give a shit. So thank you. Shout out to the vets, police officers, firefighters, and all of them, baby. All the people serving and taking care of their communities. Amen. Shout out to EMTs. Yeah, man. Any thoughts? I don't like the single stock name dividend players. So like when they take a growth stock and turn it to like a dividend ETF, I don't like that. And just the rule, anytime somebody offers you yield, you are more likely to lose equity. The higher the yield offered, the more likely your equity will not go up. You quit for a while, the stocks I invested in are up. Hell yeah. Bro, I'm telling you, long term, your guys are going to work your way through it, trading, even real estate and a lot of other journeys. But again, like the long term is serious and it's really good for you. And even when we live in a world like this where money is crazy and things are changing, I mean, it's a good way to, you want to save your money, you want to keep it, and you want to grow it, man. And I'm telling, like, the long term is legit, bro. So I really hope, regardless of what you do, and you would be surprised, wherever you think your path will take you, that long term, it's going to be good. So I don't delay. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time is today. Sell the Trump? Possibly. It just depends. Right now, though, again, you dodged it would have definitely, I mean, we would have kept the selling going if today was bad, but you see what I'm saying? As long as you could kind of avoid that, you'll do your thing. Do you know what the most profitable business is? Oh, no, I don't know. Things people need? A well-run oil company. Yeah. Oh, dude. When I was driving, yo. Does anybody know of this? You know the mountain in between, like, the mountain route to get to Palm Springs? Where you don't see the windmills and then you end up, not Rancho Cucamonga, what is it? Rancho, where's that other place right outside of Palm Springs, the rich area? Oh, I forgot. Well, anyways, the mountain route, if you know what I'm talking about in Palm Springs. Is there oil there? No, it's not Rancho Cordova. Rancho Mirage, thank you. Yeah, Rancho Mirage. Bro, Rancho Mirage is ballin', if you don't know that. That's like the Beverly Hills of Palm Springs. Low key. Yeah, no, Rancho Mirage. Yeah. But, dude, Rancho Mirage. That's like, when you take the mountain and then you pop out at Rancho Mirage. Somebody knows what I'm talking about, right? That's the mountain way. Hear me out. Maybe I'm a dumbass. Is there oil there? I'm not even kidding. I drove by a property and it had one of them like little mini oil wells. But like, you know what I'm talking about? It's like the picture like of a, it looked like a fake movie scene. No, what is it? Like an oil pump? Or was that like a well and I'm just stupid? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know those pictures or like those videos of like old Vegas or old Texas, and it would be that like thing, it looked kind of like a hammer and it like goes in a circle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like this. Right here. Right here, bro. I saw one of them on a property and it looked like me. It was like 4 feet tall. It was just like a mini one. And I was like, what? Yeah, is that for oil? Or can that be used for water? Because then I'm like, no way there's fucking oil in that mountain, bro. Backyard oil? It's a wellhead? Is it water? Both? Yeah, dude. I don't know. Because if not, I think I found oil in California then. You know, LA used to be all oil. Do you guys know there's a bunch of buildings in LA that are actually like oil rigs and then they just build around it to make it look like a building? You guys know there's a ton of oil in LA? A lot of people don't know that. So in the early days of America, Los Angeles was like an oil place, bro. There's so much oil. Dude, there's like fake oil pumps. I think there's one in Beverly Hills. There's literally an old pump, an oil pump, but they like wrap the building around it so you don't like think that it's ugly. Yeah, right next to the Beverly Center. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Yeah, Google it. You'll find it. So this right here in Packard Wells, this is an oil rig. It looks like a building. So LA has a bunch of these. You think it's a building, it's literally pumping oil. Yeah, here's the Beverly Center one. That's a hidden oil well. The Tower of Hope is a hidden oil well. And then this Cardiff Tower is a hidden oil well off Pico and Robinson. Isn't that crazy? These are literal oil wells in Los Angeles, Hollywood. So, and I think a lot of them are inoperable, but I think some of them still could pump. Or I think they can pump, I just don't think they do. About the gas mine in Pennsylvania burning after 30 years? No. That sounds familiar, though. I've heard of like a 30-year fire. I didn't know if it's in Pennsylvania. Israel Smotrich Gaza deal is dangerous for national security. So there's one person who doesn't like it. Landman. Is that a movie? Because someone asked me if I watched that earlier. And now if this is the plot, I'm going to slap all of y'all. Because if this wasn't a genuine oil question and was all because you watched a movie, I think I might kick you in the knees, bro. Just out of a... So what? Oh, it's a TV series. What was I need a good new show. I don't have any new shows, low-key. Squid Game. Oh, did I tell you guys top 8? I think, or no. It's a Korean show. It's called The 8 Show. Has anybody seen it? It's on Netflix. It is a Korean show. Yeah, Night Agent is coming back. I'm excited for that. I love that one. Bro, The 8 Show. I loved it. That was a good, I don't know. These South Korean novellas, I don't know if that's what you call it, but they're growing on me, bro. You've seen it. It was horrible. Yeah, my girlfriend hated it. My girlfriend thought it was so whack. I loved it. I don't know why. I was really into it. But yeah, my girlfriend hated it, so I could see. I feel like it's hit or miss. My bad. Yeah, Toll Brothers. Oh, is the fire thing. I was going to say it, man. My bad. I'm sorry for missing that. And I do have an answer for you. You may not like it, though. I honestly think a lot of people are being distracted about the fire leading to plays. I really don't think there's going to be a lot of plays on the fire. The only two outcomes that I think about when it comes to the fire and making a play is either short the electric companies, and that's still going to take you up to 6 months to a year, or you buy the dip on insurance companies after people realize it's there. Yeah, GE and Whirlpool, but you have to realize you're making an incredible leap. Even with GE and Whirlpool, even with the builders. You're assuming that every house is going to get built by 4 or 5 of these public companies, all in the same time period. And that this one geographical location is going to impact the other 90-70% of their net income. Wow, there's dollar fluctuations and everything else. You see what I'm saying? I think a lot of people are making this mistake. And, well, not only can they build so many homes, but like, dude, if my house burnt down, do you think Toll Brothers is going to rebuild my home, D.H. Horton, KB, or anybody? No. They work on projects and developments. Most people are going to rebuild their home through a private contractor. You're going to buy materials might go up and other things, but again, this is just a region. And I'm telling you now, the LA fire is terrible because of how packed it was, and there could be a lot of building, but it's still relatively small acreage-wise compared to a lot of other fires we've seen. But there will be a lot of structures. It's a high insurance cost, but like I'm saying, this is just one part of most businesses. You know what I really think a lot of people are like, wow, play. I've been asked this question a lot, but I'm just not really buying it. Just like the hurricanes, go look at all of them, man. You've seen, when was the last time one of these natural disasters caused like a huge jump? It'll affect you at the margin here. You know, here and there it could give you like a little boost or a decline, but insurance companies, electricity, that's the only thing I see. And then, again, they're not easy plays, but you just got to do your thing. Even Katrina, I don't think, I mean, that was a while ago, but I don't even think Katrina, it played out, but I don't think even the rebuild led to a boost and stuff. But again, there was people to short. You know, if there's someone with major liability, that will be a play. The electric companies, you know, I've seen many fires and I've seen companies get clapped. Usually it's the electric ones. If they are held liable, it could bankrupt them. So that's the play usually that I see. And then, like I'm saying, you know, some of the other stuff, you could loosely tie it in, but usually most people overestimate damage, and then the insurance companies, they do good on earnings once people realize it wasn't that bad. So I hope that helps, but for the most part, if I was going to play a home builder, I would have another thesis in mind. You could add that to your idea, but I would not let that be the fundamental basis of my play, the fire, if that makes any sense. Yeah, and Maui materials and contract. But, like, think about it. Even from Maui, you didn't hear one stock be like, yo, we raised guidance because of the rebuilding effort in Maui. You know, again, that's the thing. Do you guys realize, like, let's go back to 2008. Why was 2008 so bad? It wasn't even a natural disaster. But you got to think about something. It was in the whole entire country. If big business, big companies, if it's only happening in one area, it's easier to manage. Not leverage or no, just geographic scale. That's what happened in 08. It wasn't that they forecasted, they were like, yeah, people could default on mortgages. They never forecasted that half of America would. They never forecasted that everybody around all of America at the same time would stop paying. You see what I'm saying? It happened everywhere. So unless this fire turns into all of Southern California, and then, you know what I'm saying? But for right now, it is in Los Angeles geographic. it's bad. It's going to cost money and do things, but it's still just in one location. It's not like, again, unless it's a primarily a LA builder who makes and loses all their money there, most people are just going to be one segment of their company. And then on that note, 30 seconds to Power Hour. How it could take a long time to rebuild, but they said they're going to restrict, or they're going to like get rid of that. Apple, Tim Cook plans to join tech CEOs at Trump's inauguration. You're not a real stock dude, but fire happens with the landfills, goes from 20-minute trip to 4 hours. CWST is a landfill. I think that's a better idea. I think that's more not only creative, but it's relying on just making money from increased demand, right? I'm assuming. So if you're saying these landfills get more demand, more money, that makes more sense. Anybody who could like charge more in profit immediately and hopefully nationally, that's going to impact the stock. But you know, again, or if all of their revenue is located there, and that's it, you know? But I like that one a little better, but even generally, like I said, any sort of like fire motivation play, I think I'm only going to dabble with electric companies and insurance by the dip, sadly. I just think it takes too much time and there's too much variable. I'm not even saying like it won't happen. There's just, like I'm saying, that's the other part, even with the electric companies, it takes a shit ton of time. These aren't quick plays. They pop, they drop, they go down, spend 3 months doing nothing, update, then sell it, and then bad update. And you know what I'm saying? Like it's not even, it's like a 12-month bond for crying out loud. So, yeah. Realtor, no, it's not the realtors. Dude, it's the landlords. I feel bad. See, and you know, and some of y'all, you think I'm the evil landlord. You know, dude, some of this shit, I don't even think about it, you know? The way these people come up with ideas, bro, for their greed, dude, it makes me sad, honestly, because I'm like, you know, maybe I won't be a billionaire one day, you know, because I'm not like, how can we fuck these people for a quicker dollar right now? Did you not see what they did? Bro, you could go on Zillow, and we're talking houses that are like $10,000 a month, $15,000, $20,000 a month, right? Expensive at even the $5,000 a month houses, bro. Dude, you could go on Zillow in LA on the day of the fire, and then every day after, you could literally watch people going and raising the rent from 10 to 15, 20K. So the houses that didn't get burned down and people want to stay there, bro, they were literally taking down their listings. And overnight, on the same night while this shit was on fire, we're jacking it up anywhere from 20 to 100% on properties that were vacant for months. I'm like, dude, that's crazy. So, yeah, that's the landlord thing where I'm like, shame on you, but because you guys get it, right? Because the people need the homes, and there's not that many homes available. And if you don't want to upend your life, you know, and it's just that is literally the definition of gouging and like taking advantage of that situation. Yes, it's supply demand, but at the end of the day, like they're 100%, and some of them are nuts. But then again, these are like rich people's houses, so I don't know how bad you feel about rich people. You could ask Luigi, but I mean, I don't know how much sympathy you have for the guy who is going to rent a $15,000 house that is now $30,000, but I'll leave that to your own morality. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just unethical, you could argue, or just like, just so happened there was a tragedy, I guess. It is borderline illegal. If somebody investigates it and they find that it's unreasonable, there is an element, like after, in the middle of a tragedy, it is like a, yeah. There's more depth to people in Palisades being rich. Oh, I'm aware. I think it's batshit insane that that we use people's wealth levels to determine sympathy. But hey, you know, you do your thing. But I'm just making jokes and giving news. Why are some of you so behind? I thought I turned off DVR. Some of you asking me questions from a while ago. I think the other day you had that little breakdown, like we said, give it a little bit, but a lot of people are fighting over quantum. After the big pop and drop, you have a whole new group of people arguing whether to short the middle or buy the dip. So, yeah, I still think let more time burn. We're talking morality this morning. There's none in reality. No, there is. I mean, you're not going to find morality in an industry of everybody shitting on each other for money. I don't think you're going to find it on I think once you start going for billions of dollars, I mean, it gets a little dicey there, but I think you can have morality in reality. I think there's real people that I know and that I associate with that are genuinely good people and a mutual respect. And I think a lot of you in here, you have it. Some of you don't. Some of you act like you do, but deep down, push comes to shove, you'll fucking push us into the fire. But at the end of the day, there is morality, but you know, it's more likely you get less of it when you deal with money. And at the end of the day, I mean, there's good people, dude. I don't know. I firmly believe it. And you know, you see it skewed a little bit, but it's when you encounter good and you encounter morality, it's very, very hard to forget. And unfortunately, as much as I'd want to agree with you, I've encountered people. I've encountered people who I'm like, damn, they inspire me. Humble homies. Amen. Is buying a leasehold better than stick with a freehold? I'm not too familiar, to be honest. Are you in the UK? I inspire you. Well, again, there's good people, dude. You could see it on both sides. But like I'm saying, I don't know, though. Some of you do have to shed the naivety. Like, even in here, that's why I was telling you, bro. I'm not trying to, like, be mean and target people. Like, there's a lot of fake people. You're going to encounter a lot of fake people in here. This is a money game. This is about money. Motherfuckers want money, 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 money. I have no problem with it. But at the end of the day, don't be naive in thinking that, again, the stock market, like, bro, what do you think is happening when everybody is competing and going for money? There's a reason why it's so wild. So as long as you're aware of that, you'll be good, man. But that's why I'm like, you know, I think some of you are good people. And I hope you understand why you're good, and I hope you can view yourself that way and live up to it. But if you think you're going to find goodness in your actions on the stock market, like, you see what I'm saying? Your actions ain't going to make you. And that's why you're like, there's no morality in this industry. I don't think there is. Anytime the numbers go higher, the morality goes lower. It's very simple. Doesn't mean morality doesn't exist. It just means if that's what you got to go to where you want to get it. You know? Freehold means you own it outright, and leasehold means government. Interesting. Because here, I mean, even if you own it, no mortgage or not, you still got to pay property tax. But I would like no government lien unless there's tax benefits. But I've never bought a property in the UK. What is a moral industry? Well, that's why I mean, honestly, I think that's why I told you guys, if you really want to invest in that and morality is a big, big thing, you should probably invest locally into smaller companies that you know about. I think there's a lot of great companies owned by small businesses, and they do very good business. They make money. It's not at the level of S&P 500, NASDAQ 100. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not making hundreds of millions, billions a quarter, but they could generate money, a good investment, and that's it. Like, you know what I'm saying? There is actually, like, you know, companies. I think it just gets to a matter of, you know, what level you're operating on and what your, you know, the ethics of your company and decisions. But like I'm saying, I mean, don't underestimate how gigantic all of these companies on the market really are. And, like, you know, we're dealing with a whole different ball game. The commissions are people's yearly salaries in all of the rest of America. Bro, Tesla's still rocketing. Never buy leasehold in UK. Well, there you go. Yeah, I wish I could help out more with that. Have I leveraged a small business? Yes, I have bought a small business. I'm invested in some. That's what I'm saying. I have these investments. They're great. They're not gonna, like, they'll make you rich. They'll get you money if they do good, but it's not like, you know, it's not the same as buying Nvidia. You know, it's not the same as other things, but they're good. And I mean, you can feel good. I don't care about it though, in the sense of, like, believe me, I've told you, I have came to terms with this. Like I said, maybe sometimes it makes me sad that I know I'm not willing to do things that people will do for money, but that's okay. I live fine, and like I told you, I could fall asleep like a baby, and I know damn well I'm gonna have a view when I die, you know, God willing. But you know what I'm saying? But it's just like, dude, it's all personal choices and what you're comfortable with. But I don't think my choices in the stock market are going to make me more or less moral, because I think it's already a lost cause if you're in the stock market, to be honest with you. So that's why I think morality is other things as well. But if you're looking for it in the market, like I'm saying, like, you're not going to find your wife at the strip club. You might, but I'm just, you know, I don't want to judge, but I don't think you will. So welcome. Could you find your wife trading stocks? I don't know, to be honest. Like, any girl back in the day, like, if I showed her Big Short and she thought it was boring, they were usually chill. Anyone who knew what the Big Short was kind of wacko. But I saw this on Twitter the other day. And I don't know. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. You tell me. But it said the biggest red flag for a girl is if she is involved in crypto. I'm not going to lie to you. I've never dated or ever. I'm not, like, flirted with a crypto girl in my life. I've been out of the game. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, but I'm like, so I don't know, man. But what do you think? Is that facts or is it fiction? Is that the major, if a girl is involved in crypto, is that a red flag? What I think, like, not just having crypto, but I like the girl, like, crypto, like, you are, like, you know, like, you telling me to get like a Solana wallet and shit, and like crypto, like, you know what I'm saying, like a real crypto, like, just the same way, like a dude, like, what do you mean, like, just a crypto dude, like, what's up, you know, like XRP, Ripple, oh, like, yo, yeah, Web3, Oh, crypto, DeFi. Why would I invest dividend? Put 20%. Fart coin. Like a crypto. You know what it is. Yeah, she got a crypto wallet on her phone that's like not Coinbase or Robinhood. You know what I'm saying? Like she got like a crypto wallet. She knows her passcode, the seed phrase. She like really versed in it. ISO 2 comply, yeah, bro. Talk to a girl. Oh, I guess she was a crypto. I guess. Damn. Yeah. No, because honestly, like if my girl came home and she had a phantom wallet on her phone, I would break up with her. I'd be like, who the fuck showed you this? I could get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. I mean, like, no way you learned. Who the hell are you hanging around? I have so many more questions. How do you know what a phantom wallet is, girl? Hold up. Who taught you that? That would be like if my girl knew what Hall of Fame rebound chaser was. I'd be like, no. I'm not that dumb. Who taught you that? Hold up. See, even some of you don't know what that means. See, so that's why. Southwest sued over chronic flight delays. Sued by the U.S. Yeah, who taught you that? Y'all have it. That's my number one question. That's why I love my girl, because she don't have any weird shit where I'm like, who the fuck taught you that? I'm like, you shouldn't not, you don't, nah, hold up. But yeah, I think you guys agree with that. But yeah, that was a funny tweet. Message not sent. Edit and try again. Wait, what? What? Did I miss one? Oh, there's Timbuktu. If she ain't racing virtual AI crypto hamsters, I am not talking to her. That's all you, man. That's all you. No one taught me my time during COVID, did. That's good then. That's good. But if you know too much about NBA 2K, I'm gonna have serious questions. Like my girl has no idea what 2K is. You know that? She just thinks it's basketball, and it is, but that's all that she knows about it. Yeah, Walgreens has been doing good, but I want that buyout in another quarter. Yeah, 2%. We're up. We overshot by almost 1%, but dude, they saying Goldilocks. I'm so mad, but because I'm like, I hate the Goldilocks argument, but nobody really saw it coming. And that's why it's funny, because now it's like, damn, Goldilocks is why. Low core. Who would have thought? Someone you consider a friend has been doing dialysis for a while. You've been helping them out. But they ask for money than just food, and I'm starting to feel played. Well, that one's always tough, man. I would try to give them maybe a little bit more, but because usually when you don't want to do it is a good time to do it. But if you can't afford it, don't put yourself in that position. That's why Proverbs will tell you it's great to help somebody out, but do not commit to your brother's security and say you'll help them, if not, because then again, it could weigh on you as well. So it's tough, man. I've been in that situation many, many times, but it will make you jaded, but you got to kind of find a balance there and see. But at the end of the day, it's pretty easy in the sense of if it's actually starting to weigh on you, and like you can't afford it, and it's like, it's out of your ability. I mean, it's gonna be tough, and he may get mad at you. Believe it or not, you may even have no money, and he might get mad at you. But at the end of the day, you do have to. That will be what you'll have to do, and it will be difficult. But if you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Like, there's no shame in that. But you have to have that awkward talk. Anything after that, you can help them one more, and maybe try to, that's the thing I've done lately. But it doesn't. Dude, people are wild, man. You don't know if he's doing drugs. I know. Welcome to my life, bro. Welcome to my life. But like, for real, because now it's like, try to ask for, it gets touchy because some people get really offended. But like, ask for austerity. I don't know if you are familiar, but like, have him do things, not like for you, but like, or pay the money towards stuff that will go towards it. Like, maybe you could buy him meal prep, or tell him that, maybe to send him his bank statements so you could see where the money is, so you could help him budget. Because that's what I've done with people. Before I give them money, I help them budget. And if I see that their budget isn't strip clubs and weed, I mean, there you go. And like, you could really, really figure that out. But it's going to be tough, dude. I mean, I've done this a long time, even recently. So it's just, unfortunately, sometimes people are chill. Sometimes they needed it. Sometimes you're the plug, and they're gonna run you up and use your feelings against you. But you just got to, like I said, try to keep them away, because that was the thing, bro. I said it. I enabled a lot of people in my life. I feel really bad about it. And that's why when some of you think I'm jaded or rude or mean, I mean, you got to understand. But like literally, you cannot, you just got to do your own thing, man. And don't, people will, if you give them stuff and then they are not handling, they will keep doing it. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, I've been a drug addict, but I was more self-destructive than hurting other people, but other people, it's vice versa. But that's why I'm saying, it's just, don't gamble. I don't know. You have to, if you want to have that talk and both of you you're willing to tell him what to do and he's willing to listen so you guys can help each other, then great. But if one of you's not really willing to do that, then, I mean, it just seems like, you're probably going to have an awkward conversation at one point or the other. Bank statements, full cash. Yeah, if that's the case, then there you go. Then you tell them and just say, hey, I'll buy whatever you need, but I won't give you money. I've done that for people. I've said it. I will gladly. That's mostly what I do now, just because, I would rather, if you need something, I'll give you what you need. But too many times I've sent people money, family, friends, people on YouTube, some of you guys, and it's enabling. So you do got to find a nice middle ground. Or the best thing to do is not get involved, or get involved to the fullest extent. Those are your only options. So if you never want to do this, go help out and do things in other ways. That's why I'm not going to lie to you. It's way easier to help people that you don't know. I'm not going to lie to you. For real. Like I'm saying, this is your friend, right? This guy knows you. You guys got history. He knows your habit, everything about you. You know what I'm saying? But that's really what it comes down to. You don't know me. I probably know you more than you think. That's what I'm saying. Or you at least have an idea of me. That's the problem. You don't think I've helped somebody out and I got yelled at for helping? You know why? Because I didn't give them enough. You know how many times I've done my little gifts? You have no idea how much money I've given to YouTube alone, just this community and just helping out. But you don't think that I look at the car I drive, all this shit, you go to the videos, all that. I give you $200. You don't think someone's like, $200, really? Oh, I've seen it all, brother. People will get mad because you know about me. You're like, well, you have money. So if you have this, then again, it's a really
sometimes you could help people who actually need stuff. They don't know, they're not expecting anything from you, and that way it's a different dynamic, and it's really detached, and it's not, if you really want to give back, you can. But again, like I'm saying, with people friends, family, and people that you kind of have history with, it doesn't mean it's impossible to do it. It comes with these challenges. That's what you're gonna have to do. This is age old. Even the damn book of Proverbs was talking about this, from early Jesus days till now. I don't know what it is. All of you have answers, but you'll never even know. But the point is, that's why they say, even Biggie Smalls said it, money and blood don't mix like like everybody. Every religion, this is what I'm telling you. Everybody tells you, money and helping people will always get tricky, no matter what. I promise you, there is no exceptions. I have argued with everybody in my family about money over one point. Every person that you grew up with, you didn't grow up with, they think they know you know that. It doesn't matter. Always. Do not be naive. This really is true. I don't know why. And that's why I'm saying be careful to judge, because you're like, oh, they just want that. I don't know. Bro, that's what I've learned. I've dealt with so many people. I really don't know. Everybody is going to be different. There's going to be a different reason. But the universal truth is, no matter what, you deal with money and people you're connected to, there is always going to be friction. That's a law like gravity, bro. I can't explain it. I've been naive in my life thinking, no. And I got good relationships, bro. I got people that I'm tight with, and even we have had, it's happened. It always will happen. So that's just something that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't help people. I want you prepared. I don't want you naive. And that's why, because I don't want you disappointed and then never helping anybody. Because again, I found I never took these experiences. Has it changed my behavior? Yes. It has hardened my heart in some ways, but it has not stopped me from helping out. You get what I'm saying? You just got to learn to maneuver and move differently and do it properly, and that's what it is, man. And will they be there when you need them? I feel like that was like Kendrick. And where would the people be at when you need them? Where are they? I kind of sound like Kennedy. I could tell you was conflicted. Okay, I'm going to go pee. Look at this beautiful leprechaun. I love the outfit.
They never imagined their daughter
would be
standing.
Is this like? Is that like a religious garment?
Every opportunity possible.
You know what I'm saying? Is this like a cultural? Like this look? Not gonna lie, bro. This look like either my cousin or something Indian. I've always had that trouble in my life because there's a fine line between Indian and Middle East. If you're Indian or Middle Eastern, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because it could easily be yours or it could easily be mine. Because I'm like, is that Middle Eastern or is that Indian?
Time with you. I call her my pudding, so I can't wait to spend.
You call her what?
Pudding. Thank you for your love and support.
No, don't call any of you call me pudding. I'm gonna run away. I'm not even gonna try to defend myself because I'll be like, don't ever call me pudding. And on TV, if you call me pudding, that's insanity.
As I said earlier, standing at this podium behind this lectern, serving the American people and this administration has been an honor of a lifetime. And I will be forever grateful to the president for his trust. And
dude, I just had to run. Is she crying?
And
oh, I feel bad now.
For your patience all.
Bro, she's tearing up.
With that, Zeke.
Thanks, Kareem.
That touched my heart. That was sad. I love you too, Corinne. It's just your job to lie. I'm sure you must be chiller in person.
He mentioned phase 1.
No, that made me sad. A little bit.
I know you're like, Josh, you're so gullible. How did you fall for the narrative? The blue pill, red pill. How dare you, Joshua? Do you know about AIPAC, Israel, the war? But I'm like, dude, just let me feel what she feeling, bro. Calm down.
Okay, let me go to the bathroom. And aid will surge into Gaza. During these weeks, the second phase of the deal will continue to be negotiated to bring a permanent end to this war. If negotiations take longer than 6 weeks, the ceasefire will continue to hold as long as negotiations continue. This deal was developed by the president and his team about 8 months ago, back in May. You heard the president talk about that. So this was the framework. And once he was able to put out the framework, it was endorsed by the world. And so we are certainly, as the president started off in his remarks to the American people, to all of you as well, this is a good day. This is a good day. This is a good step forward. And so Brett McGurk, after this briefing, will have a call to give more details of how this is going to move forward. But again, this is a very good step forward.
And then, as you mentioned, the president announced this framework back in May of last year, a deal has been reached 5 days before this administration's term ends. It will go into effect a day before the next president is sworn in. Is it clear? Does the president want to give some credit to his successor, and that there's a forcing mechanism by that transition is helping push this deal towards the finish line?
So a couple of things, and you said this in your question to me. This is a framework that the president put forth about 8 months ago, back in May. Again, it was endorsed by the world when he put out this framework. His team has worked because of the direction of the president. Obviously has worked 24/7.
Are you sure it's not like a Western dashiki, you know, that you could buy at like H&M?
On the ground, who's been
like,
in
let's
Doha
make it like, so we
of the
could,
president,
you know,
obviously,
they'll like it
with the
culturally.
leadership
Let's make
of
it,
national security
you know what I'm
advisor
saying?
Jake
You seen
Sullivan.
like Forever
And
21
what
ass,
we
like,
see this day as,
I swear
this
they
is a
sell
good day.
turbans or shit.
This is a good day. Hostages are going to be able to go home, including American hostages, to their families. And after, 15 months since Hamas did something so unimaginable, launched an attack that was so dreadful.
Where do you think she's gonna work next? Do you think they're gonna get? Do you think Corinne's gonna go on TV?
Attacked on October 7th.
Bro, Jen got on TV after 6 months. They're like, she's really good at lying. Give her a shot. They were like, dog, dude. They were like, Jen. They're like, this little red. She is, she's feisty. No. Get her on CNN right now. She's excellent at lying. We need to. So I don't know. Corinne. Her kryptonite is Peter, bro. Peter just bullied her for 4 years.
You know, now we understand that.
I still love the fits, though. You know that, right?
And so we're gonna
I still give her that top tier. I guarantee you. I promise you. She might be listening, so she might have to accept the challenge. But I promise you, Trump's press secretary is gonna have none of this swag. She gonna be dressed up like Heidi. You know, the little like lamb girl. Every day, I feel like Trump's press secretary will be mandated to dress like Heidi.
In the White House, the incoming administration. Has the president spoken at all with
every
his
day?
successor? And outside
She's gonna
of
wear a
the
bonnet.
very brief
I
ceremony
swear to
that
you.
they will have on the morning of the 20th. Does he plan on having
She's a
more
model
substantive
because she's
conversation
blonde.
with him about his strategy
I
and the
stopped
briefing of
thinking
relations
every
away?
blonde was a model when I turned 11. Okay? So no, again, I'm gonna just tell you that no one's gonna match Corinne's swag. I'll put my money on it. We'll see.
That's a pretty long
If
time.
I prove wrong, I'll take
Significant
the
time
loss.
to
I'll take the
have
loss.
Heart to heart, a bit of a conversation. So that happened, as you know, right after the election.
She's a blonde model. I guarantee you she's not. Models don't speak good. You know who's a model? Melania Trump. Have you ever heard her?
The transition team and our team have been in constant communication, having these conversations, keeping them abreast. This president made a
I'm sorry.
commitment that
I still
he
want a
wanted
job
to
at
see a
Intel.
peaceful transfer of
Elon,
power, something
respond
that
to
he
me.
didn't get 4 years ago. But he wanted to make sure to continue that tradition and do a peaceful transfer of power. That's what you have seen. He wanted to make sure the transition was effective, efficient, and that's what we have provided. And like I said, we're going to be in close touch with our team,
Intel squeezing.
our team and their team in the next couple of days.
And just lastly, on a different topic, you've said the president has been weighing preemptive pardons for all sorts of officials who he fears may be targeted by the incoming administration. Has he made a decision? And given that this is the last briefing, if he were to decide to issue those pardons, could you commit now that there'll be an
Every
opportunity
day,
to
bro,
answer
I'm telling you.
questions of the outgoing administration
I'm putting the
before
pressure on.
I don't
Apply
have,
that
I
intel
don't have
pressure.
anything to announce. You are correct.
They are either going to get the best CEO or you get me.
Go into details of what that's
There's
gonna
no
look
other
like.
option.
It is not.
Let's
it's
go.
Not
We
unusual
still have a
for
shot.
a president to do that. And so you should expect that from this president. I'm not going to make any commitments right now.
And then,
I'm
yo.
not gonna lock ourselves into a potential another opportunity to ask.
I need to screenshot this every day.
Pardons. But what I can say is stay tuned, and there'll be more to share.
Never
I'm sure
mind.
the
I'll show
president's
you
gonna
it.
wanna
I'll tell.
continue
Remind me Friday. I have 2 funny stories to tell you.
I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you.
It's good to see you, and thank you so much for taking our questions so often.
Thank you. I
Really
appreciate
appreciate
it.
it.
Thanks, Rita.
So, in terms of implementing the terms of this
I'll see you
agreement,
tomorrow.
how
Have a good one.
confident
And we only
is
got 30
President
minutes
Biden
left. Again,
that the
tomorrow, retail
incoming
sales, final event.
administration
Look at
will
the
do
bonds.
that, and
It's kind of
have
playing
they
out like
offered
yesterday,
any
except for the sell-off.
assurances that they will carry them out?
I think there's a commitment to move forward with this deal. I think there's a commitment to make sure that there's an end to this war. Obviously, hostages are going to be coming home. Obviously, we've been in very close touch with the Trump transition. And the president was asked some variation of that question moments ago after he spoke, and he said he is very much indeed confident. So look, we understand this is going to be implemented by the next team, as I just stated. We are going to work closely, in close coordination with the Trump team. As the president has said, and I have said also moments ago, we want this to be in one voice, right? I think that's what you have seen in the past couple of weeks, how we have moved forward in one voice. And this is what's important for the hostages, to get them home, to make sure that we're getting that humanitarian aid into Gaza, and to ending this war. End it. That has taken a lot of innocent lives. And so that is the commitment. That is the commitment that you can see from us, and that's what the president believes, that he is confident in how we're going to move forward.
Tonight, President Biden is going to be delivering a farewell address. Ahead of that speech, we got a long list of what he views as his greatest accomplishments.
Over 100 pages, I believe, right? Did you read? Did you have every word?
We have every, yes.
They're going to revise it in 4 years.
What? Can you talk about what he thinks his greatest failures are, and whether he will address those tonight to the American public?
So look, this is an important moment for the president.
Yeah, I failed to not.
He has been working.
I failed to
on
not.
his speech,
I failed at being Donald Trump.
Remarks,
and I'm not him.
But he is.
So I succeeded.
Going to be talking directly to the American people.
Seriously.
It is not going to be partisan. This is something.
Peace out.
And not just forget, it's not just about the last 4 years of his administration. He is stepping down from his career, right? More than 50 years of public service that this president has done as senator, as vice president, as president. So you can imagine the president has a lot to say, a lot of thoughts that he wants to share, really touch on the moment that we're in right now. And so that's what you're going to hear from the president. What he wants to do, obviously, is also be positive, talk about what we have been able to do. This is a president that speaks about possibilities and how he sees this country moving forward. And so that's what I could speak to. I'm not going to get ahead of what specifically what the president's going to say. I'm not going to go into line by line, but I can say, and I'd love to say that from here, is stay tuned, and I will leave it there.
And then finally for you, because you've clearly reflected on your role as press secretary, is there anything you wish you had done or said differently during your time?
Well, I will have a lot of time to reflect, right? You're not going to catch me up here, Alicia, today, but I will have a lot of time to reflect on my time here. As you know, this is, and I think you've gotten to know a few press secretaries during your career, this is a job that's nonstop. There's not a lot of time to reflect. It's always, we have to do the job, we have to speak on behalf of the president, we have to make sure that we're communicating with all of you. But what I can say with full heart is that this has been an honor and a privilege to do this job, and I have done it to my best of abilities on behalf of this president, and the best job that I will ever have. I truly believe that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mary.
Thank you, Karine. You and the president have stressed that this is the framework that he put forward last spring, but the president also made clear it was important to him to work with the incoming administration, that they be speaking in as one team, as he put it. Even the Qatari prime minister, in his remarks, personally thanked
I need a
Steve Witkoff, the incoming administration.
I mean, you only got 20 minutes left. Your little pullback, but you knew what was going to happen from the morning, baby.
I mean, look.
That's it.
Everyone
Very
is
nice,
gonna
though.
want
Very
some
good day
credit.
after.
Everybody's going to want some
Nice
credit.
cool down.
Get that? That's how this goes when something good happens. Not unusual. It is not unusual at all. What I can say is the president got it done. Right? That's what I can say. And what I could also say is that, and you said it in your question to me, is that there was a framework that was put forward, and it was put forward by the president back in May 31st of last year, and it was endorsed by the world. And you see a president that has done everything that he can. This is someone who has foreign policy experience, decades of foreign policy experience. He understands what it means to bring people together. He understands what it means to get a deal done. He also said in his remarks how difficult it was to negotiate. Negotiating is incredibly hard, and this wasn't easy, but we got it done. And so, this is someone who speaks from experience, and this is, again, not an easy thing to get done. But as we've said, and I've said multiple times, and I think Jake Sullivan said this obviously recently when he was here on Monday, we were able to work closely with the Trump transition team and coordinate with them. But again, this is a framework that the president put out, and negotiations aren't easy, and this was one of the toughest negotiations that he experienced, and this is something that the president shared with all of you.
And does the president have any plans to talk to the families of the hostages, or has he talked to them today?
So as you know, the president and this administration has been in regular touch with the hostages hostage family, and have obviously always communicated with them that how much we're with them and the work, everything that we're doing to try to bring their loved one home. And we have stayed in constant communication with them. I don't have anything to read out as a call to any of the American hostages or the families at this time, but I can say that the president is, as he said, this is a really good afternoon, and our hearts go out. Our hearts go out to the families who have been waiting 15 months to get their loved ones home. And so this is a big deal. This is a big deal.
And just on a slightly more personal note, on this, your 306th briefing, what advice do you have for your successor?
So I was asked this question, I think, when my successor was announced, and it's pretty much the same, which is, obviously I wish her the best of luck. This is a great job, an amazing opportunity to be standing at this podium behind this lectern and to go back and forth with all of you and speak on behalf of this president, the president of the United States. There's nothing like it. And I hope she enjoys the job. I hope she continues to do this, what we've been doing for the past almost 4 years. And I truly wish her well.
The decision the president made to include Steve Witkoff, how did that come about?
Look, that is, I'm not going to...
Why did the president do it?
Well, look, this goes back to what the president said right after the election. A peaceful transfer of power. Again, something that he didn't get 4 years ago. And wanting to make sure that we had an effective, efficient transition. That's what it looks like. The president is basically leading by example. That's what he's doing. This is a president who understands.
I think this is the last Corinne, bro.
And understands how
the way it sounds. I mean, it makes sense. We have like 2 more days left in the week. Then that's it. It's Monday Trump.
And that is what you.
So yeah, this is actually the last time you'll probably hear her, bro. I would say if this isn't the last one, this might be one of 2, maybe.
As you know, I think you know this, Steve. This is a president.
Maybe the last time you see her.
To be optimistic and hopeful, but not just that. Does the work, leans in, has the experience to get things done, which is what we saw from this president today. I think this is a great example of that. And, you know, he never gave up hope. Never gave up hope. And to your point, until the last minute, and we were able to get this done.
Thank you, Karine. This is the second negotiated pause.
That's crazy. She gonna use her last day to take it all the way to the bell? Come on, Karine.
November 2023.
Not all about you.
Just a few weeks later. So what confidence does the U.S. have?
Because I'm like, why is this going for so long, though?
You have to have confidence, right? I think it's important. Stepping back, negotiations are hard. They're difficult. This was a difficult one. This took multiple sides to come together. The president, as you know, spoke to Qatar, the leader of Qatar, Egypt, and even Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu recently. And this is what diplomacy looks like, having those continued conversations, making sure that voices are heard, and having those tough back and forth. And so we have to be, I think it is important to also be confident in that we can continue to get this done. And, you know, Steve just asked me, why did we bring in Witkoff? Why did we bring in the Trump? This is why. Because we know that there has to be a continuation of this. We know that this first phase is about to start. There's going to be a second phase, and it's going to continue. We got to get to a place where this war is done permanently, ends permanently. And so bringing in the Trump administration, coordinating with them, and making sure that they're having the information that we all have, we are hopeful that this will continue.
Under the framework, negotiations for that phase 2 would need to begin within a matter of days after phase 1 begins. What is the White House's view of the commitment of the incoming Trump team and the competency of the Trump team to go through those negotiations and get a phase 2 and beyond?
So I would refer you to the National Security Advisor. Jake Sullivan talked about his relationship and back and forth with his counterpart and how that has gone very well. And so I think that's a good sign of how this is going to certainly move forward. Again, we have been in close coordination with their team, and we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to talk through with them on the next steps, and we're going to and what you have seen, really, what you have seen in the past, certainly couple of days, couple of weeks, is one voice coming together in one voice to get this deal done. You know, I think a lot of your questions obviously go to the transition team, and they can certainly answer and speak for themselves. But what we can speak to, what I can speak to, is what we've been doing, what we have actively done for the past couple of weeks to get this done in unison, to get this done in a way that when the transition happens, we have that confidence that we can move this forward, continue to move this forward.
More light on other officials from the incoming administration that you and your colleagues in the West Wing have been hosting for meetings and conversations, and what those have looked like?
So I can't shed any light on that. What I can say is that we have been working closely with the transition team. We want this to be efficient. We want this to be effective. We are doing this. The president wants to do this on behalf of the American people, and that's what
all right, man, 3 more minutes till 10-minute rig.
List out names of.
I'll close it at final 5 if she's still going.
A new CNN
That's
poll
it. It's our last one, man.
Shows that just 36% of U.S. adults say they approve of the way that Biden has handled the presidency. To what do you attribute that?
I mean, look, I've been very careful in talking about polls and not speaking to every poll. I understand this is a CNN poll. What I can speak to is what the president has done.
She's like, ever since the Hatch Act, I have been very cautious.
Delivered for the American people.
Ever since I realized that y'all would fight back after all of the unnecessary stuff we did, and y'all Hatch Act me, I realized that I'm not going to speak on that.
Jobs back, or manufacturing back here more broadly. If you think about insulin, capping insulin at $35 a month for seniors, all of those things that I just listed out are very popular with the American people. They are. And that has always been at the forefront of the president's mind. What can he do to deliver for the American people on the needs that they care about? And that's the type of economic policy that he put forward. That's what he wanted to make sure we didn't leave anybody behind. And many communities have felt that they've been left behind. That's why we talk about building an economy from the bottom up, middle out. That's been his focus, and you can see the results. More than 16 million jobs created. When you think about more than 20 million small businesses started, people don't start small businesses unless they feel confident about the economy, and those two go hand in hand. And so, look, we're going to continue to do the work. Continue to make sure that we do everything possible in the last couple of days to deliver for the American people, and that's the president's focus. Let's not forget, when he walked in, there was a pandemic, once in a generation pandemic, and he turned that around. And so the president's gonna address the American people later today, farewell address, and he'll certainly have a lot to say. Go ahead, Jojo.
Thanks, Corinne. Yeah.
Last time I'll be able to say that.
I know. Thanks for taking questions these last couple of years.
Thank you.
President-elect Trump, in a social media statement today, said the ceasefire deal could only have happened as a result of his election victory. What's your response to that assessment? Do you agree with that? Disagree?
Look, I think the president was asked some version of that question. I think that was the first question that he got after he spoke.
What about I like Vail Resorts, not Valet.
That's how these things work.
I don't really like. I like Brazil as a country. I just don't like Valet. It's a government owned, and it's kind of odd with how they operate it. But
the person who provided
I like Vail Mountain Resorts and how they scam the skiers.
And we have been working on this for some time. It didn't just come together in the last couple.
I know it's different, but I'm just saying that reminded me.
And so,
welcome to ADD. But if I could give you another stock to look at, I would look at Vail Resorts instead of Valet Brazil.
And so that's part of the first thing that he was able to do. The second thing that he was able to do was support Israel, and by supporting Israel, that badly weakened Hamas. You saw what happened to Hamas's leadership, and what we were able to do to the backers of Hamas. And so all of those things mattered. Our support and what we were able to do, how this president stepped in, matters. And now we are in a situation where we're going to pass this over to the incoming administration. A lot of this is going to be implemented by the incoming administration. That is why we worked very closely with the incoming administration. And again, that is what an American president makes.
And secondly, President Biden's going to be spending his final full day of his presidency in Charleston, South Carolina. Can you discuss what he's going to be doing there?
We'll have more to share on that, and I don't want to dive into that right now, but we'll certainly have more to share on what that will look like his last couple of days. Get Karen.
Just two quick ones. Does the president intend to leave a letter for President-elect Trump before he leaves office, as Trump did for him?
Well, I guess we'll see. We'll see. I don't have anything. That's going to be up to the president. I don't have anything on that. But it's a good question. I'm curious, too.
And after Monday, what is the president's plan? What are he and the First Lady doing when they leave Washington on
And
Monday?
we'll have more to share on that as well.
Ding ding ding! Ice cream for 200.
Press Secretary answering our questions for the last couple of years.
Nat for 200. What is Nat?
Probably yes or no. I know you have no.
Who is ice cream?
Between President Biden.
What is ice cream?
President-elect Trump.
Damn it.
Just declaratively, can you say no? There has not been a call between.
Sorry, that
them
was
or
an
any
easy
of the
one.
last 2 weeks on
It's
this
the
specific
easiest.
topic of Israel.
Look, I have not asked that question, so I don't want to get ahead of myself here.
100, no, it's 200.
You always
We're about
give
to
me
close.
homework, Peter. Every time
Daily
I come,
double,
you
bro.
always tell me, can you come back and tell? Okay. 24/7, yeah. Go ahead.
If I can ask you briefly about tonight's address, if you can take us into that room.
Yeah.
Who is going to be in attendance? I trust the First Lady. Will family members be there? Who else will be
Ooh,
there?
bike
Is there
ride.
anything else surrounding it?
It's a very good question. We'll have more color for you later on in the evening. What I can say is the president is certainly very much looking forward to this moment, speaking directly to the American people. It's not every day you get to do an oval address. He gets to do another oval address, obviously his last one, in prime time. And so we will certainly have more color of who's going to be in the room and what that will look like as we get closer.
And then last question, I'll leave it to my colleagues, is it's tradition that at the end of the year the president would do a news conference in advance of departure. The president would take questions on a variety of different topics. What was the decision making? Why did this president decide not to do either of those before his departure?
I think the president, especially in the past couple of days, has been very much engaging with all of you, taking questions. He did it today. He himself wanted to stand up a moment to talk about the economy, but also take your questions just a couple of days ago. That is something that he wanted to do, and your colleagues took. Wait, let me finish. Your colleagues asked some really important questions that he was able to answer, an array of questions. And what I can say is I don't have anything to preview at this time, but certainly he's going to continue to engage with all of you, and we have been. He's been very much involved in going back and forth with all of you in the past couple of days, and that is something that he wanted to make sure that he did that.
Were there any concerns about his public performance in a setting like that?
I think the issue that I have with that question, Peter, is that he literally did a press conference with all of you days ago with some of your colleagues and took multiple.
That's different, than an hour-long press conference. That's why I asked the question.
Look, but he took questions. He took questions on an array of issues, went back and forth, and he took questions today. He's been pretty consistent over the past couple of days in doing that. And that shows his performance, that those are questions that he doesn't know what you guys are going to ask, and he takes them and he answers them, and I think that is something that is important to him. This goes back to the freedom of the press, understanding how important you all are to our democracy, and understanding how having that continuation of a back and forth, even when we don't agree, is important. And so I'm pretty sure you all will continue to hear from him in the last couple of days.
That's it,
of
man.
His administration,
Sorry,
and he
baby.
certainly looks forward to it.
Corinne, we're sort of dancing around who gets to take credit for this deal.
Yeah, we're landing. I feel bad. I'm
Well,
trying to
it is
give
around here.
I'm trying to give Corinne the respect of
President Trump was
seeing
critical
her
of
like
the line.
press briefing all the way through, but
look,
or potentially
I'm
her
not
final.
going
I
to
really
speak
am, bro.
to
Like honestly,
random person.
I don't know. We watch this every
know who
day,
this
bro.
person
Like
is.
you
I'm
know,
not
you
gonna-
I know half of y'all hate her and shit, but
What I
you know,
can say is,
at the end of the day, I see. He said no respect.
What I can
I know
say
she's
is
taking it to the bell, girl. Like
there
come
is,
on.
There are steps that were taken here that is really important and critical, and that started with this president starting a framework that was agreed upon by the world back in May. And that was because of this president. That was because he was able to lay out his thoughts, his thinking on how to move forward with this negotiation. What I said before, this is someone who understands foreign policy as I'm talking about the president. He understands how difficult it is, and this was not an easy one. And so he has the experience. He was able to get that going, to get that started. So this has been going on for some time.
This chat is ruthless.
I mean, that's just a reality of
Joel,
it.
have you
That is
seen
just a
your
fact.
chat facts?
Have we been coordinating
The irony in your
working closely with the incoming Trump administration, their transition.
On
to
that
the
note,
US,
ladies and gentlemen,
and we've been very forthcoming.
I hope you have had a good day.
But the fact of the matter
I hope you are
is
feeling
it
blessed.
took someone who has the
But
experience that this president
come on, end
had to
it here,
get this
girl.
going,
Please.
to get this moving, to understand what negotiations look like.
Okay.
And that's what this president was able
You
to
did
bring
that.
to the
Okay,
table.
thank you.
And it got done under his watch. It got done today.
And then secondly, obviously,
All right, yeah. Well, thank you. That might be your last time seeing Corinne, guys. So farewell to Corinne. And if you don't like Corinne, it's funny because this warning applies to you because every time Corinne has ever came on, you had the ability to control what you see and hear. So if you don't like loud noises, when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers if you don't want to hear it. I know you have full control over all of that right there. So no, this is not a drill. It's here, man. It's here. It's here. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles of the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 64 degrees, a little hazy here from the fires and very windy, but otherwise looking like a good day. If you watch the watch list, we're prepared and we're ready for Goldilocks. The good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, and Donald Trump is now your president, so some of you do talk a little bit more offensively, but good news is we are no longer under dealing with any of that, but we still got to wrap it up. If you are interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. 1 minute! Go, 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 go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You have less than 15 seconds. Shares, options, futures. The day's not over. None of this event. You still got retail sales tomorrow. Even more earnings. It's all on my Twitter. But you have less than 10 seconds now to finalize it. Bring it home and make up your mind. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. It may be Corinne's last day, but you made it here, and I'm going to see you tomorrow, God willing. Good game, baby. Drop that GG. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money, or you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info. Way to hold it down. Way to be a part of it. Thank you for following the rules and not getting banned and being in there, baby. Really in the game. Good game. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yeah, there's go, baby. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts, bro. You doing a dono, I appreciate you. You didn't have to. It's all for the love of the game, baby. You know what I'm saying? Good game, baby. All y'all holding it down. Thank you for following the rules for real, bro. You answered someone's question. I think Lurky hit that one today. That was beautiful, baby. God bless you all, man. Thank you for holding it down. I'll see you on the watch list. Good game, good game. Good game, good game. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. What's up? What's up, bro? What's up, baby? What's up? What's up, baby? I don't want to ride that. Pull up in a bed body. Closed out on the power level. Aren't the levels fun sometimes? I know. 7 hours, baby. 7 hours to do what we're going to know in the morning, man. It's fun. It's a fun time, but we made it through another one. And that's it, man. It's Corinne's last day. That means, bro, Donald Trump on Monday. You know that, right? You got Donald Trump on Monday. You gonna get a couple of things popping, bro. I don't know if you realize it now. That's it. So, Chattadonia, we made it, man. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being respectful and a part of it. Thank you for some of y'all who feel me. You know what I'm saying? Not in like a Diddy way, but like in the way where you are the 3 of the 10. You got the law turn. You know what I'm saying? It's only 1 out of 10, maybe. I'm just saying, some of y'all, that's it. You made a choice. You got that ethic, that work ethic, that moral ethic. You know, they don't feel me, bro. I think somebody feel me. Do I have to extend my arm for you to feel me? What? And gold chains? Are you kidding me? Did you guys get that tweet? I think some of you thought I was just talking smack. It was a song. You know? Those perkies are going to wear off, you know? You don't know that? And anyways, I won't play you the song. The point is, man, y'all really out here. And I hope y'all stay in the game. Keep the hope up and get ready to be disappointed. I don't know if anybody has told you it like that. Every day I'm reminded, isn't it weird? Welcome to living the duality of both of it. That's it. I need you excited, ready to go, expecting the most you have ever expected, while at the same time being ready to get disappointed and not get feelings about the disappointment. That's crazy. It's crazy, bro. I don't know if... So thank you for being here. And especially if that could apply to you, then oh my goodness. Thank you, my brother. Let's go. Welcome to 2025. I hope you're ready for it, but that's all I got for you, man. Check out the links. I didn't try to sell a t-shirt today. We hit 400, bro. I'm not even trying to sell them and we selling them, bro. But I don't know if we're going to hit the goal, man. I'm sad, but I think tomorrow or next week will be the final week. Unless you guys just want to end it now. It's up to you, but if you want the shirt, you could get it still. You got the long-term stream alert, the first link, and then you got the watch list. Everything else, my brother, that's on you. Oh, I don't even have the other links in there. I didn't even realize that. So, damn, y'all have no excuse not to get banned. I only got 3 links, and then I have the rules. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That just means that 90% of what is in the description will keep you from getting banned. So, wow, I feel better about banning some of y'all now. That's good. Look at that. Look at that cope. I love it. But either way, thank you, especially if you didn't get banned. Oh, I can't even see the chat, bro. I'm like, how come no one's saying anything? It's because I had to scroll up. Yo! I was being dead serious, bro. I was like, because I only had the Twitch. I was like, okay. No one wanted to react to any of that. This man loves banning people. I think folks was. I don't like it. You think I like it? Do you not realize how aware I am? That I realize I have 2 options. I either don't ban you and I got to listen to some crazy nonsense for the rest of my fucking day. You know what I'm saying? Or the other option, I ban you, then you go tell everybody you know how much you hate me, you make 15 accounts, you report me, you go try to find everybody in my family, do you think I want to go these routes? Do you think so? All I'm saying, read the rules. Everybody is going to get treated the same, and I'm turning off my computer after the watch list, and I don't care what happens after that. So, that being said, I love you all. God bless you. That's it. Go read the books. Check out the links. Oh, shout out Dr. James Cash. Oh, amen. Amen. But that's it, man. That's it. But in the meantime, here you go. Long term. Am I mad or just passionate? Are you fam or just acting it? You know I talk a lot, but I always keep passing it. Gotta keep it in the roto. We are not the same, like rice isn't risotto. All the real ones know it's always no photos. Hit the market crash, stop backing, I'm the go-to. Just because you know me, that don't mean that I'ma know you. Man, talk starts non-stop, I am really him. If your name not Ben, we ain't really friends. Franklin at the end if you ain't getting that. I think all y'all do sedatives, or worse, I hope it's not hereditive. You ride the wave, but I invented it. I saved, and then I started lending it. Make trades, then I put it to another crib. That's a formula I did my whole life. My bro knew I was quick, so he taught me how to fight. Said you're being followed if they take 3 rights. If they don't want your chain, then they want your life. So I go and share both of those. If you kill me or you rob me, either way the money overflows. All about $1, you can tell my heart is really cold. Something in my head, cause my soul is getting really old. Don't let a gamble tie your mind up. Nah, don't let a bitch fuck your life up. It's true, nothing good happens at the night, bro.
Money is fun, son, I hope you made your mind up. Tell me who the line up, show me where you find her. You can have a rollie, it don't matter when your time up. Handed him a Bible when he asked for a light, bruh. We are not the same, like a lion's not a tiger. The difference is the difference. That's my old bitch's shit, that's my new bitch. That's the YouTube and the Twitch. From the hills to the trench, in the game to the bench. The difference make the man. Bum, 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 bum. Wow. That's it. I'm on 5, I think what, like 5 years later, I'll tell you guys something. I'll tell you. I could change everything about Uncle for you. Some of you have realized it already. Do you want me to mess with Uncle for you ahead of the new Uncle? Do you want me to tell you something? I can tell you something. Some people get it, some don't. Do you want it? Your whole perception of Uncle might change if I tell you. You want it? Are you sure? I'll tell you. So, I'm Uncle? No, I'm Josh. My uncle is my uncle. That's a very odd question. I don't know how y'all haven't figured that out yet. That's not what I was going to tell you. But what I was going to tell you is if you ever hear Uncle and Uncle's lyrics, technically they are not meant to be listened to. I don't know how to explain this. They are not meant for you to hear them. They are meant for you to sing along with them. If you sing Uncle's lyrics, they hit completely different than you just hearing them. Try it one day. You have like 5 albums or something. You'll figure it out. Bow, 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 bow. On that note, Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. I hope you had a great day. I'll see you on the watch list. I think we are in Cole. I don't know if I'm going to make the Cole real estate. Bro, this new year and this little Tuesday thing has fucked my shit up, bro. Because I keep getting mad confused, and I always realize too late. So I did not have it planned for today, but I know because but we might have to get back into it where every other like Wednesday I'm going to have to skip the watch list. So I didn't plan properly this time around, or I haven't really the last 2 weeks. So we're just getting back into it, but we will have the watch list tonight. I won't be able to make the real estate, but I will see you in tomorrow for retail sales and then get ready to wrap up the week. So Chattadonia, I love you all for real. Thank you to the real ones, man. And I hope if you're not a real one, you could always become a real one. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. You're a tin soldier. Are you going to come to life or not? You are alive. Stop telling me you're not. But all I'm saying, baby, keep your head in the game. Keep going. Read the books. Richest Man of Babylon. Proverbs, the Living Translation. And the strangest secret in the world. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why we transform, my brother. Even we gonna fight it too. You gonna kick and scream to be the best and the brightest version of you, baby. You got to. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 Salute to that, baby. Shout out the vets, too. God bless America and Chattadonia. Y'all enjoy the rest of your day. The watch list, if you got it like that. If not, better get a good sleep. Go get a walk-in, a brisk jog. I don't know what you do, but do something. And then I'll see you in the morning, baby. But Chattadonia, for real. Good one, man. Welcome to 2025. I'll see y'all later, and peace out. Hey, how am I here if I'm on the screen? Is it a rerun? Hey, no, look. No, seriously, I mean it. I tell you, I've been here 4 years. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 4, 2. Hike. And I learned a lot. Seriously, being the best president wasn't this easy. It was a challenging experience being the best fucking president ever to live. You know, come on. You ever spent that much money? No.
Nobody has but me. That's what I did. It's hard. Yeah, every day they want has a billion for this. Is there a billion for that? What you think it was easy? Huh? Hey, you wake up. Rebecca Hunter wanted $500,000 for Coke. You think you ever look your son in the eyes and say no to blow? It's hard. It's hard. I told him paint a picture with his feces. Hey man, that's how he paid for it. But still, we have a lot of work to do. We covered a lot already. I just hope this dipshit doesn't fuck it up. By dipshit, I mean Donald. But come on, either way, it's been an honor to serve as your ambassador. I mean as your president. And I'll tell you, for the next dictator, we're going to stop them. And then the next president ahead of me is going to do a good job. I hope. If not, I'll start another war. I'm just kidding. That's Obama, not me. Okay, peace out, America. I'm fucking finally going to enjoy this beach house, fucking pricks. Yeah, you little prick. Yeah, I didn't forget. All right, bye. No, it's okay. I'll let him have his moment. He deserves it. I'll let him have it. I'll see you on Monday. Monday. That's a nice ring to it. Trump Monday. I think, actually, never mind. I have a new idea. Starting from my inauguration, the first bill I'm going to sign, Tuesday, will now become Trump Day. That's it. Monday, Trump Day, Wednesday, Thursday. I mean it. That's it. We're Gulf of America, and we're going to take it on a Trump Day. That's what we're doing. Thank you, Elon. It was his idea. We were going to give him a date, but I said, Elon, no date starts with the E. Too bad. Tuesday, Trump Day. It works. It works. It works great even. I told him that. But thank you. Goodbye, Donald. Or what's his name? Joseph. Exactly. You think you were finished with me? No. All I'm saying, Trump, Biden, or not, can we get rid of the banana republic? Enough of this. Do you want me? I'm not even making this up. This is a direct quote. We live in a country of prosperity, not one where the Powerball is 246 chickens and a goat. Exactly. Can you tell me? Let me ask you. LeBron, I'll get to LeBron later. Do you know Sean P. Diddy Combs? Do you know who that is, Pam? Have you ever Bad Boys for Life? Exactly. We ain't going nowhere. Exactly. You get it. He's successful. Right? Would you say a 20 million mansion is success? Assuming you're not Nancy Pelosi? Okay. So tell me this. Where does he live now? If I wanted to send Sean P. Diddy Combs a letter, where would I send that letter? Can you tell me? Exactly. Jail. He's in jail. Because he's a crook. In jail. Tickling booties. Crook. In jail. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.